lights and haywire, punk, reggae, chaos, and pure energy. Dropkick Murphys. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com.
Babes, what are you doing?
What? I'm just mowing the lawn.
No, it's blazing hot and dry out here. Don't you remember? Smokey Bear says.
Avoid using power equipment when it's windy or dry.
Where'd you learn this?
Oh, it's on
SmokeyBear.com, with many other wildfire prevention tips.
Right. Thanks, honey bear.
'Cause remember, only you can prevent wildfires.
Brought to you by the USDA Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
From the State Street Studio, this is WMVP WTBC HD2, Chicago.
A Good Karma Brands radio station.
ESPN 1000 presents The Fantasy Football Show with Jeff Meller. Hard-hitting fantasy info to help you land that dub this weekend. Jeff Meller shares the latest news, injury updates, and tips to help you set your lineup. The Fantasy Football Show, presented by Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey. Your football Sunday starts now with Jeff Meller on ESPN Chicago.
Week 9 is upon us. My, how time does fly. We're more than halfway through your fantasy football season, my fantasy football season. Approaching I guess we're basically at the midway point of the NFL regular season schedule. Lot to get after each and every Sunday morning. I'm Jeff Meller, hanging out with you for the next hour, 7 to 8 a.m. Hope you enjoyed that extra hour of rest, pushing your clock back. Yes, we have fallen back. Daylight savings time. It will get darker earlier, which means we are officially in football season. And also, by the way, if you happen to miss it, if you were celebrating your Saturday nights, not locked in on the baseball, we have a World Series champion. The same one as last year. The Dodgers won an epic Game 7, which you heard right here last night on ESPN 1000. So the baseball season has officially been put to bed, which means no more messing around. We are officially in football season. It is colder out. It is rainy here in Chicago. And the Bears are not here today. They're getting set to take on the Bengals, which you will hear right here on your home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN 1000. We will officially begin our Bears coverage at 8 o'clock when Bleck and Abdalla take over with their Tailgate pregame. And then, of course, the network pregame show. It will be Waddle and Silvy live from Cincinnati as they're getting set for Bears and Bengals in Cincy. And, of course, then the game. Jeff Joniak, Tom Thayer on the call, Jason McKee on the sidelines, Yurko, Peggy with your post-game coverage after that. And then, of course, I will be back with Pat the Designer and Jason McKee, who will be on the sidelines. He will be on the post as we break down Bears all day long on your home of the Chicago Bears. All right, so if you're unfamiliar with what we do here, I get you all the recent news, all the latest news that you need to be aware of injury-wise for today's NFL slate. Tomorrow's as well. Of course, we've got a Monday night game, Dallas Cowboys taking on the Arizona Cardinals. There is an interesting note regarding that game as well. Get you all the latest injury news, and then we'll take your calls at 312-332-3776. Let's get things going, Justin. All right, let's begin here with our local team, the beloved.
Now Dunze out to the right, snap, Caleb giving his swift on the cutback, gallops inside the 5, blasting into the end zone, touchdown Bears!
DeAndre Swift has been extremely productive this season in Ben Johnson's offense, but he's been dealing with the groin injury that is finally going to put him on the shelf this week. He has been ruled out, which means that it is Kyle Monangai time. Go ahead and fire him up, get him in your lineup. The Bears did elevate Britton Brown yesterday from their practice squad, so he will be the third running back on the roster today. Could see some work, but it is going to be a Monangai day, and he has certainly been efficient in his opportunities. We've seen more of him lately, and so it's no holds barred against the Cincinnati Bengals defense, which is very willing to give up rushing yards. We saw that last week against the Jets as Justin Fields and Breece Hall had quite the day against them in their comeback victory, the first of the season for Aaron Glenn in his career as the Jets head coach. But of more importance probably is the fact that the Cincinnati Bengals will likely have this guy starting for them today.
Sample gets right behind him for a tush push. Touchdown! Bengals!
Nice.
As Joe Flacco runs it in from inches away and gives Cincinnati a 9-0 lead.
All right, so bad news for Bears fans, only because Jake Browning would certainly make this task a little bit easier for your Chicago Bears. But Joe Flacco likely to start today. He's been dealing with that AC sprain in his throwing shoulder. So that is a little bit dicey for all of those out there who have been happy to roll with the 41-year-old vet, Joe Flacco. Unfortunately, I don't want to use him, even though the Bears defense has been willing to give up some passing yards this season, especially with a depleted secondary, although the Bears do get Tyreek Stevenson back this week. So just a bad combination to go use Joe Flacco, but hopefully he'll be okay. For fantasy purposes, for Jamar Chase and T. Higgins, I think you still use those. I mean, I'm still certainly using Jamar Chase. T. Higgins a little bit more of a question, but with Flacco likely starting today, I'm still going to use T. Higgins in most cases. Unfortunately, though, you never quite know what you're going to get when a quarterback is dealing with an injury to his throwing shoulder, right? So this is why I don't want to use Flacco in this situation.
And now the Patriots with a goal to go on a first down snap to May out of the gun. Stevenson to his left. Drake takes the snap, hands it off. Ramondre running it right, running into the end zone. Touchdown, Patriots!
Pats host the Falcons, and Ramondre Stevenson will not be in the backfield. He's been dealing with a toe injury. Seriously, could be turf toe, which is always a bit problematic. Which means, though, finally, that I think Travion Henderson has the runway to actually do something this week. We saw him a little bit more productive last week, 10 carries, 75 rushing yards, although despite the fact that he was looking like he might be carving out more of an opportunity, he did fumble a ball inside the 10 last week, which did put a bit of a damper on his nice day. But the combination of the Stevenson injury, which keeps him out, gives, I think, most Travion Henderson owners out there the final nudge they need to go back and use him. Should be, I would think Henderson will see the most touches this week, and without Stevenson, I certainly anticipate 15 or so, maybe more if things go well. And the Falcons, we just don't quite know what we're going to get from them week to week. They are certainly this year's Jekyll and Hyde team, as one week they're beating the Bills, another week they're being shut out by the Panthers, and then they're being crushed by the Dolphins last week. So hard to know exactly what we're going to get from the Falcons on a week-to-week basis, but I think that's all the more reason to go ahead and use Henderson comfortably this week, especially considering the buys that we're dealing with. 4 teams on bye this week, including 2 big offensive ones. The Philadelphia Eagles certainly have a lot of skill players that are started in fantasy on a weekly basis. Jalen Hurts, Saquon Barkley, although we should, worth mentioning here, Tank Bigsby, the nice week that he had last week, over 100 yards in relief of Saquon Barkley, who was dealing with a groin injury. The Eagles got up so big on the Giants last week that they didn't really need to lean on Barkley much in the second half, and so Bigsby had the opportunity to go crazy. I will mention that I think Bigsby's worth adding to the back of your roster if you have a roster spot to play with in the event that anything should happen to Barkley. Bigsby is somebody who's had talent. We've talked about him quite a bit over the last couple of seasons in fantasy. Would he overtake Travis Etienne in Jacksonville? Obviously, that never came to fruition. But should the opportunity rise running behind that Eagles offensive line, which seems to be, or at least looks better the last few weeks. So Bigsby's worth an add if you're running back needy and you have a roster spot that you can work with the Eagles on bye this week. Also wanted to mention the Bucs, of course, on bye. They have Baker Mayfield, who has been somebody who's been locked into everyone's fantasy lineup at quarterback this season. Of course, Bucky Irving still dealing with his own injury. Rashad White has stepped in. He obviously can't be used this week. And, of course, Emeka Ibuka, who's been a really nice rookie find. So a lot of good players for the Bucs. And then finally, the Jets and Browns. Of course, Jets, you're using Breece Hall these days, especially after his big week. So there's a lot of key teams with key fantasy players that are on bye this week. So certainly we may have to consider using players like Travion Henderson. So to come full circle, that's why I'm using him against the Falcons in most situations today.
2nd and goal from the 4 off the offsetting penalty. Snap to Purdy, rolling to the right, flowing that way, throwing near side. It's caught right near the goal line and out of bounds at the 1-yard line by Pearsall, who got shoved back by Brian Branch.
All right, so Brock Purdy, out. Ricky Pearsall, out, which means that the Niners are going back to Mac Jones this week in MetLife Stadium as the Niners play the Giants. Remember, this is Kyle Shanahan. The last time the Niners played at MetLife Stadium, they had quite a few serious injuries, including a season ender for Nick Bosa a couple of years ago, and he was very vocal about the MetLife Stadium turf, and so maybe this should not be that surprising that Purdy and Pearsall, who have been trying to get back after what seems like an extended absence, but with the Niners playing in East Rutherford today, I'm not necessarily completely surprised that Shanahan is being cautious with his franchise quarterback and young wide receiver who have been dealing with injuries. So no Purdy, no Pearsall, back to Mac Jones for the Niners.
Here's the snap, the give to Dowdle, up the gut. Does he get there? Touchdown! Rico Dowdle punctuates the drive with a 1-yard touchdown.
Couple of running backs to talk about in this Carolina Panthers game when they visit the Green Bay Packers.
2nd down and 7 from the 14. Handoff, Jacobs up the middle, blasting to the end zone for a touchdown! Josh Jacobs, 14 yards.
So we got Dowdle for the Panthers and Jacobs for the Packers. Dowdle, now, interestingly enough, Dave Canales this past week talked about how Dowdle is going to need to see more touches, and it's going to likely come at the expense of Chuba Hubbard. So for anybody who has been dealing with the headache that is both Dowdle and Hubbard, I think I said it last week that I was more inclined to start Dowdle anyway because he had been running better when it seemed like more of a split situation. Well, it seems like Dowdle is going to be the lead back, at least temporarily, for the next week or so if he can be effective with his touches, which means that Chuba Hubbard's not going to go away, but I think Dowdle will likely see 15 to 20 touches if the Panthers can hang around in this one. On the other side of the football at Lambeau Field, of course, I just played the Josh Jacobs highlight. You have to use him, but I do think it's worth noting that last week on Sunday Night Football, the Packers didn't run Josh Jacobs necessarily the way they have in the past. In fact, they were spelling him a bit more than is probably preferred against the Steelers last week. And from a fantasy standpoint, you don't love that. Part of the reason why Josh Jacobs is so effective is when he sees those heavy workloads, he tends to be more effective as the game winds down. And so he only had 13 carries last week and 3 catches. So 16 touches is nothing to sneeze at, but at the same time, it's not what we've come to love when we have Jacobs locked into the lineup. But again, I think you have to keep rolling him out there. I will just say that I would bring my expectations down just a little bit because the Packers have worked in Emmanuel Wilson. I think primarily, again, to ease the injuries that Josh Jacobs has been dealing with, that calf problem that he has been playing through. An injury that will not be played through this week.
3 in the formation for Lawrence. Back to throw. Rams bringing 4. Throwing deep down the right side. Looking for Travis Hunter with the catch inside the 10. Turns into the end zone for a touchdown.
Yeah, it won't be played with for the next 4 weeks as Travis Hunter was placed on injured reserve on Thursday when he suffered a non-contact knee injury at practice. That is certainly concerning. Don't like that. I think the fantasy takeaway here is that Brian Thomas, I think he falls back into the circle of trust. The one thing, at least from a starting him in your fantasy league, we'll see how it plays out this week. Certainly, I'd like to see Brian Thomas be a little bit more effective going over the middle if Trevor Lawrence trusts him in those spots. But I just think based on the fact that you're not going to have an explosive player in Travis Hunter out there for the next 4 weeks, it provides an opportunity for Brian Thomas to maybe get back to that dynamic rookie season he had last year. In fact, this might be the impetus for me if you could go ahead and get a deal done for Brian Thomas today. I would maybe see if anyone who owns Brian Thomas out there, if they're willing to trade him because they've been frustrated, this might be the time to buy.
Floats this one over the right side. He's got his man out there. It's Bowers who makes the catch, dives into the end zone for a Raider touchdown.
Meanwhile, the Jaguars are in Vegas today to take on the Raiders, and Brock Bowers has been taken off the injury report. He's back full go this week, so get him back into your lineup. Hopefully now that he's healthy and he's had the bye week to get healthy again, hopefully he will get back to being the player that he was last year when he broke virtually every tight end rookie record that you would want to break.
2nd down and 10. Empty spread. Trips to the left, 2 to the right. Now they bring Kamara on the right hip of Rattler. Play clock to 6 from the 21. Takes the snap. Has time. Writes it over the middle on the post. It is caught by Olave for the touchdown.
All right, so Chris Olave from Spencer Rattler there. We will not be, in all likelihood, hearing that today because Tyler Shuck time in New Orleans as the Saints have pulled the plug on Rattler. The Saints visit the Rams today. You're certainly not using Tyler Shuck sight unseen. In fact, there's really no reason to use Shuck next week either unless he does something absurd that we're not expecting for like a 5-touchdown game. And I'm certainly not expecting that. My question is, do we use Chris Olave, the pass catcher? You heard Jeff Joniak mention Kamara in the highlight there. Both he and Rashid Shaheed are dealing with injuries, although I believe they're expected to play today. If you need to use them, although I wouldn't want to against that Rams defense with a rookie quarterback under center. And even Chris Olave, I'll admit I'm a little bit concerned about his productivity today with the rookie QB against a good Rams defense. So I might put the brakes on using Olave this week until I see how Shuck performs.
Both play the drive. Quick snap. Pacheco left side. Bashes over chin and into the end zone. Touchdown, Kansas City.
Isaiah Pacheco, we all saw last Monday night against the Commanders that Pacheco suffered a knee injury at the end of the game. The good news is it's not a serious injury expected to keep Pacheco out too long, but they have a big game. In fact, one of the games of the year as the Chiefs visit the Bills in Buffalo in a 3:25 kick today. So great game, but no Pacheco for the Chiefs, which means that Kareem Hunt, I think, is a very viable option. In fact, I think he's going to be somebody I recommend using in most cases this week. He's definitely a top 15 play, as we should see increased usage from him, and we already have seen him be very effective near the goal line. And I'll mention Brashad Smith, the rookie running back, who has seen his usage increased somewhat over the last couple of weeks, although Monday night wasn't as good as the previous week. But Brashad Smith is somebody who should probably be added to the back end of your roster if you have a roster spot in case we see him used more than maybe we're expecting this week against the Bills. He could be someone that you might want to use next week if all goes well this week. And I guess if you're desperate, you could even consider using Brashad Smith this week without Pacheco starting or being available for the Chiefs today. How about this man returning finally for the Vikings?
In the shotgun formation, Chicago 13, Vikings 3rd and 5, shotgun snap, McCarthy, they rush 4, line drive down the middle, caught in the end zone by Jefferson.
It's like his only good quarter all season. J.J. McCarthy back for the Vikings finally this week as Carson Wentz underwent shoulder surgery. He's done for the season, which means that the LaGrange Park product, J.J. McCarthy, back starting for the Vikings. Maybe that gets Justin Jefferson going a little bit, although I think we have reason to be skeptical because we certainly didn't see it with J.J. McCarthy. But he returns, and he's got a tougher matchup, I would say, in Detroit. But of course, the Lions have suffered so many injuries in their secondary that they've taken to calling the Lions defensive backfield the Legion of Whom these days. Not the Legion of Boom, but the Legion of Whom. So maybe McCarthy can take advantage of that in Detroit, although I certainly wouldn't be using him, but could be better news for Justin Jefferson because Carson Wentz was not getting it done anymore. Finally, regarding tomorrow night's Monday Night Football game.
Back to throw, goes Brissett, looks right, throws right, caught on the goal line, touchdown Trey McBride. Jacoby Brissett with a dime.
Some good news as Jacoby Brissett will get the start. And I say good news because I am done with Kyler Murray. For fantasy purposes, I've been talking about this for a while now. Even to begin the season, I was concerned that he has not been as productive as he was way back in his rookie and second year as a starter. He has just not been the guy. And so Jacoby Brissett, I think, gives you the opportunity if you were, obviously you're using McBride anyway, but maybe you can even consider using someone like Marvin Harrison Jr. And I think this is good news for Bam Knight if you have him against the Cowboys defense, which is certainly more than gettable. Brissett, I think, gives the Cardinals a functioning offense. And in fact, if you're really in need of some QB help, I think you can even consider using Brissett against the Dallas Cowboys tomorrow night with Kyler Murray on the bench for at least one more week. I'm Jeff Meller. This is the Fantasy Football Show presented by Tullamore Dew. Your phone call is up next, 312-332-3776, right here on ESPN 1000.
This is the Fantasy Football Show with the guru of fantasy football, Jeff Meller. Back after this on ESPN 1000.
Today, the Bears take out the Bengals. Hi, everybody. It's Jeff Joniak along with Tom Thayer and Jason McKee. We bring you the call starting at noon, plus a full day of coverage surrounding the game. From pregame tailgate at 8 to post-game into the evening. Pregame is on now and after the game. 4 hours of postgame. Brought to you in part by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. It's Bears and Bengals live from Cincinnati. Kickoff today at noon on the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
After seeing some hoops or pucks at the UC, let the CTA be your drive home. The number 19 United Center Express bus takes you from the arena to Union Station, Ogilvie, and Michigan Avenue for just $3. If you've ever waited for a ride share at the UC, you know it's awful. Take the CTA. Buses run express for an hour after each game and will take you to Metro stops and hotels along Michigan Avenue. At under $3, you've got more money for merch or food at the game. Find the CTA Express buses right outside the stadium.
Do you ever scream at your screen when your 5G internet freezes? It's the worst. So why not switch to Astound? Wi-Fi that just works. With Astound Wi-Fi, you'll rage less, buffer less, and live more. Lock in gig speed Wi-Fi for just $35 a month, guaranteed for 3 years. Plus, get up to a $200 Amazon gift card. Astound Wi-Fi, it just works. Visit astound.com today.
Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle. Any coach will tell you games are won in the preparation phase. If you're not ready before kickoff, it's too late. The same's true in cybersecurity. That's why companies choose my friends at Trend Micro. With AI-powered proactive security, they don't just respond to attacks, they stop them before they begin. For over 35 years, enterprises worldwide have trusted Trend Micro to prepare, protect, and perform. Don't wait for the whistle. Get secure now at trendmicro.com. That's trendmicro.com.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro on them. It's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
24 monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended. Balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement. iPhone 17 Pro, 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Who knew caffeine could taste this good? With 5-Hour Energy Shots, caffeine just got a serious flavor upgrade. We're talking big flavor, from watermelon to strawberry, banana to sour apple, packed into a tiny 2-ounce bottle. You'll get as much caffeine as a 12-ounce premium cup of coffee with 0 sugar and 0 crash. And with 17 bold flavors to choose from, there's a shot for every mood. Find your favorite flavor in-store today or grab a variety pack online at 5hourenergy.com or on Amazon and give your caffeine a flavor upgrade.
A Progressive Home and Auto Bundle can protect you round the clock, but we can't protect you from those painful moments in sports.
Holding. Defense.
The ref totally blew that call.
Oh, I'm sure he'll make the right call next time.
It's too late. It cost us the game.
Well, it's just one game.
That loss eliminated us from the playoffs.
Oh, the playoffs are on so late. Now you'll be well rested.
Okay, I need you to stop talking now.
Well, at least your home and auto are protected with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
The Fantasy Football Show is back with the guru of fantasy football, Jeff Meller.
How's your lineup looking? It's not good.
Dial us up at 312-332-ESPN.
Like, if I start him and then he doesn't play, I literally have nothing in the bank. I have no backup.
That's 312-332-3776. This is the Fantasy Football Show on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app.
Shotgun formation, Chiefs 11, blocked by the running back. Mariota back, cocks his arm, arching spiral pass, near side corner, over the shoulder catch. Was he in bounds? On the chalk, no signal, and out of bounds. Incomplete. It's a booth review, and they have reviewed it, and they have called it a touchdown to McLaurin, who has been out since week 3.
What a sweet, sweet catch last Monday night by Terry McLaurin, who made his triumphant return to your fantasy football lineup, only to have to leave the game after probably an even better catch later in that game. 2 catches for McLaurin, a touchdown. Marcus Mariota throwing unnecessary moonballs that McLaurin had to make these ridiculous toe-tapping catches along the sidelines in the end zone last week, and he re-injures his quad. He's already been ruled out. That's not good news. You hate to see a player re-injure a muscle injury that they were dealing with, so that could be bad news for McLaurin moving forward, at least for the next few weeks. I think we're unlikely to see him for probably 3 or 4 weeks if you include this one, so that's not great for fantasy purposes. Jaden Daniels does return for the Commanders today. They're playing on Sunday Night Football against the Seahawks, and Seattle visiting Landover, Maryland today will be without, looks like, Cooper Kupp, who you weren't using in fantasy anyway, but they've also ruled out Jake Bobo, which means, if possible, Jackson Smith and Jigba could be seeing even more targets because nobody seems to be healthy as a pass catcher for the Seahawks. So not that you weren't using him, but JSN could be a big day for him against the Commanders' defense. I'm Jeff Meller. Welcome back to the Fantasy Football Show presented by Tullamore Dew, taking your calls each and every Sunday morning like we do at this time during the football season, 7 to 8 a.m., getting you set for your NFL day as I pull the phone screener closer so I can punch some calls in. All right, let's get things kicked off with Steve, who's in McHenry. What's going on, Stevie?
Hey, Jeff, how are you?
I'm doing well. How about you?
Pretty good. Cup of coffee, a little Tullamore Dew, and I'm ready to go if you could help me out with my wide receiver problem.
I will do my best, Steve.
I'm in wide receiver hell, so I need 2 of 4. Trey Tucker, Kendrick Bourne, Darius Slayton, Darnell Mooney.
So I think you used Bourne without Pearsall today. I think that one's pretty easy. And I think I'm going to roll with Trey Tucker, Jacoby Myers. It's a mess for Vegas, and I just don't like, Mooney at this point. I don't know what we're going to get with the Falcons. You've got Michael Penix, who's dealing with an injury, likely to play because Kirk Cousins was so awful last week. So I don't like using Mooney. So I think Bourne and Tucker, and it's pretty clear to me that those are the guys you go with, Steve.
All right, I appreciate it.
But they're not good enough for me to promise you good weeks, but they're the best of a bad lot for you.
Well, it's a bye week, so you got to live with it.
No doubt about it. I'm not being critical. I'm just saying hopefully it ends up being a productive week for you. 312-332-3776. Let's try Nick, who's in Morris. What's going on, Nicky?
Hey, good morning, Jeff. How we doing?
Doing well.
I have a FPPR question with Marvin Harrison or Quentin Johnson.
Yeah, so you know what? With Brissett and with the Cowboys defense, I am inclined to say I'd use Marv over QJ just because Johnston, he's been dealing with an injury, and what we've seen the last few weeks finally is that Justin Herbert, now that he has gotten back to Ladd McConkey being his true number one, we've seen McConkey's target numbers really increase over the last 3 weeks. And in addition, I think what doesn't work in Quentin Johnston's favor is Aronde Gadsden Jr., the tight end who has been a really nice find for the Chargers. He's been probably the second most prominent pass catcher in their offense over the last 3 weeks after McConkey. So I think Gadsden's emergence has kind of puts the Quentin Johnston, breakouts back on ice a little bit this season.
All right, thank you, Jeff.
All right, thank you, Nick. Let's try Ron, who's in Schaumburg. What's going on, Ron?
Morning, Jeff. Hope you're feeling good with that extra hour of sleep you got this morning.
Definitely. No, it's, I always say, I think everybody obviously usually appreciates the time change in the fall because who doesn't want an extra hour? However, I do think when you work on Sunday mornings and you have to wake up early, you appreciate it more than most. So anyone out there who's working today, let's just be appreciative of that extra hour. What do you got, Ron?
Okay, I've got a standard league. It's a flex. I have 3. I need 1. I got Bam Knight, Zach Charbonnet, and Quentin Johnston.
Yeah, so you know what? I think this is definitely a matchup play, but Bam Knight looks like he is probably going to see the biggest share in the backfield for the Cardinals, and I think against the Cowboys, you want a piece of that, especially because Charbonnet, it's like a 50-50 split with him and Kenneth Walker, but I just want to take advantage of that Cowboys defense, which really, I think the most productive offenses in football this season, number 1 has been the Cowboys from a fantasy perspective, and number 2 has been any team that's playing the Cowboys. So I think, getting a piece of the Cardinals because Brissett is starting over Murray, I like that. Ron?
Okay, well, thanks, and good luck to you.
You too. Thank you, Ron. Let's try Scott, who's in Maryville. Scotty, good morning.
Hey, good morning, my man. I got a flex here. It's full PPR. It's between Troy Franklin, Rico Dowdle, and Woody Marks. And I think if I've been staring, I listened to you earlier, I think I'm probably going with Rico.
Yep. You read my mind, Scott. Yeah, no, okay. That's I love that because I feel like I've done my job effectively then when I've run through some of the key news and notes, and you already kind of know where I'm leaning based on what I've said. Yeah, I would definitely use Dowdle. Franklin, like the Broncos, the problem is Franklin's intriguing, but it's the old fantasy whack-a-mole. You don't know who you're going to get as the most productive player in the Broncos passing game from week to week. 1 week it can be Franklin, 1 week it can be Cortland Sutton. Another week nobody's worth using. So I don't trust Franklin yet. So Rico Dowdle, with the news from Dave Canales this past week, makes me more inclined to get him into my lineup.
Okay, well, little man agrees with you too. So.
Excellent. All right.
Have a good weekend.
We found a consensus. Thanks, Scott, as always. Let's try Dave, who's in Elkhorn, Wisconsin. Dave-O.
Good morning, Jeff. I finally got Nakua and Rice back, so I've got a threesome here for a flex. I need 1 and 3 in a PPR.
Okay.
Addison, Sutton, or Diggs.
So I'm going to definitely shy away from Jordan Addison until I see J.J. McCarthy play effectively, especially because of PPR. I don't love Addison nearly as much because of the Justin Jefferson factor. So for me, it comes down to Sutton versus Diggs. And you know what? I'd say, let's get a piece of that Patriots offense, especially in PPR where I think Diggs is a little bit more valuable. And I'll admit, it hasn't been maybe he hasn't really emerged as like Drake May's top dog in that offense, but Drake May's been playing so good that I think having a piece of that Patriots offense is a good thing. So I'd use Diggs in the PPR format, Dave.
Thanks, Jeff. Hey, you would not start Flacco today over pretty much anybody, right?
I mean, it always comes down to, I guess I don't feel good about trusting a quarterback going into a game with an injury to his throwing shoulder. You know what I mean? So if I have anyone who's a decent option, that's just a situation where I'm not going to play with fire. I would trust somebody going into a game who's healthier rather than, now next, if Flacco goes out and plays well, maybe I'm more willing to trust him next week. I just hate a quarterback who's dealing with an injury to his throwing shoulder.
So you'd start Darnold?
Yeah, I definitely would use Sam Darnold over Joe Flacco today.
Thanks. I hate to ask a second question.
No worries.
I know the rules.
No,
Thanks,
it's all good, Dave. Thanks, appreciate it. 312-332-3776. Take a quick timeout. When we come back, more of your calls right here on the Fantasy Football Show presented by Telemordu.
This is the Fantasy Football Show. Back after this on ESPN 1000.
Hey, it's Rich Eisen. You can now listen to The Rich Eisen Show right here on the home of the Chicago Bears.
The Rich Eisen Show, weekdays noon to 2.
ESPN Chicago.
Great Clips believes veterans make us great, and that's why this Veterans Day, they're offering free haircuts to all veterans and active duty service members. Here's how it works. If you served or are serving in the military, simply visit a Great Clips salon on November 11th to get a haircut at no cost to you with your military ID. Don't need a haircut that day? Stop by for a free haircut card to use later. Not a member of the military? Any customer who gets a haircut on Veterans Day will also receive a free haircut card to give to a veteran or active duty military member in recognition of their service. It's just one small way Great Clips is saying thank you for all the sacrifices you as service members make to protect our country. Offer valid while supplies last. Learn more and read giveaway rules at greatclips.com/promotions. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
Whatever happens today, take it on with a fresh cup of True Brew coffee. Now only $1 with True Rewards. True North Store's True Brew coffee is a hot, flavorful gourmet blend created from coffee beans from around the world. As a free True Rewards member, pick the size that is perfect for you and pay only $1. Don't have the True Rewards mobile app? Find it in the Apple or Google Play Store to download and save instantly. True North Convenience Stores. Fast, friendly, clean.
Has the excitement of betting turned into worry? Feeling overwhelmed every time you roll the dice? Problem gambling doesn't just affect your wallet. It can impact your health, relationships, and peace of mind. But there's hope. Gateway Foundation is here to help you take back control of your life with personalized treatment options. You don't have to face this alone. Call Gateway Foundation today at 844-444-5780. That's 844-444-5780.
Save big money on everything for your next project when you shop at Menards. We carry the largest in-stock selection of Hunter ceiling fans. They provide consistent comfort all year round and also help reduce energy costs. Right now, save big on Hunter ceiling fans when you shop at Menards. View our entire selection of Hunter ceiling fans today on Menards.com. Plus our weekly flyer with plenty more great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
Are you ready to make a difference for the environment while helping the visually impaired at the same time? Then donate your vehicle to Heritage for the Blind today by calling 1-800-983-6530. Every donated vehicle will either be properly recycled in an eco-friendly manner or given a new life through reuse. Donating your vehicle is easy. Simply call 1-800-983-6530 and Heritage for the Blind will do the rest. They'll even arrange for your vehicle to be picked up at no cost to you. And for a limited time, when you donate your car, you'll receive a $200 restaurant voucher and a 2-night, 3-day hotel stay at one of 50 locations. Call 1-800-983-6530 right now to schedule your vehicle donation and make a positive impact on the environment while helping others. Heritage for the Blind, where every car donation counts and every person makes a difference. Call 1-800-983-6530 now. This advertisement is paid for by Heritage for the Blind.
You're listening to The Fantasy Football Show with Jeff Meller. Presented by Telemordu on ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Getting your Sunday started during the football season right here on your home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN 1000, with some fantasy football talk. I'm Jeff Meller. The Fantasy Football Show presented by the fine folks over at Tullamore Dew each and every Sunday morning, getting the lineup kicked off here on ESPN Chicago before your Bears coverage officially begins, with Bleck and Abdalla coming up right after we're done here at 8 o'clock. Back to the phones. Let's try Tom, who's in Orland Park. Tommy, what's up, bud?
Hey, good morning, Jeff. How you doing?
Well, I'm doing well.
I have the same. I hate to be the dead horse. I have the same problem. I have Kyler Murray, and I have Flacco, but I could pick up C.J. Stroud or I could pick up Jacoby Brissett. So I don't know which way to go here.
Yeah, so, honestly, now C.J. Stroud looked pretty good last week.
Yes.
But listen, the Broncos D, even without Patrick Surtain, and I will say this, there's certainly a defense that when you take Surtain off of the field, which he's going to miss a couple of weeks with that pec injury, so the Broncos defense is certainly not the elite unit that we've come to consider them, but they still create a lot of pressure. In fact, I believe they're leading the NFL with 36 sacks, if memory serves correct. If not, it's right around there. So I don't love that, especially for a Texans offensive line that sometimes has issues protecting C.J. Stroud. But I'm certainly inclined to use Jacoby Brissett this week against the Cowboys. I wouldn't think twice about it. So Brissett against that Cowboys D, fire him up, my man.
All right. Thank you very much.
No problem. Thank you, Tom. 312-332-3776. Let's try Ali, who's in Rogers Park. What's going on, Ali?
Hey there, Jeff. How's it going, man? So I also have a QB conundrum, as they say.
Yes.
Jalen Hurts is on bye. I have Aaron Rodgers starting, but I can pick up Flacco, Darnold, Brissett, or Jared Goff, and I don't know. Should I pick any of those guys up or just stick with Rodgers?
Yeah, you know what, Ali? I would say this. Jared Goff, I don't think always gets enough love. The truth is that of all those options, I think there's a pretty safe floor for Jared Goff. And listen, the Lions at home, Jared Goff, I know the Vikings defense, at least coming into the season, was one that you were a little concerned about with Brian Flores and those exotic blitzes that he likes to run. But for my purposes, I would absolutely use Jared Goff almost each and every week when they're at home. Now, Goff on the road, not as productive, but at home, he is a killer, and he's somebody who I feel like he's a pretty consistent top 5 quarterback play when the Lions are at home, and they are today. They're playing at Ford Field against the Vikings, so absolutely grab Jared Goff and go ahead and start him, Ali. Let's try Tim, who's in Yorkville. Timmy, what's up, bud?
Hey, Jeff, I got a question for you. I'm playing my best friend who we have a mutual hate for each other. And Matt and I, he's beat me at everything pretty much since I was like 13 years old.
Okay.
And I'm projected to beat him by 10, but here's the PPR running back question. R.J. Harvey or Brashard Smith? I know we're dumpster diving for this one.
Yeah, so this is – I think, yeah, I'm going to use R.J. Harvey, and I'm intrigued by Brashard Smith, but I'm not going to lie. Even though Pacheco's out – and it should be a more productive day for Brashard Smith, I can't tell you that it's going to, that we don't quite know how Andy Reid's going to utilize the rookie here. So I think R.J. Harvey has kind of shown us that he's in the game plan with the Broncos. He's getting more and more touches. It's not a straight split. J.K. Dobbins is definitely the better play, and it's a tougher defensive matchup against the Houston Texans today for the Broncos. But I just don't know, Brashard Smith could be somebody who, gets 2 carries or 2 catches, and that ends up just kind of spoiling your day. So I would go for Harvey, who I think is a pretty safe bet for at least 8 to 10 touches.
All right, thanks, Jeff.
All right, thank you, Tim. Appreciate it. 312-332-3776. One more break. We'll take the rest of your calls when we come back. And Justin Pottinger has a daily fantasy football play for you. Coming up next right here on the Fantasy Football Show, presented by Tullamore Dew.
This is the Fantasy Football Show.
Make-believe computer football is no excuse for using the internet to be mean.
Back after this on ESPN 1000. The Cap and J Hood podcast is available on the ESPN Chicago app and wherever you like to pod. Presented by Republic Bank. Or listen live to Cap and J Hood on the app as well. Weekday morning 6 to 9, ESPN Chicago.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. You ready to take your sports action to the next level? You need Circa Sports Illinois, the world's largest sportsbook, now right at your fingertips. Circa does it the right way. High app limits, low holds, incredible customer service, and no bet fees. Ever. Other books might charge you to get you in the game, but not Circa. With Circa, every play is your play. Download your new bookie today at circasports.com. It's the only place I play. Got to be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
You know what's wild? Yuengling's been brewing beer since 1829. That's 196 years.
They've been around longer than almost everything. You don't last that long without knowing what you're doing.
Exactly. It all comes down to one thing. They brew great beer, plain and simple.
Traditional lager, flight, light lager, you name it, they all bring serious flavor and that legendary Yuengling quality.
Yuengling, the oldest brewery in America.
E.G. Yuengling & Son, Pottsville, PA.
Chicago. Dropkick Murphys are back for the people in the pit. St. Patrick's Day 2026 tour. March 3rd at the Salt Shed. Indoors, packed, and ready to explode. Dropkick Murphys with the Agrolites and Haywire. Punk, reggae, chaos, and pure energy. Dropkick Murphys. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children. Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
Is your tight end in or out?
Don't answer that.
Is your backfield in good shape?
Never mind.
And welcome back to ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. It's the Fantasy Football Show with Jeff Meller.
One quick piece of news per Rich Cimini, ESPN Jets reporter. He said that the Jets unlikely to deal Breece Hall unless they're absolutely bowled over by a trade offer, which is a bit disappointing, I think, if you're a Breece Hall owner. For fantasy purposes, I think some people were hoping he might end up in a better landing spot than the Jets offense, but that does not look like it's going to be the case before Tuesday's NFL trade deadline. I'm Jeff Meller, back here with the Fantasy Football Show presented by Tullamore Dew. Each and every Sunday, right around this time, Justin Pottinger, behind the glass, checks in and gives us his daily fantasy play. What do you got,
right,
JP?
Jeff. Yeah, last week we had Goddard. Great success, 2 touchdowns, feeling good. This week we're doing Kyle Monangai, running back for the Chicago Bears. I love this matchup for him. First of all, we covered this earlier in the show. There's no DeAndre Swift, no Rashawn Johnson. That is a huge plus for Monangai. He's going to be the workhorse back today. He should be a 3-down guy all game long. Now, they're playing against the Cincinnati Bengals, who literally rank dead last in the NFL when it comes to defending the run. We saw it last week with the Jets. 500 total team yards, Justin Fields, Breece Hall running over the field. I expect Kyle to do a bunch of that today. Just 2 weeks ago, he was 13 for 81 with 1 touchdown against the Saints on just a 46% snap count. He's going to have at least, I would say, 75% snap count today. I'm expecting great stats from him. His line, Vegas is also sniffing this out. 75 rushing yards today, and he is minus money, almost minus 200 to score a touchdown today. Very cheap on FanDuel, 5,200. 4,600 on DraftKings. I love Kyle Monangai, and I'm starting him this week over a bunch of guys. I would say probably top 15 guy this week.
Yeah, I think that's a great call Justin Pottinger gives you with Kyle Monangai, who will be the Bears' starting running back this week. Huge opportunity for him. As you mentioned, that Bengals defense has been extremely poor against the run. And I think the biggest points here is that in daily fantasy, when you've got these late week injuries where players are ruled out, there's a huge buying opportunity for their backup who can step in, especially at the running back spot where you know where the work is likely to go. And Kyle Monangai does look like somebody who's going to be a lead back this week. So he's almost, honestly, if he ends up having the day that we expect against the Bengals, it's going to be very difficult to win any big contest without him in your lineup because you're going to need that extra flexibility that he provides for you with his cheap price and daily. So good call there by Justin Pottinger. As you mentioned, gave you Goddard last week, and he gives you Kyle Monangai this week. All right, let's get through the phone lines here before we turn it over to Bleck and Abdalla to get you set for Bears and Bengals. Real quick, I should mention, too, if you're going to the game in Cincinnati, Waddle and Silvy will give you the network pregame starting at 10 o'clock Central Time, which is 11 o'clock Eastern Time. And the reason I mention that is if you are going to the game in Cincinnati today, they are broadcasting live from Kitty's, which is, I believe, I've been told, right across the street from the stadium. So if you're going to Bears Bengals and you want to swing by a bar that's going to get you set and talking Bears, it will be Kitty's, where Waddle and Silvy are broadcasting the Bears pregame show from live later today, starting at 10 o'clock Central Time. Let's try Mike in Mount Prospect. Mikey, what's going on, man?
Hey, Jeff, this is the toughest one I've ever been involved in. Right now, I have full PPR. Mm-hmm. I've got Brock Bauer as a flex, and he's a tight end, and
sure.
I've got Gatson as my tight end. If you want to get rid of one of these two, that's okay, but let me know. Here's the 3 running backs I've got. I've got Kareem Hunt at the Bills, who give up the 30th most touchdowns to running backs. I got Rico Dowdle, who is, as coach said, he's going to give them a lot more carries, but they're playing in Green Bay.
Yes.
Stuff. And finally, Trevion Henderson on my bench all year long. He's going to be playing without any Stevenson, without any Gibson, and he's playing a juicy match at Atlanta. I need one of those 3. Or if you think I should take one of the tight ends out, I love them both, though.
So no. So I definitely, of those 3, I'm using Gatson and Bowers first.
Yes.
And okay, so I just want to make sure that we're clear on that.
That's always in my lineup now, but
And now you need
one. Guys are going to. One of them's going to get 20 points.
You need one of those 3 running backs. You're saying, Mike?
Yeah.
In addition
correct.
to that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So of those options here, I'm going to rule out Trevion Henderson. I like like you said, you laid it out. It's a huge opportunity for him, but he hasn't proven it yet. So I'm going to push him on the bench. I want to kind of see it first and foremost, and then I think Hunt. It's going to be there. The opportunity should be there for him. But it's hard to predict necessarily the short touchdowns. So I'm going to use Dowdle, who I think is in line for 20 touches or so, even though, offensively, that's probably not the Panthers are probably going to give you the least amount of touchdowns, or at least they look like on paper they're the least likely to score the most points against the Packers. But I like Dowdle, what he's given, and I think he's going to rise to the occasion that Dave Canales is likely to give him this week. Let's try Diane, who's in Bridgeport. Good morning, Diane. How you doing?
Good morning, Jeff. We went all season without having a running back, and now we have 5 running backs. We got to start 3.
Okay. So, you know what? It sounds like a good problem to have, though, this week, Diane.
I know, but...
Yeah, but it's a headache.
Kareem Hunt, Menange, Trevian Henderson, Kamani Vidal, R.J. Harvey.
And you need 3 of those, right? You said?
Yes.
All right, so I'm definitely R.J. Harvey he's the first one out. He's an easy cut. And then of those options, I'm going to use Menangai. You know, Justin just laid out a good case for why you want to use him this week. I think Kamani Vidal is also must start. So then it comes down to Henderson versus Hunt. And as I just kind of laid out with Mike, you know, is it a PPR, Diane, or is it
half PPR?
Half PPR. So puts us right in the middle there. Honestly, I'm going to probably use Henderson over Hunt in that case. And I will freely admit that Hunt might be a little bit safer. So the floor on Kareem Hunt might be a little bit better. So if you want to use him, I'm okay with it. It's kind of a toss-up there. But I think I would use Henderson over Hunt today. Of those options you have, I feel pretty safe with Vidal and Menangai getting you some solid points there. And then it's just a matter of, I don't know, are the Chiefs going to end up getting tackled near the 1-yard line? If they do, Kareem Hunt's a pretty good bet to score a short touchdown. So I think, though, the opportunity for Trevian Henderson, I like him this week. Let's go with Jordan in Wakanda. What's going on, Jordan?
Hey, Jeff. You know what? I told your producer it's between 2 guys, but it's really between 3.
Okay.
Because I heard you talk about Jordan Addison, Higgins.
I'm sorry. Sorry, Jordan. I accidentally hit you on hold there. Give it to me again. Higgins, Addison, or who?
Yeah, T. Higgins, who I'm worried about the quarterback change, and then DK Metcalf.
Yeah, and it's a PPR, right? You said
it's a PPR.
Yeah, that is so frustrating. So for me, it's Higgins versus Metcalf. Addison, again, I don't trust him or J.J. McCarthy right now. So it's Higgins or Metcalf. And honestly, I think I'd use Metcalf, just play it safe and not have to worry about Joe Flacco, him being banged up.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Jeff. I appreciate it.
All right. Thank you, Jordan. Appreciate it. I believe that brings us up to the 2-minute warning here on the Fantasy Football Show.
Coming up in the 2-minute warning. This is the 2-minute warning.
And that'll take us to the 2-minute warning.
As always, we do rapid fire now to close the show out. CJ and Shanahan wanted to know Daniel Jones or Jordan Love. And honestly, I'd say keep rolling with Daniel Jones these days. He's been so good. And guess what? That Pittsburgh secondary is not stopping anyone. So, Siege, I would go with Daniel Jones, Indiana Jones, if you will. Justin in Bourbonnais wanted to know he's got Bam Smith or Michael Carter. And is that Michael Carter? No, that can't be Michael Carter. Is it Michael Carter?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. A Michael Carter question. Oh, yeah, I guess. Okay, I see. Bam Smith, Brashard Smith, Bam Knight, Brashard Smith, or
Tongue
Michael
twister.
Carter. Justin, I would use Bam Knight. I think he's the lead back for the Cards. And even though they brought Michael Carter back, I'm going to trust that Bam Knight's the guy there. Dan in Wisconsin wants to know, he's got Josh Downs or Alvin Kamara. And Kamara looks like he's expected to play today, but I would use Josh Downs and try and get a piece of that Colts offense because I don't know what Tyler Shuck is going to bring to the table for the Saints as a rookie starter today. Tom on the north side had Rico Dowdle or Kenneth Walker III. I'm going to go with Rico, Tom. Aiden in LaGrange, he's got Travis Kelce, Jacoby Myers, Coleman, or Mooney. I think you still roll with Mr. Swift there, Adrian in LaGrange. I'd go with Travis Kelce. And then finally, Norm in Arlington Heights wanted to know he's got DeMarcado, Rashid Shaheed, Matthew Golden, or Kenneth Gainwell, standard league. You know what? Of all those options, I would use Rashid Shaheed, Norm. All right, that's going to do it for me here on the Fantasy Football Show presented by Tullamore Dew. But don't forget, I will be back with the post-game show after the postgame, about 5 o'clock right here on ESPN 1000, your home of the Chicago Bears.
That does it for the Fantasy Football Show today, presented by Tullamore Dew. and brought to you in part by ETI School of Skilled Trades. But don't miss more of Jeff Meller later today on the Bears postgame show 2 hours after the Bears game ends. And next week, when the Fantasy Football Show returns every Sunday at 7 a.m. on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app.
Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle. And as you well know, I wasn't the biggest or fastest guy on the field, but I did make a career out of being prepared, paying attention, and never letting defenses catch me off guard. And that's the same way Trend Micro protects businesses. With AI-powered proactive security, they see threats before they happen, and they shut them down fast. In football and in business, it's not about size, it's about smarts. Trend Micro is the smart defense trusted by enterprises worldwide. Your business works too hard to get blindsided. Go to trendmicro.com today.
Traffic got you down. Let the CTA be your driver. Get into the city and back fast and stress-free. Avoid the hassle of stop-and-go traffic, spending money on gas, or those unexpected costs for car repair. $5 covers your trip and back on the CTA.
Just sit back, we'll do the driving.
Tap to Pay is also available on all CTA trains and buses. Save money, do more, ride CTA.
Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? Safe Step.
Cincinnati as the Bears get set to face off against the Bengals. Joniak there. McKee will have the call of today's action right here on ESPN Chicago. And 4 hours of post-game coverage. Peggy and Yurko. Meller will be back with Pat and also McKee. We'll break it down for 4 hours post-game. Lots of coverage right here on ESPN Chicago. It's the pregame tailgate brought to you by Bradley University. Bleck and Abdalla for the next 2 hours talking Bears football. And Abdalla, last week was a tough loss for the Bears. The offense didn't look good. The defense held for a while, but then not enough pressure on Tyler Huntley. And here's the thing. This week against the Bengals, you're once again facing a backup quarterback. Joe Flacco is likely to play. That's what Ian Rappaport was reporting yesterday from the NFL Network, is that Flacco will test it pregame, but he feels good after the week of practice and taking care of that shoulder. So it looks like Flacco and the Bengals today against the Bears.
Yeah, Flacco and the Bengals and two of the top 10, 15 best wide receivers in the NFL. Definitely one of the two best wide receivers in the NFL, and Jamar Chase, and a guy that can get the ball out very fast. And you are very banged up in the secondary, but also on the other side of the ball with Caleb Williams and this offense. Obviously, the other part of the news, DeAndre Swift going to be out today. That was announced on Friday. DeAndre Swift dealing with a groin injury that's been nagging him for a few weeks now during this season, and the Bears have decided to sit him for a week. So DeAndre Swift going to be out. Kyle Monangai, 7th round pick, rookie this year is going to be getting, going to be starting today, going to be getting a lot of the carries today, the majority of the carries. So Kyle Monangai going to be starting today. But this is a game for Caleb Williams, Ben Johnson, the rest of this offense, where you're going up against the worst defense in the NFL. There is no, deep dive into the stats. Well, actually, no. They are the worst defense in the NFL. Justin Fields and the Jets put up over 500 yards of offense and 39 points on this defense last week. And there's been a lot of conversation, if we go through the entire week here on the radio station on ESPN 1000, of people talking about Caleb Williams the last 2 weeks, really, because honestly, if you go back to the Saints game, it was a fine game for Caleb Williams. It wasn't the best game, but the last 2 weeks for Caleb Williams, really, it hasn't been great. The offense has kind of sputtered, and they haven't really, clicked a lot. There hasn't been what we have hoped to see as Bears fans with Ben Johnson in the offense. And I think this week, up against the worst defense in the NFL with the Bengals, this is a week where fans kind of want to see this breakout game. And I want to see this breakout game. And you want to see this. We all want to see this game from Caleb Williams and the Bears and Ben Johnson, where you kind of want to put it on this Bengals defense. And you want to go into Cincinnati on the road. Yes, it's a road game. Yes, hostile environment, all that good stuff, whatever. But this is a game where you should put up a decent number on this defense, where you should go. And yes, your defense is banged up. And if you give up a bunch of points to Joe Flacco, because a few years ago when he was with the Browns, he had his way with you, and that's understandable, and that's fine.
That was a terrible game. I remember that game.
Very good.
bad game.
No good, very whatever it is.
Sad day, bad day.
Sad day, bad day.
Yeah.
Yes. But as far as the offense goes, this is a game where Caleb Williams and the offense should, on paper, go in and have a good game and should be able to go in and put up points.
Okay,
and I'm expecting them to.
So this is going to be a very personal example to what I feel about the Bears offense. We play a lot of golf. I love playing golf. It's my favorite hobby by far.
How was yesterday? Cold day?
Great. It was great. Perfect weather.
Okay.
Honestly, it was great. It was not too cold. There was very little wind. It was humid. The ball was jumping, right? Here's how my golf game, you've seen me play before.
I have.
I feel like my golf game resembles what we've seen from the Bears in the last couple weeks offensively. Okay? Here you go. Follow me with this. You know the guy, or maybe this is you yourself.
Yeah.
You can just hammer it off the tee. Deep, straight, right in the middle of the fairway. Beautiful tee shot, right? That's the Bears before they get to the 20. And then what? You've got a little chip shot into the green with a great opportunity to take advantage for maybe a birdie opportunity. And what do? What do? I am terrible at this, and it's what I do every single time. I pull the chip shot. I hit over the green. I'm nowhere close. And if I land on the green, I have a putt for 30 feet away. Never going to make that for birdie, right?
No.
I'm my own worst problem. I set myself up, and then I completely crumble as I get close to the green.
Yeah.
Because I suck.
Well.
And I'm terrible.
I don't want to get into that.
Well, but yesterday, so you asked how it was yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
I was hitting it off the tee. I was great. And then I would have 100 in, 80 in. It was beautiful. And I would just completely melt down. That to me is what the Bears offense has been the last couple weeks. They can move the football from their end up until the 20, and once they get to the red zone, false starts, bad play call, bad play by Caleb, and they just completely melt down. They can't score a touchdown. They can't get that birdie. They can't take advantage of the beautiful plays that have led up to that point.
Yeah.
In my head, I feel like it's much the same. They can gain yardage, and this offense is one of the best in football, except they can't score touchdowns.
Yeah, that's been the problem, is they get in the red zone or they get within the, 30 yards and in, and something happens. I don't know what it is. And, they've been good to start games. They've been able to score early, but, we saw it from the beginning of the season. The first game against the Vikings. They marched down the field, they scored that touchdown, and then after that, nothing. And the Vikings were able to come back in that game and end up winning that game. And that's one that, if you don't end up making the playoffs as a wild card team, you're going to look back at that first game of the season and end up kicking yourself that you gave that game away. And I think that today's a game where you look to correct a lot of things. A lot of the pre-snap penalties, a lot of the whether it's false starts, whether it's illegal formations, all of that stuff. A lot of the conversation this week from Ben Johnson, from players, is self-policing these pre-snap penalties. And it's not like they're trying to commit them. And Ben Johnson put it on the players this time. Yeah. There's only so much that these coaches can do. There's not, I forget who it was, but there was a reporter that asked Ben Johnson, what can you do? Like, what consequences can you give professional athletes when they commit these penalties? And he's like, well, they're dealing with that. Like, that's their job to police themselves.
Yeah, I mean, the coaching staff is fed up with it. You can tell
what are you supposed to do?
They're completely over this concept because they know it makes them look bad, which it does. Because if this was in a different situation, if Eberflus was still here, we would blame 100% the sloppy nature of this team on the head coach.
Yeah.
And so I feel as if Ben Johnson has gotten a little grace with this because I think we all think he's going to be good and his offense is good. But this does go back to the head coach. It is on him for the incompetence of the players not being able to just eliminate the self-inflicted penalties.
Yeah.
I mean, look at any other team we would talk about on any of these shows. We would always point to the reason this team has those type of penalties is because the coach. It all goes back to the coach, and they're sick of it. You can tell that they are because they've been addressing it, and nothing is changing.
Well, and it's not a situation where this team isn't prepared to play football games, right? Like you talked about Eberflus, where we knew this team was getting off the bus behind the other team. This team is buttoned up, essentially, besides the penalties. And if you look at it, it's not just like one player. And players have adjusted. If you look at it, Darnell Wright has adjusted. Darnell Wright has turned himself, if you look at some of the metrics now, Darnell Wright has turned himself into one of the better tackles in the NFL. Like he's adjusted. He's played really well on the right side. And now Theo Bennett had a good first start. I know he came in like halfway through one of the games against the Raiders, but in his first start, he was really good. And then after that, it hasn't been great. Even Joe Thuney's committed a few penalties. And it's been, Colston Loveland has had a couple where he's false started. And DJ Moore has been lined up in the wrong position, has had these, illegal procedure penalties and all this kind of stuff. So it's been everybody. It's not just rookies. It's not guys that are new to the system. It's everybody is at fault here. So you find a way. On the road, it's going to be a little bit tough. Maybe if you're going to a silent count, maybe that helps things. Drew Dahlman's not going to be double clutching. He didn't last week, so maybe he's fixed. Maybe that was a 1 week anomaly. I don't know. Maybe they were trying something. I don't know what was going on that week. But now, again, going back to what I was saying 10 minutes ago.
Wait, let's address that. What do you think they were trying? They're trying to be center pump fake?
It's something I've never seen before and I've never seen again. So I don't know why that 1 week twice it's happened. Explain it to me.
I don't know.
Explain it to me. I've seen it twice in my life and it's never happened again.
You know the saying, Chicago Bears football, doing stuff you've never seen before.
So I would expect, going back to what I said 10 minutes ago, I expect, and when we make our predictions at the end of the show, Chris, I'm going to expect that they put up 30-plus points today. I'm expecting a good showing. I don't know how many points they're going to give up, but I'm expecting that this offense comes together and Caleb has a good showing, and they put up 30-plus points today against because if Fields can do it and the Jets can do it, the Bears sure as hell better be able to do it.
Well,
because if they can't, we're going to have full lines the entire day tomorrow of people extremely worried about Caleb Williams and Ben Johnson in this offense.
Well, I think that those people are certainly out. They're certainly out there, right? That's only going to get louder, and I think that's where it's a weird situation. I think it's obvious that Caleb Williams is playing better football than what Justin Fields ever did.
Of course.
In a Bears helmet. But there are people who will look at that one outcome and then will look at this week. And if Caleb doesn't play well today, they will say, Look what Justin Fields did against the Bengals. And Caleb's not it. I do feel like there's a groundswell of support for people rooting or hoping that Caleb fails. It's weird. There's a weird thing happening right now because if you look at the way that Caleb has played, you can't tell me that you've watched Bears football your entire life and tell me that it doesn't look different except for maybe one other guy, Jay Cutler. That's it. That's the only other guy that's looked like a quarterback who actually has talent. Every other quarterback in Bears history, I'm not going to debate people and want to go back to McMahon and the 85 Bears era and that stuff. I'm talking about mid-90s to present day. We've only had guys who have less talent then.
Yeah.
That's all we've had. Kyle Orton won a lot of games. He wasn't a guy that was ever going to be a quarterback you could build your franchise around. Rex Grossman won a lot of games. He had bad turnovers. He had he was a little shorter in stature, maybe small hand situation. There are a lot of things with Grossman. I loved Grossman back in the day.
Small hand situation.
Wasn't that part of the critique with Grossman?
Small hand situation.
The dude could throw a moon ball.
Yeah,
he was awesome, but
he had little hands.
But he would fumble the ball
like
away.
Cabbage.
Yeah, I like. Let's be real. Trubisky had flaws. Justin Fields had flaws.
Yeah.
Caleb hasn't played well. But he has the talent. And through this point in his second season, he has played much better than what we've seen from other quarterbacks at this stage.
Yeah.
And okay, so I think that's the baseline. Establish that. If we could agree on that, then we can build from there. But I think people are just stuck in this place because he won a Heisman in college. He was the number one pick, and people think that he was supposed to enter the NFL and be Patrick Mahomes from day one. Quarterbacks take time to develop.
Yes.
I mean, I don't think there's a surprise that there is talent from the Lincoln Riley college football tree who have now developed and become really good quarterbacks after their first, second, third year in the NFL. Like, Jalen Hurts immediately wasn't great. Baker Mayfield wasn't immediately great. Hell, some people are now out on Kyler Murray. There's a lot of quarterbacks who have been in this like world of college football. I mean, I think they all have talent. It's just whether or not they live up to it. And I think that's where there's this weird thing right now where people are just very impatient when it comes to Caleb Williams.
Well, I think that, yes, I agree with you. People are impatient when it comes to that, when it comes to Caleb Williams. But I think that also people have gone through this. People see what we went through with Justin Fields and what we went through with Trubisky. But they also see what's going on with Drake May and how Drake May had a year of dysfunction and has a new coaching staff and has the metrics of a top 5 quarterback where Caleb doesn't, and how he has a great play caller, and so does Caleb. And Drake May has all of these great stats, and Caleb doesn't. And Drake May's team is atop of their division, and Caleb's isn't. And Drake May looks like an MVP, and Caleb doesn't. Like, there's a lot of things that, like, well, Drake May's doing this, and it's not anything against Caleb. I don't think it's anything against Caleb. I don't think people are mad that Caleb isn't doing it. I think it's it comes back to, well, why didn't Ryan Poles do his due diligence on Drake May? Like, I don't think it's people are mad that Caleb isn't doing it. I don't think people are calling up and saying, well, Caleb sucks.
No, I think those people exist. I think there are people who think that he's not good.
That's fine, but it's not. I don't think that those people are upset that Caleb is bad and that they might think he's bad. But I don't think that those people are mad that Caleb is bad. I think they're mad that Ryan Poles didn't select Drake May or didn't do his homework on May or do his homework on Jaden Daniels or Bo Nix or any of those guys and was just hell-bent for election on Caleb Williams, right? You know what I mean? Like, I think that's the issue, is that instead of doing homework on everybody, he was just I'm selecting Caleb Williams, and that's the only person I'm selecting.
It's Bleck and Abdalla. If you want to join the conversation here on the pregame tailgate brought to you by Bradley University, you can call us at 312-332-3776. Your phone calls on the Bears next.
ESPN Chicago.
Today, the Bears take out the Bengals. Hi, everybody. It's Jeff Joniak along with Tom Thayer and Jason McKee. We bring you the call starting at noon, plus a full day of coverage surrounding the game. From pregame tailgate at 8 to post-game into the evening. Pregame is on now and after the game. 4 hours of postgame. Brought to you in part by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. It's Bears and Bengals live from Cincinnati. Kickoff today at noon on the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
It's fall again, and that means football, falling leaves, cozy fires, and, of course, a fresh haircut at Great Clips. Whether you want a whole new look for the season or just a trim on a cut you already love, the skilled stylists at your local Great Clips salon are ready to bring it to life for less. With convenient online check-in, you can add your name to the list and stop in whenever it works for you. They'll even send you a ready next text when you're up next for a haircut, so you can get all of your fall errands done rather than waiting in the salon. Once your cut is finished, the friendly stylists at Great Clips will save the details in clip notes so you can get the look you love every time you come in. And the best part? Great Clips' everyday affordable prices means you'll have money left over for fall fun as well. Look your greatest for the new season. Download the app and get into your local Great Clips salon for a fresh fall haircut today. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
Save big money in your next project with help from Menards. Update your home with Peyton Vinyl Plank Flooring. It's waterproof and durable, making it perfect for active families. It provides a genuine weathered wood look that complements any decor and features an attached pad for added comfort and easy installation. Trust Menards for all your flooring needs. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
For over 2 decades, I've called the plays here in Chicago, and when it comes to a winning strategy for selling your home, I've found the perfect play.
At Jeff Buys Your House, we offer a fast and easy solution for selling your house. No repairs, no commissions, no hassle. We're a local, veteran-owned company, and we've made the process simple since 2007.
Don't take a chance selling your house with just anyone. Trust the team at Jeff Buys Your House. Visit jeffbuysyourhouse.com today for your no-obligation offer.
Fry the Coop has the best chicken sandwiches. Crispy, juicy, and that sweet, zesty pickle on top? Game over.
They're Vienna beef.
Vienna beef does pickles?
Oh, yeah. Been at it for 100 years.
100-year-old pickle? Ew.
No, dude. The brand. It's their 100th anniversary. And these are the refrigerated kind. About as fresh as they come.
Oh, nice.
Totally.
Fry the Coop and Vienna beef pickles, the perfect combo, the perfect sandwich, the perfect bite every single time.
The latest NBA Topps collection is now available at Lid Stores, your new home for all things Topps trading cards. The collection features one-of-a-kind autographs from LeBron James, Victor Wembanyama, and the first professional autographed cards from rookies Cooper Flagg, Dylan Harper, and Ace Bailey. Text NBA to 29017 to enter for your chance to win an NBA Topps Hobby Box. You'll also receive a coupon for 20% off your next in-store headwear or apparel purchase. Exclusions apply. See a Lids teammate for details.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, E-T-H-O-S, ethos.com/play.
Illinois State University offers more than 150 majors, from accounting to zoology, and we're adding new areas of study all the time, like engineering, sports communication, and data science. Check out all our offerings at illinoisstate.edu/majors and apply today.
Bradley University is a proud partner of Pregame Tailgate with Bleck and Abdalla. Now here are your hosts Adam Abdalla and Chris Bleck on ESPN Chicago.
Michael in Westridge, you're on ESPN 1000, talking Bears with Bleck and Abdalla. What's up, Michael?
Hi, good morning, guys. Really looking forward to this game today.
So here's my thing. I think that people are not mad at Caleb Williams. I mean, Caleb Williams is a nice guy. There's no reason to be mad at him. There's really no reason not to like him. However, it's frustrating that this guy who was drafted number 1 in the draft, and before the draft, all you heard all day long is that he's a generational talent. I mean, you know, the guy practically walks on water, I'm sure some pundits thought. But he's not exhibiting that talent on a consistent basis. He's not being a productive quarterback and showing the fact that he's a number 1 draft pick. Now, he's not, in other words, he's not where he should be at this point. And that's a point that even Tom Waddle has been saying. You know, I totally agree with it. He will be great one day. I think he will be excellent one day. But he's very, very slow in getting there. And, you know, as far as the best quarterback since Jim McMahon, you have to give props to Rex Grossman. I mean, he's the guy who took us to a Super Bowl. So therefore, you got to, you know, he has to be on top of that list, because until Caleb Williams takes us to a Super Bowl, you know, Rex Grossman is the guy with the props. And I expect Caleb Williams to have a great, great game today, because you got to have a great game against the worst defense in the NFL.
Yeah, he has to. Otherwise, people are going to be pretty upset. Let me ask you this, Abdalla, because you and I covered Caleb in college when we were hosting Chicago's college tailgate. I'm a USC fan. We love talking about the draft. So quarterbacks and players who are entering the draft, like we've talked about them here on the radio station for years.
Mm-hmm.
Is Caleb a winner?
Yeah.
I think it's, I'm going to only ask the question in a simple way like that, because last week there were situations where if he would have made a better decision, he could have set the team up in a better spot. Namely, at the end of the half, when he breaks out and he's gaining all the yardage with his legs, he gets down in bounds.
Yeah.
The Bears then have to burn a timeout. They can't get closer. You know, you got a kicker with a little leg who can't kick anything beyond 52 plus. So you don't get 3 points at the end of the half. Like it all kind of comes together where, you know, Caleb has the talent. Does he always make the, quote, winning play? I don't know. Because and the reason I set it up with the context of we've talked about Caleb for a very long time before he was even a Bears quarterback is as a fan of that team in college, I always questioned about heading into the draft whether or not Caleb was really a team guy, if he was actually a winner. You know, like here's the thing. It was weird, right? At USC, Lincoln Riley didn't allow his players to speak to the media. So you never got to hear from Caleb. I do feel like the moment he entered the NFL and he started speaking for himself, I do feel like he should have been doing that all along at USC because it would have helped his public persona. I think some of the diva qualities or the comments that people say about him or what is out there about him is changed when you hear it from him, because I think he is a smart kid. I think he wants to win. I think he means well. I think he's trying. You heard Ben Johnson this week say that he's been working his ass off. I think he wants all that stuff. He just hasn't won. And sometimes guys just aren't winners. I don't know.
Well, I mean, he's won a Heisman. I know it's an individual award, but there's only
that team didn't accomplish anything.
There's only so much you can do. Like, look, it's not his fault that every time he took the field, his team was down 7 points, right? Like, it's not his fault that in college, every time he would go out and have to take the field, he was behind the 8 ball, or I guess behind the 7 because it's football. So, you know, like that USC team, like Lincoln Riley's team has never been able to play defense, ever. So that's not his fault. It's not his fault that he won in high school, obviously. When he got to college, he had to put up 50 points a game. That's a lot to ask. He went to a school and went to play for a coach that could develop him as a quarterback. I don't know if he necessarily went to a place where he could win championships. Because if he wanted to go to a place where he to go to a place where he could win championships. I don't know if he was recruited by Alabama or if he was recruited by Georgia, if he was recruited by all those places, but that's where you go to win championships. You don't go to play for Lincoln Riley if you want to go to win championships. Simple as that. You don't. You go to be developed to go to the NFL.
Top quarterback selected
right?
in the NFL draft.
You don't go to win championships. You go to be developed to play in the NFL. Mac Jones doesn't go to be developed to play in the NFL. He goes because he wants to be a part of a football team because he's recruited by Alabama because he wants to be a part of a team that wins a championship, right? So I don't know necessarily if you wanted to win, if winning in college was the goal. The goal was to be developed and learn from the best to put him in the best position to be the best NFL quarterback. And look at the history of Lincoln Riley. We talked about it, 2 weeks ago? How many starters are there in the NFL that have come from Lincoln Riley? Kyler Murray, Baker Mayfield, Caleb Williams. Who else am I missing?
Jalen Hurts. Yeah.
So you've got 4 guys.
Spencer Rattler.
Well, he's not starting right technically. Just benched.
Has started.
Yes. So you've got 5 guys that have come from Lincoln Riley that are out there in the NFL.
You want the full list of offers to Caleb in high school?
Yeah.
I mean, it's everyone. It's Clemson, Alabama.
Okay.
Because 24/7 Sports also lists the person who was recruiting them. So So Sarkisian was recruiting them.
Yeah.
Georgia, Florida State, Florida, Michigan, Ohio State, Oregon,
it was everybody.
Penn State.
It was everybody.
All the top schools.
But he considered the guy that was going to put him in the best position to be an NFL quarterback, not where he was going to win a championship. Because if you're going to do that, how many... Look, I understand there's the argument of ex-quarterbacks have never won a championship, right? But Dabo doesn't develop quarterbacks that go to have won championships.
No. And I don't even think you need to get into the idea of if he wanted to be a winner, he would go somewhere else. That's just not how college football works. Like, I think the decision to be recruited and to go where Lincoln Riley is the best decision for a young quarterback because it gets them to the NFL to make the most money and to be successful. I don't think there's any problem in that. I just think I asked the question, is he a winner? Because in these games, in these spots as a NFL quarterback, sometimes you don't see it. Although I would point back to last season and at times this season in the fourth quarter.
How many times has he brought
Caleb
them back?
is the one that is driving them down the field against the Raiders, against various teams. And we saw it multiple times last year against all of the teams in the Bears division, Vikings, Packers, Lions, that the team was losing and Caleb was the bright spot bringing them from behind to try and tie or win the game.
He puts them in a position to win more often than not.
Ray in Evanston, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Ray?
Hey, good morning, boys. How you guys doing today?
We're good, man.
What's up, Ray?
Hey, Bleck, by the way, last Sunday, love the fact you didn't do the cheesy smile on Fox.
Oh, thank you.
But I will say, you got to tell Canellis, I'll be your manager. 4 people on the panel's too much. I feel like you were like Colson Loveland out there. There wasn't enough ball to go around you guys.
Hey, all that matters, Ray, is hopefully I didn't false start. That's all that matters. I got the play call from Lou, and I stayed in my stance until the play was snapped. That's all I was focused on.
That's awesome.
All right, guys, there's a lot to talk about here. And, again, we need to get together and have a ton of linglings or 10 pots of coffee. But look, just bear with me. Number one, right or wrong how polls did it, 98% of the GMs were going to draft Caleb Williams. So if they had the first pick. So it is what it is. Hindsight's 20/20. But we were going to get him. So was everyone else. Ben Johnson implemented his offense with the Bears where he would have been year 4 with the Lions. He even said that in training camp. So where they kept progressing every year as his offense got more complicated, that's the step he implemented this year with the Bears. And we know it's already a complicated system. We've only had our main cornerback play 1 game. Our secondary is completed. Our D-line has no pass rush. This team is what it is, and I'm sure the coaching staff already know 25% of these guys on the roster now are not going to be there next year. They are who they are. If they get into the playoffs, great. Give Caleb some playoff experience, but don't expect it. it is what it is. They try hard. They believe in their coach, and I think that's what we have to hang our hat on. I love you guys. I'll hang up and listen. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Ray. Appreciate the support, as always. And, yeah, he makes a lot of good points. And I also think that, if we could just get, a little bit better play from Caleb, this team can make the playoffs.
Yeah, I
mean,
think
they enter Week 9, third in the NFC North. We know that it's a very tough division, and they're 8th in the conference, right? They're a win back of everyone else that's in the conference.
Yeah.
And a lot of those teams ahead of them in the standings, you still play this season. So if Caleb could just correct a couple of things, if we look at the conference, the team that's immediately in front of the Bears in 7th in the conference, the Bears play that team, San Francisco 49ers, at the end of the season. They also play the Eagles the day after Thanksgiving. You got the Lions and the Packers on the schedule still. You got 2 against Green Bay, and Green Bay is the number 1 team in the conference. So if Caleb could just play a little bit better, I'm not calling for him to have the Drake May run that he's had where he's in the conversation for MVP.
Yeah.
But if Caleb just plays a little bit better, this team could make the playoffs this season.
Yeah, I don't see why not. I mean, look, they're still above 500. If you've got 2 games here coming up. You're a 2.5 to 3 point favorite today. You're a 3 point favorite next week against the Giants. Win the games where you're a favorite. Win the games that you're supposed to win. I think they're going to win today. I think the offense is going to have a good showing today. I think the offense can have a good showing next week against the Giants. You're at home. Win these next 2 games, and then you've got a bunch of games against the division. You've got a bunch of games against the conference still coming up. You can still have a chance at winning a bunch of games here. You have a chance to improve. You have a chance to get healthier here coming up. You've got your season is still here in front of you. You still have a chance to win a bunch of games and make some room here and still be you're not winning the division, I don't think, but you still have a chance to be a wild card team.
You say that, but if you take the same logic I just gave you, they've got multiple games against the teams in front of them in the division.
Yeah.
And right now, in the loss column, there are 2 games back of Green Bay and 1 game back of the Lions. I don't think it's realistic.
No.
But theoretically, those games are in front of them.
Yep.
You could, if you put things together here down the stretch.
Yeah. It's going to be tough, but yes, I think you could.
Of course it's tough.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to happen.
No, it's not going to. I don't think it's going to happen.
Don't put that on me. I'm not saying it's going to happen.
Chris
I'm
Bleck
just
said
saying
they're going to win the division, guys.
I'm just saying at 4-3.
Eric, digital. Chris Bleck said they're going to win the division.
At 4-3, they've set themselves up to even think about something like that.
Yeah.
Because they're not out of it yet. We're at Week 9, and the Bears are not out of it, which unfortunately is clearing quite a bar in these parts here in Chicago. All right, later on today at 10 o'clock, we will have the network pregame show. They are broadcasting live from Cincinnati. If you are in Cincinnati, you're waking up this morning, you're getting ready for Bears football, listening to ESPN Chicago, Waddle and Silvy will be at Kitty's Sports Grill. That's where the pregame show will be broadcasting from, live from Cincinnati. Cincinnati, it's one of the Queen Cities, right?
Yes.
Aren't there multiple cities that claim that they're the Queen City?
I think there are. You can have 2 queens, right?
Isn't Charlotte the Queen City?
Let's see.
Charlotte and then also Cincinnati. Aren't they both Queen Cities?
I don't know.
Or am I wrong on that? I feel like I'm usually good at
Queen Cities?
The facts like that.
Queen City. Why do so many cities in the U.S. claim the Queen Cities?
So is it more than just 2?
Charlotte and Cincy are known as the Queen Cities.
See, I told you I knew something.
Hold on.
But why?
Queen City is a popular civic nickname used by many U.S. municipalities. At least 25 incorporated U.S. cities and towns commonly known or historically referred to as
You can't be the Queen City if 25 others are the Queen City.
Charlotte, Cincinnati, Buffalo, the Queen City of the Great Lakes.
Sure.
Seattle, historically nicknamed Queen City before Emerald City took hold.
I've never heard Seattle referenced as a Queen
Bangor,
City.
Maine was called the Queen City of the East. Burlington, Vermont, sometimes styled Queen City of Vermont. La Crosse, Wisconsin, called the Queen City of Mississippi Valley.
Okay.
I'm just going through the... you want me to keep going, man?
No, I don't.
You want me to keep going?
I'm sorry that I thought of something and I opened my
New
mouth.
Hampshire,
This is
historically
my fault.
called the Queen City of the Seacoast.
Bleck and Abdalla reporting and broadcasting live from the Queen City of the Loop right now as we sit here at 190 North State Street. If you can get to this building this morning because of the hot chocolate run.
Listen.
Oh, no. Here we go. Abdalla's got thoughts on runners.
If you want to run a 5K, do so in the privacy of your own neighborhood. Stop coming to the city to do it.
Well, stay in the park. We got the parks. We have all that space on the parks.
Drink a hot chocolate and do it in the privacy of your own neighborhood. Donate the money to a separate cause and do it in the privacy of your own neighborhood. Stop coming to the Loop.
We have all that park
hot
space.
Chocolate 5K. Get out of here.
It's not even cold enough for hot chocolate.
Hannah just got here.
I know,
she was supposed to be here 2 hours ago.
I parked like 7 blocks away and had to run over here.
I almost had to
hot chocolate. It's not hot chocolate weather.
It's always hot chocolate
it's
weather.
It's barely jacket weather.
It's always hot chocolate weather. What are you talking about?
It's Bleck and Abdalla. We'll be back. Queen Cities.
New home of the Chicago Bears.
Courtney Cronin, the latest from Hallis Hall and wherever Bears roam in Chicago. Be an informed fan with ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Costa Ivoni.
Is your roof underperforming? Saggy shingles, leaky spots? Sounds like someone needs a little Evandale roofing. They don't just patch things up, they go all the way. Tight, sealed, satisfied. It's the kind of roof that'll have your neighbors going,
now that's a roof.
Evandale Roofing. They get on top so you don't have to. Call now. Your house deserves it.
A certified GAF roofing installer. Has the excitement of betting turned into worry? Feeling overwhelmed every time you roll the dice? Problem gambling doesn't just affect your wallet. It can impact your health, relationships, and peace of mind. But there's hope. Gateway Foundation is here to help you take back control of your life with personalized treatment options. You don't have to face this alone. Call Gateway Foundation today at 844-444-5780. That's 844-444-5780.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations at Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing or make no payments for 90 days. Plus save even more with our complimentary maintenance plan. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing and plan on select models with approved credit.
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 provides quality value and service in all facets of the commercial, industrial, and institutional roofing and waterproofing industry. Promoting skilled craftsmen and craftswomen through apprenticeship training, Local 11 members are trained in the application of the latest roofing and waterproofing techniques. They are at the forefront of design and installation of environmental-friendly solar, green, and garden systems. To find a highly skilled roofing contractor today, go to ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
Choose Bradley University. Whether you're building robots, training on cutting-edge medical simulators, or diving into sports communication, Bradley prepares you. You'll cheer on D1 athletics, study abroad, and choose from over 200 student organizations. Plus, you'll benefit from competitive internships, community-focused research, and a top-tier education that provides a proven return on investments. Choose Bradley. Apply today at bradley.edu.
Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? SafeStep walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge. Call them today at 1-800-731-4558 and save $1,600. SafeStep walk-in tubs and showers are proudly made in Tennessee and offer an ultra-low step-in, avoiding that difficult climb over a traditional bathtub wall. They also offer a variety of therapeutic benefits that may help soothe your aching muscles and joints, increasing your mobility, boosting your energy, and improving your sleep. SafeStep walk-in tubs are designed to easily fit your existing tub space and are often installed in as little as one day. Just dial 1-800-731-4558 today to save $1,600 and receive a free shower package. That's 1-800-731-4558 for a free no-obligation consultation and to save $1,600. SafeStep walk-in tubs. Safety never felt so good.
Nature is calling. No, not that way. Fishing, hunting, hiking, nature. Chauncey's Great Outdoors, Saturday mornings from 6 to 7 and available on demand on the ESPN Chicago app. Bradley University is a proud partner of Pregame Tailgate with Bleck and Abdalla. Now here are your hosts Adam Abdalla and Chris Bleck on ESPN Chicago.
YouTube TV customers get the sports you love on ESPN back, including college football, college game day, Monday night football, the NBA, college basketball, and more. Act now. Go to keepmynetworks.com to get ESPN back. A lot of college football yesterday, Abdalla.
Would have sucked to miss it. Just saying, would have sucked to miss it.
Yeah, it wasn't enjoyable from my stance.
You could have come over. I had a pizza. You could have come over. You could have had some pizza.
You had a what?
I had a pizza. You could have knocked on my door, had some pizza. You could have been there.
Door 1 or door 2 on a Sunday morning? Let's
too
get
early
weird.
for doors, man.
Let's get weird. What do we have? Door 1 or door 2?
3.
Where are we going?
Door 3.
Door 1 or door 2? We go to
3.
door 1.
Go to my old Kentucky home.
Chase on the south side. Hello, Chase.
Bleck, what's happening, man?
Hello, Chase.
Abdalla! What's happening, man?
Hi, Chase.
Hey, guys. Hey, but Bleck, why Abdalla sounds so down now all of a sudden?
I think it's because he would like to watch his ESPN channels on YouTube TV.
Is he, you guys, before I get to my Bears point, Taylor point, man, you guys see that game last night, man? What you guys think?
I saw a lot of games last night, Chase. Be more specific.
World Series, Abdalla.
Yes, the World Series was incredible.
Yeah, it was quite a ball game.
Chase, I think that to me, that was one of the more enjoyable World Series I've ever seen in my life.
Hot take.
Yeah.
It was fun. Start to finish. I thought it was great.
Better than when the Cubs won.
I feel sorry for those Toronto fans. Like, I really do.
I don't. No.
I don't feel bad for them.
I don't at all.
They'll be fine.
It was a great World Series.
Fans was crying in the stands, but I want to get to my Caleb point. I wanted to get to my Caleb point, though. Like, so, I think Bears fans, though, we do need to understand that we still have to be patient as fans. I know patience seems kind of relevant at this point because of what we've been through. I think we still got PTSD from the Mitch and Justin, but I still think that Caleb, so far right now, we can say he's not a bust. I believe Caleb is going to be really good. I don't know if he's going to be a superstar, though. I don't know. I would say this, and I'm going to ask you guys this, and I was thinking about this for a while. If Caleb, let's say his ceiling is Russell Wilson, not Russell Wilson now, but Russell Wilson from the Seahawks days. If he turns out to be that version of that Russell Wilson from the Seahawks days, as a Bears fan, would you guys be okay with that if he turns out to be Russell Wilson from the Seahawks back, when they was winning on a consistent basis?
Yeah, and thanks for the call, Chase. If Caleb plays like Russell Wilson did with the Seahawks, I mean, Russell was on a trajectory to be a Hall of Fame quarterback.
Russell Wilson's best year was 40 touchdowns, 4,200 yards, 13 interceptions.
He was an awesome quarterback with the Seahawks.
Mm-hmm.
It fell off quickly for him, and I think we all joke around because he's a bit of a phony.
Yeah,
he's
big fat phony.
He's an actor who's playing a quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
Like the things he says to the media, it's like he is playing a role thinking that that's what you're supposed to say as a quarterback. I mean, everything about him is just awkward.
You don't like come to find out, you don't like the play sheet on the wristband?
Come to find out, what do you mean?
Well, there's, Pete Carroll said something about putting the play calls on the wristband.
I don't know exactly what he said, but I think, won a lot of games there without one on the wrist. Put it, and I didn't know it mattered if you wore a wristband or not. But I think that do whatever it takes to make sure that we're rolling and moving and everything else. The few times I've definitely worn a wristband depending on the game plan and what we have called and all that stuff. But yeah.
Russell Wilson, when he was asked whether or not to wear a wristband, and you also, Abdalla was a big fan of his sandwich.
The Danger Witch?
You want to split this Subway sandwich? Be careful, though. It's spicy.
He's awkward.
He is.
But if Caleb plays the way that Russell Wilson did in a Seahawks uniform, that would be pretty good. I hope he could be better than that.
Yeah, I hope so too.
But Russ won a lot of games with the Seahawks.
Yeah, they won. Yeah,
they won a lot of games. I know with their defense, but also they won a lot of games because of Russell Wilson playing well at quarterback.
They absolutely did. I would hope he'd be better than that, though.
It's Bleck and Abdalla, Pregame Tailgate, brought to you by Bradley University.
Chicago Bears pregame.
Hey, it's Rich Eisen. You can now listen to The Rich Eisen Show right here on the home of the Chicago Bears.
The Rich Eisen Show, weekdays noon to 2.
ESPN Chicago.
It's fall again, and that means football, falling leaves, cozy fires, and, of course, a fresh haircut at Great Clips. Whether you want a whole new look for the season or just a trim on a cut you already love, the skilled stylists at your local Great Clips salon are ready to bring it to life for less. With convenient online check-in, you can add your name to the list and stop in whenever it works for you. They'll even send you a ready next text when you're up next for a haircut, so you can get all of your fall errands done rather than waiting in the salon. Once your cut is finished, the friendly stylists at Great Clips will save the details in clip notes so you can get the look you love every time you come in. And the best part? Great Clips' everyday affordable prices means you'll have money left over for fall fun as well. Look your greatest for the new season. Download the app and get into your local Great Clips salon for a fresh fall haircut today. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
Hey, Chicago, headed to a game? Take the CTA. We'll get you to the game and back for just $5.
That's less money spent on travel and more money in your pocket.
No searching for parking, no random surge pricing on rideshare, no traffic. We'll do the driving for you. The CTA has train stations and bus stops within steps of all the major stadiums and venues in the city. Plus, we've got tap to pay available on all CTA trains and buses. There's no need to purchase a ticket ahead of time.
Just tap and ride.
Plan your next trip at transitchicago.com/plan-a-trip. Save money, do more, ride CTA.
Save big money on your next painting project at Menards. Get a paint that combines gorgeous color and durability. Dutch Boy's Platinum Plus is a paint and primer with a protective finish that guards against scuffs, spills, and stains. Refresh your home today with Dutch Boy paint. Get a gallon on sale now through November 9th. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
Within the cities we call home, Busey Bank is more than a name. It's a commitment to your dreams. With Busey, trusted guidance is tailored to empower you every step of the way. Whether it's seamlessly managing your finances or planning for your future, Busey is dedicated to your financial success. Busey Bank. Building business, growing wealth since 1868. Member FDIC.
That's the ease at which you get information. You want it, you get it. Like that. Ask your phone. Group chat. Smartphone. You're always connected and informed in real time. No waiting. So if you're diabetic and still using finger sticks to read your blood sugar, what are you waiting for? Knowing your blood sugar levels instantly is important for managing diabetes. Call US Med at 888-665-0696. To learn more about continuous glucose monitors, a real-time instant method to track your blood glucose, US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 1,000 private insurers. And the best part? Call 888-665-0696 and we'll give you a free insurance benefits check today. So call 888-665-0696 today. That's 888-665-0696. And manage your diabetes as easy as...
Guests appearing live on ESPN Chicago. Call in on the Yuengling Hotline.
Yuengling is in Chicago. After 196 years, you can now enjoy Yuengling Traditional Lager, Light Lager, Golden Pilsner, Black and Tan, and Flight.
Here comes the Bleck and Abdalla. Pregame Tailgate, ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Bradley University.
Matt in Kentucky listening on the ESPN Chicago app. What's up, Matt?
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. Up on I-71 right now, heading up to the game.
Nice.
I'll stop in and say hi to Waddle and Silvy for
Awesome.
y'all. So,
Nice.
I will openly admit that I'm getting a little bit more pessimistic about Caleb Williams. However, I will not play the whataboutism that I think a lot of the fan base are playing. You had that one caller who said 98% of the GMs or so would have taken him. For 2 straight college football seasons, he was a consensus number 1 overall pick. And, we think the he is him Civil War debate of the fan base was bad. Can you imagine this fan base if we passed on a potential Mahomes-esque quarterback to draft another white guy quarterback from UNC who wore number 10? Whether or not Caleb Williams fails or not, I will not play whataboutism. It was the right pick. Polls had tried to be too cute in the past, drafting 45-year-old quarterbacks from Tennessee or punters in the 4th round. This was not a cute pick. This was the right pick, and if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thanks, Matt. Have fun, and when you get to the bar, offer up Silvy a beer bong.
Yeah,
right.
Stop on your way.
If you can't get it done in Soldier Field, what a better opportunity than in Cincinnati at Kitty's Sports Bar, right across the street from Paycor Stadium.
Listen, if Waddle's,
that's the spot.
Here's the thing: if Waddle's from Cincinnati, every household has a beer bong.
Yes, of course.
Every household has a beer bong.
Today's the day.
Yeah.
Get Silvy lit during the show. Come on.
Let's
go.
What else is he doing? He doesn't do anything else.
Well, he's broadcasting like a professional.
And
he's broadcasting.
It's the Queen Cities.
And he's got the halftime show.
It's the Queen Cities.
Yeah, I know it's the Queen Cities. I will say, in regards to the Caleb conversation,
you just got serious.
Well, we're talking football.
In regards to the,
I don't ever really what's it to me if the Bears are wrong? I'm used to that. It's what they always do. They get these picks wrong, right? And I don't really have some special attachment to Caleb based on him going to USC because he was a transfer. And transfer portal kids bounce around all over the place now. So and he never really won anything at SC. So yeah, he got the Heisman, but I cared more about quarterbacks who won in my fandom, like Matt Leinart.
Mm-hmm.
And even someone like Matt Barkley didn't necessarily win at the highest level, but he was a true freshman. He was recruited there. He stayed there his entire time. Sam Darnold, the same way. I don't know. I don't look across to the other quarterbacks and think, what about? What if? I don't do that. I don't even do that with the Mahomes situation with Trubisky. The decisions were made.
Yeah. Well,
I think if anything, you just put it into the bin of I don't trust Ryan Poles in his draft assessment, but I don't sit around going, they should have had Drake May. They should have had Jane Daniels. They should have had Bo Nix. I don't do that. I just think eventually he's going to figure it out.
Well, look, either he is or he isn't, and then if he doesn't, then he's going to be gone.
What I'm saying is I'm not sitting in the corner staring at the wall wishing that Drake May was in a Bears helmet.
No, not yet. Not yet. But you're right. The decision was made, and whether you agree with the decision or not, it's neither here nor there. The fact is that, and here's the thing, if you don't like the decision, then you don't have to be, you can close your eyes and plug your ears until you like the decision. You don't have to, you don't have to be a Bears fan. You can be a Patriots fan if you want to. You can, that's the thing. And here's the other thing, though. I'm not tied to, like you said, I'm not tied to Caleb Williams' success. Because here's what's going to happen. Either he's going to be successful, and the Bears are going to win a bunch of games, and they could be a playoff team, and they could be successful, and they could be a fixture in the playoffs, a wild card team, a division winner, whatever. This could be a great division like the NFC West for a while, right? For the next however many years. Or in the next couple of years, he could not work out, and I have a lot more faith that Ben Johnson is the guy. Because through the first 7 games here of the regular season, I am pretty much 100% convinced that Ben Johnson knows what he's doing. And if Caleb Williams isn't the guy in the next year and a half and they move on, then I'm pretty confident that even if Ryan Poles is going to be the guy that hands the card in, Ben Johnson is going to be the guy making the decision of who is going to be the quarterback for the Chicago Bears.
Let me ask you this. Today, is there anything Caleb can do where people are going to say, yep, that's it. He's the guy. He figured it out.
Yeah, he can.
You really think so? Even against the Cowboys, when he threw for 4 touchdowns, people were like, but they're not very good.
No, he can do that. He can do that on a regular basis. Not throw for 4 touchdowns.
I'm talking about
but
today. Is there anything today he can do where people are like, yep.
Yeah.
I don't have to think about Drake May or Jane Daniels anymore.
Yeah, do what you're supposed to do. Go out and throw for 300 yards, 3 touchdowns, and no interceptions.
I think there are going to be people, like, even if he does that, people are going to say, well, Jane Daniels did all last season, or Drake May's doing it all this season.
Well, they can do whatever they want to. Of course there's going to be idiots out there. That's what there are. There's people out there running for hot chocolate. There's Swiss Miss in a box for 99 cents. And people are out here running.
It's too warm for the hot chocolate run. What are we doing? You don't even need to wear running tights today. It's warm enough. What's going on?
I don't know, man.
It's Bleck. That's the theme of today's show, if people haven't figured out. The loop is a mess today. And Abdalla's not happy. I'm not happy. Things aren't right.
It's this... I'll buy you a hot chocolate. Get out of the loop.
We got more sleep last night.
We did.
Did you know that? You fell back.
I didn't, because I do the BS where I'm like, I can stay up later. I should take advantage of it where I was like, I should go to bed early.
I just let technology handle it now.
Well, no,
there's nothing to even think about anymore. Like, okay, I'll reset the microwave later on today.
No, but you know how you should go to bed at your normal time. Like if I go to bed at midnight, I should still go to bed at midnight. I was like, no, I can stay.
You're watching
later.
World Series highlights?
I could watch an extra episode of the Great British Bake Off.
Okay.
The new home of the Bears.
Okay, Rods, bags. Hey, Billy, you got the drinks for today?
Yeah, you're gonna love it. It's Surfside.
Billy, we're at a tailgate, not the beach.
Yeah, I know. But Surfside's the perfect combo. Real iced tea, real vodka, zero carbonation.
You mean...
No bubbles. Just pure iced tea taste, which means...
no bloat!
With only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles, Surfside is a tailgate triumph. It's not a seltzer. It's Surfside. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 provides quality value and service in all facets of the commercial, industrial, and institutional roofing and waterproofing industry. Promoting skilled craftsmen and craftswomen through apprenticeship training, Local 11 members are trained in the application of the latest roofing and waterproofing techniques. They are at the forefront of design and installation of environmental-friendly solar, green, and garden systems. To find a highly skilled roofing contractor today, go to ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
Are you ready to make a difference for the environment while helping the visually impaired at the same time? Then donate your vehicle to Heritage for the Blind today by calling 1-800-983-6530. Every donated vehicle will either be properly recycled in an eco-friendly manner or given a new life through reuse. Donating your vehicle is easy. Simply call 1-800-983-6530 and Heritage for the Blind will do the rest. They'll even arrange for your vehicle to be picked up at no cost to you. And for a limited time, when you donate your car, you'll receive a $200 restaurant voucher and a 2-night, 3-day hotel stay at one of 50 locations. Call 1-800-983-6530 right now to schedule your vehicle donation and make a positive impact on the environment while helping others. Heritage for the Blind, where every car donation counts and every person makes a difference. Call 1-800-983-6530 now. This advertisement is paid for by Heritage for the Blind.
This is the home of the Bears. ESPN Chicago, WMVP, WTBC HD2, Chicago.
It's the Game Day Tailgate Show with Bleck and Abdalla. This is the home of the Chicago Bears. ESPN Chicago.
Come on.
Welcome in. It's week 9 of the NFL season. The Bears face off against the Bengals. You can listen to the game right here on ESPN Chicago. Kickoff set for noon Central Time. Joniak there. McKee will have the call of today's action. At 10 o'clock, we'll hand it off to the network pregame show with Waddle, Silvy, and Dionne, broadcasting live from Cincinnati. They will be at Kitty's Sports Grill right across the street from Paycor Stadium. So if you're going to the game and you are a Bears fan, stop in and say hello to Waddle, Silvy, and Dionne as they get you set for Bears football. There's also 4 hours of post-game coverage today following the game right here on ESPN Chicago. So week 9, the Bears enter this week at 4-3, above 500, 8th in the conference, 3rd in the NFC North. And the Bears have a chance here to win a football game against the Bengals, who are banged up, especially at quarterback. Joe Flacco expected to play today, but he's dealing with an injury. So can the Bears front four apply some pressure, make life difficult for the older quarterback who's battling an injury? And let's go to Cincinnati today and get a win. Let's snap this little streak that hopefully you're trying to avoid. You don't want to drop 2 in a row to teams without their starting quarterbacks. And let's continue on this momentum of trying to fight for the playoffs, which could keep all of our interest in for another few weeks and hopefully till the end of this season.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be able to get the ball out very fast, so you're going to have to rattle him early, and you know where he's going to go with the football. He's going to Jamar Chase 9 times out of 10. You know, for every 4 targets that Jamar Chase gets, T. Higgins gets 1. So you know where he's going to go. And he's very effective with it. So, you know, we joked about Joe Flacco a few years ago when he came in here with the Browns and he put up 300 and some odd yards and 3 touchdowns against the Bears and beat the Bears with a hapless Browns team. So, you know, let's not overlook this team. This team did put up 38 points in a loss against the Jets last week. And, again, they lost, but they did give up a bunch of points because their defense is the worst in the NFL. So they are effective. And Trey Hendrickson on the other side of the ball for them is doubtful. We'll see if he can go for them today. Hopefully not, for the Bears' sake. And the Bears should be able to at least hurry Joe Flacco. I don't know if they'll be able to get to him. He's a very good quarterback. Future Hall of Very Good. I'm not going to get into the arguing whether Joe Flacco's elite or a Hall of Famer or not, but whatever.
He is not a Hall of Famer.
Okay, whatever. He's elite. He's a journeyman quarterback who's
a very good quarterback. He's played for a long time.
Yeah. He's a Hall of Famer. He's a good guy.
A Hall of Famer?
Yeah, he'll get in. I think he'll get in.
What the hell are you talking about?
Yeah, he'll get in. He'll have that gray beard on. They'll somehow figure out how to make us bust gray, and he'll get in. Because he'll play for every team in a division, and that'll be like a stat. Which quarterback played for every team in a division?
I think
he'll play for the Steelers.
I think the runners and the hot chocolate has gotten to your brain.
No.
I think they're eating your brain from the inside.
He'll get in.
Hall of Famer for Joe Flacco?
Yeah, why not? Everybody gets in at this point.
Not for the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
Oh, yeah.
That's not true.
Yeah.
No.
If Eli's getting in, Flacco's getting in. Ooh. That's gonna be the bar now. If Eli's getting in, Flacco's getting in.
Okay, carry on.
And so, when the Bears, who are also banged up in their secondary, who have basically you and me starting for them in their backfield, and he's going to put up numbers because they have extremely elite wide receivers. They've got good tight ends. They've got a very good running game. Their running game has been able to put it together. They've rushed for, close to 200 yards their last couple games. The Bears have struggled to stop the run. So their offense has been very good their last few games. So they're not a great team, but their offense has been putting up numbers. They've just given up a lot more points, and that's why they've struggled recently. So it's not surprising that the Bears are a favorite on the road, but it's also not a surprise that this total is where it is at 51.5. I do expect a lot of points in this game, but I do expect the Bears to go in to Cincinnati as the better team with what I believe is the better quarterback in Caleb Williams, with the better offense. And I think that the Bears can go in and put up a bunch of points and get a win on the road today against the Bengals.
So Joe Flacco expected to play. We'll see when the inactives and all the moves come out before the game. Waddle, Silvy, and Dionne. We'll have that for you in the pregame show. Not expecting anything crazy from the Bears side of things because I feel like we know the information going into the weekend. DeAndre Swift with his groin injury is listed as out today. Roschon Johnson has a back injury, also out today. Dominique Robinson with his ankle injury is out today. And Luther Burden has a concussion. He did not practice all week. He is also listed as out. Everyone else that was on the injury report throughout the week is set to go today. So that's Grady Jarrett, Cole Kmet, DJ Moore, Rome Odunze, Tyreek Stevenson, which Abdalla was talking about in the secondary, Joe Thuney, and Olamide Zaccheaus all are set to go today. So when the inactives come out in a couple of hours, it will just be healthy people not playing, not necessarily watching to see if a game day designation changes from what we understand going into this game. So with the running backs and with DeAndre Swift, his situation, Ben Johnson addressed this on Friday before the injury report came out. This is what Ben Johnson had to say about DeAndre Swift before the injury report came out, saying he was out this weekend.
It's really been a chronic thing for a while now. I think it goes probably earlier than DC that he's been feeling something. And so, we're just doing our due diligence to make sure that we're getting the best version of Swift to help this team for him and his individual success. And we just want to make sure that we have him at a good spot for the whole season.
With Swift, do you look at it like you might have to back him off for a week at some point, or are you just trying to sort of thread the needle the whole way with practice?
Yeah, we'll see. It's a week-to-week deal with where he's at, but he understands. He's a tough guy. I mean, he wants to be out there competing and playing for his teammates. He wants to win games, help this team win games, and so I know that a little bit for us is we got to protect him from himself too. We talk early in training camp that at some point in the season, you're not going to be feeling good. You got to be able to play at a high level despite being 80-85% of how you normally feel, and he's at that spot right now. I think he's gonna pay dividends for us down the stretch here.
So that was Ben Johnson before practice on Friday and before the injury report was released, and then so that was the thoughts going into this situation. Ben Johnson didn't say to the media that he was not going to play, and then the injury report comes out and says that he's not playing. So I think it was Mark Harmon with the question there to Ben Johnson, and he pointed out, are you going to have to back off at some point? And that it seems like that week is here.
Yeah.
This is the week where they're going to back off. Swift is not playing today. On this season, he's carried the football 100 times for 464 yards, 4 touchdowns. He's only had 1 fumble. He's had a couple really, really good runs here this season in 7 games. DeAndre Swift is putting together a pretty nice season for a guy that you and I think that this is a position that the Bears can upgrade at some point in the future, but it's not the biggest concern on the team. And I'm excited to see what Kyle Monangai could do today as the, quote, lead back. I think he has a little pop. I think that he gives them a little different energy as a back who kind of hits the hole more aggressively sometimes. DeAndre Swift, to me, takes too long to get to the spot. Once he gets there, he can run, and he's a faster back, but it seems like there's a delay sometimes from getting the ball from the quarterback and then hitting the line and getting to the hole, where I feel like Monangai is more of a downhill runner. So it'll be interesting to see if those zone blocking plays work a little bit differently with Kyle Monangai, if he knows the vision at this point, young in his career. Usually when you see rookie running backs kind of get their share, they usually play pretty well for the teams that they're on.
Yeah, when the news came out on Friday, you and I were on the air weekdays 2 to 3 uninterrupted. It didn't change my opinion of how the Bears were going to fare in this game. I don't think that DeAndre Swift being out does anything to what the Bears will be able to do against this Bengals defense. Kyle Monangai isn't, when the Bears drafted Roschon Johnson, he wasn't the lead back in college. Monangai was the lead back in college. So it's not like he's not used to getting a majority of the carries. So he will be able to handle that. And I think that, I'm not saying DeAndre Swift is risk of losing his starting spot, but this could be a glimpse into the future. I don't think DeAndre Swift is going to be on this team next year. And that's not a knock on him. I just think that you look to upgrade. And if Monangai is going to be a guy that competes for a starting spot because you draft a guy in the 3rd or 4th round next year and you have a running back battle next year for a starting spot and it's between Monangai and whoever you end up drafting, then so be it. That's what ends up happening. And maybe, the trade deadline is on Tuesday. If you end up maybe trading for someone or you end up signing someone, this is a good opportunity to give DeAndre Swift a rest here. I'm not saying that you can go in and guaranteeing a win without DeAndre Swift. This isn't a we can go in and win without him situation. But this is an opportunity where I don't think you can wait until the Eagles game where you have 9 or 10 days off in between to give him a rest. Whereas this is a decent opportunity where Kyle Monangai can come in and get a majority of the carries and maybe the rest of the guys, because look, you're going to give DJ probably some more carries because that's the way they've been getting him the football, and he's been somewhat effective there. And then you're going to spread the ball around some more. They elevated Britton off of the practice squad, so he might see some carries there as well. So you're going to have you're going to distribute the ball a little bit differently than you normally would. Maybe we'll see some more involvement from the tight ends finally, which is what people have been complaining about through the first 7 games of the season. And you might see more throws from Caleb Williams and less reliance on the running game if they can't get it going. I think they'll still be able to get it going. I think they'll use Kyle Monangai just the same way that they were using DeAndre Swift, the same amount of carries. He'll be able to handle it, and I want to see what he can do. I think he's a lot of people were very high on him for drafting someone in the 7th round.
Yeah.
They acted as if he was a steal in the draft for drafting a running back in the 7th round, and he'll get his chance today.
312-332-3776 is our phone number. It's Bleck and Abdalla, the pregame tailgate, brought to you by Bradley University. We go to Greg in Davis, Illinois. You're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Greg?
Hey, how's it going?
Good, man. What's up?
I have 100% disagreement with you guys on Caleb Williams.
Okay. Tell us why.
I think 100% that Ben Johnson is the problem. Pretty much the minute he got to town, he started criticizing Caleb, saying he needs to get the ball up quicker. And he's trying to reinvent him as a quarterback. And he's going to be worse this year than he was last year. Last year he threw for 3,700 yards, which is, I don't know, the 3rd or 4th highest in Bears history. So he did pretty well last year, despite the fact that he had a really crappy coaching situation and a horrible offensive line. And then the other thing I think is with Ben Johnson, the weird thing is I think Detroit's a better team without him on the staff. So every time I mention that online, nobody says anything. They have no rebuttal for that. And I'm just wondering what you guys think.
All right, Greg, thanks for the phone call. Do you think Caleb Williams is worse off this year than he is last year? I disagree with that without even looking at the stats. If we look at the stats, last year Caleb threw for 3,500 yards, 20 touchdowns, 6 interceptions. He also took 68 sacks.
Mm-hmm.
This year, we're not even halfway through.
Mm-hmm.
The Bears have 10 more games left.
Mm-hmm.
Caleb is already at 1,600 yards, 9 touchdowns, 4 interceptions. So if you just double those numbers...
Well, I can tell you. He's projected for 4,000 yards, for 3,973 yards.
Yeah.
So let's just round up. 4,000 yards. He's projected to throw 22 touchdowns and 10 interceptions.
Yeah, my point is that if you just double where he's at now, the Bears only played 14 games, which they're not. They're going to play 17 games.
Yeah.
He would have roughly
Yeah.
the same amount of stats that he had all of last year.
Yes.
And he still has 3 more games to play in this season.
Yeah.
Not even looking at, if you just look at the sack total, it would be cut by more than half if that was the case. Because he only has 12 sacks right now to this point this season. So I would completely disagree. Now, his completion percentage has slightly dropped from where it was last year.
0.6%.
62.5 last season. It's now 61.9. That's got to get better.
Those are rookie numbers. You got to get those numbers up.
1,000%. He's got to be better there. But I don't see that. And I think to tell Caleb to get the football out of his hand quicker, that is good advice.
Yeah,
I don't think I don't think holding on to the football longer is going to benefit Caleb in the long run.
Yeah, I don't think, and I don't necessarily know if Detroit is any better or any worse than they were last year. Because, Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn both took some guys with them, but essentially they're kind of just running a lot of the same stuff. They did change a few things with Jared Goff and what they're doing, but it's not like they were a bad team. You know, let's wait and see what happens to them in the playoffs. They didn't win anything with Ben Johnson. Yeah, they got to an NFC Championship game. Okay. They didn't win anything with him. So let's see how far they end up going. And if they end up winning a Super Bowl this year without Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn, then okay, maybe they're better off without him. But I think so far we can all agree Ben Johnson better than Matt Eberflus.
Yeah,
Can we all?
I agree with that.
Everybody agree? Hands up. Everybody agree?
I agree.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool. Okay, yep, everybody agree. Cool. All right.
Is Eberflus still with the Cowboys?
Yeah, because the defense isn't his fault. Like I don't want to defend
back to
Eberflus.
Caleb. I don't want to talk about
I don't want to defend Matt Eberflus. Stop. I've already gone after the hot chocolate people. I'm going to defend Matt Eberflus. The Cowboys have had a bottom defense for like the last few years, and him coming in and them trading away their best player is not his fault. Not his fault.
When you say I'm going after the hot chocolate people, for some reason in my mind, I picture Candyland. Isn't there like a chocolate monster?
A hot chocolate monster in Candyland? I think there is.
I think there is. And I feel like you're battling those monsters like it's 300. That's what I keep picturing. When you say that, that's what pops into my head. Is the
It's like a hot chocolate swamp or something like that.
Isn't
and
that, isn't that from Candyland?
I don't know. I haven't played Candyland in decades, so I don't remember.
You have a daughter. Why are you not playing Candyland? What the hell are you doing?
She's not old enough to play Candyland yet, dude.
There's no concept. All you do is roll the dice and move around a board. There's no skill in Candyland. What do you think Candyland is?
I don't think you understand what like 2-year-olds do.
I understand. Candyland isn't, you don't do anything.
I don't think 2-year-olds understand the concept of rolling dice.
You do it.
She's
for
not
them.
throwing them bones, dude.
She's just looking at the pictures.
She's not rolling them bones.
And going around on the little spots on
Eric,
the board.
you're the only one in here with kids. Are 2-year-olds rolling dice? No, thank you. Thank you.
No, I'm not. I didn't say.
Yeah, you spin it. You can spin it.
I didn't say she's rolling it. I'm saying you're playing it with her.
Let's focus on coloring in the lines, okay?
If you want to look at stats also, running the football, Caleb Williams last year had 81 carries for 489 yards, no touchdowns.
Mm-hmm.
If you just did the double the numbers from right now, he's not even at halfway, but just double what he has at this point.
Yeah.
He will run the football way less than he did last season. He's only ran the ball to this point 35 times, and he has 130 yards.
Yeah.
So if you just double those numbers, it doesn't even come close to the running that he did last year, which I think is good.
Mm-hmm.
He should not be running the football to the extent that he was running around crazy last year.
Also, I think that this is going to be a game, if Trey Hendrickson doesn't play, he's doubtful today, that Caleb Williams and this offensive line should have a decent day. He should be able to stay in the pocket and pretty much do whatever he wants to, right? Like, he should be able to get the ball out fast. Guys should be able to get open. This should be okay, this is what this is supposed to look like when it's firing on all cylinders. Like, I don't think Ben Johnson is making Caleb Williams a bad quarterback. I think that him freelancing and trying to play hero ball every game, that's bad. That's not good. That's not what you're supposed to be doing. What you're supposed to be doing is staying in the pocket, and occasionally when it breaks down, that's when you move around and do stuff. Right? Like, that's what you're supposed to be doing.
Yeah, that play that we saw at the end of the half last week, that's the type of running he should do.
Yes.
When the entire field opens up, go for it. Adam Schefter on ESPN television moments ago confirming Joe Flacco will start today.
All right. There we go. Now we know.
The Bengals.
Okay.
All right. Abdalla's excited. I wanted Jake Browning.
So did I, but at least now we know. Now you know.
It's Bleck and Abdalla. It's the pregame tailgate brought to you by Bradley University.
ESPN Chicago.
Great Clips believes veterans make us great, and that's why this Veterans Day they're offering free haircuts to all veterans and active duty service members. Here's how it works. If you served or are serving in the military, simply visit a Great Clips salon on November 11th to get a haircut at no cost to you with your military ID. Don't need a haircut that day? Stop by for a free haircut card to use later. Not a member of the military? Any customer who gets a haircut on Veterans Day will also receive a free haircut card to give to a veteran or active duty military member in recognition of their service. It's just one small way Great Clips is saying thank you for all the sacrifices you as service members make to protect our country. Offer valid while supplies last. Learn more and read giveaway rules at greatclips.com/promotions. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
After seeing some hoops or pucks at the UC, let the CTA be your drive home. The number 19 United Center Express bus takes you from the arena to Union Station, Ogilvie, and Michigan Avenue for just $3. If you've ever waited for a ride share at the UC, you know it's awful. Take the CTA. Buses run express for an hour after each game and will take you to Metro stops and hotels along Michigan Avenue. At under $3, you've got more money for merch or food at the game. Find the CTA Express buses right outside the stadium.
The game is on the line. You need your best play. What's it gonna be? Do you make the call for welding or HVAC? Do it now and you could complete your education at ETI School of Skilled Trades in as little as 7 months. We offer day and evening classes to fit your schedule, and financial aid is available if you qualify. Visit eticampus.edu or call 888-830-7678 to learn more. ETI, it's your future. Own it.
Save big on everything for your next project when you shop at Menards. Find the perfect lighting for your home with LED bulbs from Sylvania. Create a relaxing atmosphere with Sylvania's white filament LED light bulbs. They offer a vintage look with modern efficiency and look great off and on. Now on sale through November 9th. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
You've got stuff you've collected, and you want to know what it's worth. ESPN Chicago suggests you tune in Saturday mornings at 7. It's Sports Collecting with Tom Morgan, brought to you by Huggins & Scott Auctions, ERC Delivery, and REA.
Counting down to kickoff on the home of the Bears. This is Pregame Tailgate with Bleck and Abdalla, presented by our friends at Bradley University. Now, here are your hosts, Adam Abdalla and Chris Bleck.
Bears-Bengals, you can listen to it right here on ESPN Chicago today at noon. Joniak there, McKee on the call of today's action. It's Bleck and Abdalla, brought to you by Bradley University on the Pregame Tailgate. Entering this week, week 9 of the NFL, the Chicago Bears enter this week 31st in the NFL in penalties. They seem to kill every single great momentum drive that the Bears have here in the last couple weeks. And they're all self-inflicted for the most part. They're false starts, illegal procedure penalties. It's the defense being lined up incorrectly in the neutral zone, getting off the field on 3rd and long, and then there's a hold in the secondary. There have been bad penalties. There's even a special teams penalty to start the game last week. The Bears are 31st. There's only one team that has more penalties per game, and that's Jacksonville. 9.3 penalties per game, and the Bears are 9.1. It has been bad. On Monday, Ben Johnson joined Jeff Joniak on the Coaches Show right here on ESPN 1000, exclusively to ESPN 1000. And this is what Ben Johnson and Jeff Joniak talked about with all of the penalties last week against the Ravens and what we've seen to this point this season.
Yeah, and that's where we talked about in the locker room after the game. I mentioned it at the podium, and we'll talk about it again in the team meeting here this afternoon. That it takes more than just the coaches saying it. We got to bring that vision to life. And so we're here as coaches. We're all in this thing together. We're going to help support. We're going to challenge these guys, and we're going to be along there with them every step of the way. But I think it would go a long way if we had just a little bit more ownership in that locker room to take the bull by the horns here, so that we do get this cleaned up. We got a number of guys that are leaders on this team, and I think now that it's bit us in the rear end with a loss, I think it opens your eyes a little bit more. Okay, well, yeah, we do need to clean this up if we want to get to where we want to go.
I know people talk about player-led teams are important eventually, right? This is a new bunch with a new coach, new staff. What does that look like to you? What does that look like to you? Because you're alluding that you want some of these the leaders on the team. They could be maybe not even captains that emerge as leaders. Things change over the course of a season. More voices are heard. How do you envision that looking?
Well, we've got a number of guys that have played football at a high level in this league, and I think that's where it always starts. Our players voted for captains because they think highly of them and they respect them. That's certainly where it starts. As a new coaching staff, you come in here and you got a way that you want to do things. You have a vision for what it's going to look like, a standard that you're raising. And I think we're at the point now, midway through the season, that these guys understand what's going to be asked of them. And so now that they understand that, there's less, hey, what does the coach want? It's more, hey, how can we make this a little bit better ourselves? And like I said, that ownership of it is going to go a long way for us. But we've got a ton of guys in this locker room, whether it's a second, third contract guy that's been around this league for a while and knows what good football looks like, or like you alluded to, there's some younger players that are really talented that, they're trying to find their voice. And, when they play well, I think it gives them that platform to stand up and speak out.
So it was Ben Johnson exclusively with Jeff Joniak, the coach's show. You can listen to every Monday after a Bears game on a Sunday. Each day following a Bears game, you can hear right here on ESPN Chicago. To quote Ben Johnson, they need more ownership from the leaders in the locker room, end quote. And so Ben Johnson this week is putting it, not that he hasn't done this to this point this season, but he's essentially these penalty issues with the team, he's putting it on the team.
Yeah.
We've done it from our standpoint as far as coaches go, but we need ownership from the leaders in the locker room. So you got to look to the leaders in the locker room. Who are those guys? Joe Thuney on offense. Caleb Williams is a captain. That's a leader on offense. On defense, Kevin Byard. You have Grady Jarrett. Cairo Santos is a captain.
It's Caleb Williams, Joe Thuney, Grady Jarrett, Kevin Byard, and Cairo Santos. And a sixth captain will be chosen on a weekly basis.
Yep.
So whoever that captain is today.
So the leaders need to step up. And, Ben Johnson also pointed out that some of the young guys who perhaps have not had the success on the field yet need to also let their voices be heard if something's not correct as well. But the players need to correct this, and it has to start today.
Yeah, I think it will. I think that those guys necessarily it's weird when the Bears so far this season, when they've really honed in on something, right? Like when the coaching staff wanted to look at the offensive line, and they did it during the bye week in the running game. And they came out after the bye week in the running game. They ran for like 200 yards. And the next week they ran for 222 yards, right? So they were able to correct it. And then they wanted to really look at getting after the quarterback, and they corrected it. So I believe that they will look at this week, and I don't think that this is going to be that hostile of environment. I don't think that this is going to be, an extremely loud stadium. I think that the Bengals fans aren't going to be that loud. I mean, their team's basically out of it at this point. I think that, there's going to be a lot of Bears fans in the stadium. We know Waddle and Silvy are there we saw Silvy posted a video. There's a lot of Bears fans that already have traveled there, that are getting ready to go to the game there. So I think it'll be not a majority Bears fans there, but there's going to be a decent amount of Bears fans there. So I don't think this is going to be like a crazy hostile environment for them. But I think this is something that once that this team takes ownership of it, it usually gets corrected. And I like that Ben Johnson puts it out there that, like, we've done everything that we can. It's not like we're trying to commit penalties. You think we're trying to false start? You think we're trying to have illegal procedures? Like, this is something we like doing? What else are we supposed to do? Bench guys? Like, Courtney Cronin joined Cap and J Hood earlier in the week, and made that exact same point. What are you supposed to do? Bench Joe Thuney after he made a false start? What are you going to do? You don't have bodies anymore. You can't bench guys anymore. Like Colston Loveland had a false start. Cole Kmet was hurt. You're going to bench your only other tight end? What are you supposed to do? You can't start benching guys in order to send a message. So the players, the coaches can't do that.
I think repeat offenders you could.
And what are you going to do? You're going to sacrifice wins because of it?
No, but players do have to get the message at some point that this is unacceptable.
I get that.
I mean, the reason this team is 4-3 is largely due to the incompetence in the red zone, and a part of that is this penalty issue that they've had. A part of it is also on Caleb Williams. Hands down.
Okay.
I think you could put a little piece on Ben Johnson because I think the play calling has been less than stellar when they get down close to the goal line.
Mm-hmm.
But the largest portion of this is their own self-inflicted wounds. And if they could figure that out, this team would be really... They're already one of the best offensive teams in football, and they're not scoring touchdowns.
Yeah.
If you start converting all of those trips into the red zone that you're getting into touchdowns, this team might be good.
Okay.
They might be good.
All right.
So, I mean, at some point, you got to get the message.
Okay.
Yes, you're not benching every player, but...
bench DJ for a game.
Listen,
what are you going to do?
I would imagine today Cole Kmet's playing, right? He was fully practiced all week. He's going to play.
He is.
He's usually good for a false start.
Okay.
Good old Cole Kmet.
And what are you going to do?
False starting.
Well, he won't be around next year. So.
But that's my point. Colson Loveland gets a little jittery out there. He's going to give you a false start. He'll pick up one. DJ Moore, the number one wide receiver.
So you're going to bench all these guys for a game?
No, I'm just calling out those who have either made a lot of money or were drafted very highly who continue to kill this offense with terrible penalties.
Yeah.
The DJ Moore false starts are unacceptable.
Yeah.
I think Roma Dunze had one a week ago as well. The wide receiver should never.
But he, for the most part, hasn't been as bad as everybody else. Rome hasn't been.
DJ Moore?
No, Rome.
But DJ Moore has.
DJ Moore's been awful.
He's had 3 this year?
Well, put him in the backfield some more. That's how you punish him. Make him be a running back. That's how you punish DJ.
This is the professional football league. This is the NFL.
Yeah, I know.
This is the basics.
I know.
Because it seems like the scheme is good and they're gaining yards.
I know.
But then they pull this stuff, or on the defensive side, you have defenders who are lining up in the neutral zone. What are you doing?
But on defense, you can't bench. What are you supposed to do on defense? Bench guys? Half your defense is hurt. Half your defensive line is hurt.
I don't like your stance. What are you supposed to do? Is just bench guys? I think that's stupid. I think that's a stupid take from you.
But that's the thing.
I think that's terrible.
But that's a terrible take. What do you want people to do?
I expect better than you on a Sunday morning.
So bench me. Potsy, get in here. Get in here.
Well, Potsy almost had to host the show today.
Get in here. Potsy, get in here.
Potsy's coming in. Abdalla's going to the bench. Potsy's coming in. You're benched now.
Potsy.
I don't like that take. That's a terrible take. Here we go. Potsy's in. Abdalla's getting some pine. All right, Potsy, your thoughts. Your thoughts on the penalty situation for the Bears. Here we go.
You got to pay.
Potsy's in the game. You're on the bench. You're on the bench, Abdalla.
You got to pay union dues.
You're on the bench.
You got to pay union dues.
You're on the bench. Potsy, you're in the game. All right, here we go. Give me a take. Go. Fly.
Too many flags, man.
Too many flags.
Way too many flags.
Too many flags, Abdalla. Too many flags.
ESPN Chicago.
Do you ever scream at your screen when your 5G internet freezes? It's the worst. So why not switch to Astound? Wi-Fi that just works. With Astound Wi-Fi, you'll rage less, buffer less, and live more. Lock in gig speed Wi-Fi for just $35 a month, guaranteed for 3 years. Plus, get up to a $200 Amazon gift card. Astound Wi-Fi, it just works. Visit astound.com today.
Hey guys, it's Carm. If you're like me, you know a great haircut is more than just looking good. It's about the whole experience. That's why I head to White Buffalo Barbershop, Azazu Salon's partner. At White Buffalo, they redefine grooming excellence with top-tier barbers and a vibe that's second to none. Need to unwind? Grab a beer with your cut and catch all the big games right from your chair.
White Buffalo Barbershop, born original. Now in LaGrange and Hinsdale. Book your appointment today. Visit whitebuffalobarbershop.com for more info.
Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle. Any coach will tell you games are won in the preparation phase. If you're not ready before kickoff, it's too late. The same's true in cybersecurity. That's why companies choose my friends at Trend Micro. With AI-powered proactive security, they don't just respond to attacks, they stop them before they begin. For over 35 years, enterprises worldwide have trusted Trend Micro to prepare, protect, and perform. Don't wait for the whistle. Get secure now at trendmicro.com. That's trendmicro.com.
The holidays are here, full of joy, family, friends, and yes, a little hustle and bustle. That's why you need a leave. Between cooking, shopping, and all those extra errands, aches and pains can sneak in. Aleve is here to help with long-lasting body pain relief. Don't let body pain slow you down. With up to 12 hours of body pain relief per dose, you can keep up with the season's magic and all that awaits. Pick up Aleve and get back to what really matters, making memories. Use as directed.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Severe from Vicks.
Sinex Severe Nasal Spray.
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Severe instantly relieves nasal congestion and works 6 times faster than nasal decongestant tablets. The 12 hours of relief allow you to get back to the moments that matter without congestion.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Try Sinex Severe from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
Talk about stepping up! Bang! Bang!
It's time to level up your game. Introducing the all-new ESPN app. All of ESPN, all in one place. Your home for the most live sports and the best championship moments.
The electricity is palpable.
Step up your game with no annual contract required. It's the ultimate fan experience. Level up for more on the ESPN app or at stream.espn.com. Sign up now.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And with your fantasy team synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Illinois State University's hometown of Bloomington Normal consistently ranks among the top college towns in the country for affordability and safety. Come see why students and parents alike love Illinois State. Schedule a visit today at illinoisstate.edu/visit.
It's the Game Day Tailgate Show with Bleck and Abdalla. This is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago.
First and 10. Abdalla, get back in there.
All right.
Potsy was good for a play. It's a great take.
It's a quick benching. Is that all you're going to do for DJ?
You got the message, right?
Not really. I'm going to false start again.
It's Bleck and Abdalla here on ESPN 1000. The pregame tailgate brought to you by Bradley University. Let's go to John in Grand Rapids, Michigan. You're on ESPN 1000. What's up, John?
All right, guys, hear me out. Here's a suggestion for all the penalties, and it really only works on the offensive side. If the ref calls your number, then Ben Johnson should call your number for a play. So if DJ ball starts, all right, DJ, be ready. We're going to call your number for a big play. We expect you to show up, and if you don't do it, then we know that's what your incentive.
Right, yeah. So if you get the penalty, they call your number, you don't get the big play, then you go to the back of the line, and now I'm going to call plays for everyone else. Unfortunately, I do understand the idea that John's trying to pitch there. That's not how play callers work because they want to have success on every single play. So the idea of I'm only servicing those who are like next up in the rotation. I don't think that that's how Ben Johnson calls plays.
Yeah.
I think he is looking to exploit and take advantage of the defense on every single play. I think that's the way he handles it.
What about shups? Push-ups.
Sure. I feel like that's high school stuff.
50. What about a lap? What about
take a lap?
5 laps around the stadium. You just got DJ running around Paycor. He's just running. All of a sudden, who's calling the game today? They're just like, why is DJ Moore running around the stadium? He just called false start, and all of a sudden, he just jogs off the field, and he's running around the stadium.
I mean, it's been over 20 years since we were in high school, but because I'm guessing that high schoolers, they don't do this anymore for practice. But I remember playing basketball where if things didn't go right and the team had a lot of mistakes, you would show up to practice and there would be trash cans put at the 4 corners of the basketball court.
Oh, yeah.
And you ran at practice until someone threw up.
Can't do that anymore.
I don't think you can do that anymore,
No.
but guess what? It made you a tougher player.
Yeah.
I mean, for me, it was never a problem running because I was already a distance runner, so it didn't bother me. But
you want some hot chocolate?
No, I'm just saying, like, for those like that, those were the days you knew that was going to be a rough practice when the trash cans were set up.
Yeah, you can't.
And it was
do that
like,
anymore.
we're running until someone pukes.
No.
Someone pull the trigger. Sacrifice it for everyone.
Take one for the team.
You know, during the week, you and I on Bleck and Abdalla, uninterrupted, 2 to 3 weekdays here on ESPN 1000, we talked about an article on ESPN.com from Benjamin Solak. Solak breaks down film. He talks about football. He's really good. He writes for ESPN.com. And he talked about how people who think Caleb is playing poorly need to relax. And Benjamin went through a bunch of different reasons to why he thinks, in his opinion, Caleb Williams this season's actually been pretty good. And he listed off all the different reasons, some of it being that Ben Johnson, since inserting the new left tackle into the lineup in replace of
Braxton Jones.
Yeah. So Theo Benedette, that Ben Johnson's play calling has been protecting a young, inexperienced left tackle, and essentially Ben Johnson's not play calling to protect a quarterback, where in comparison in New England or Washington or in Denver, you have play callers and head coaches who are calling plays to protect second-year quarterbacks, and they're thriving. They're playing good football, but essentially if you watch the play calling and you watch the way the scheme is kind of set up, Ben Johnson's not doing that for Caleb. And it's kind of like a sink or swim situation that hopefully he will swim later on. But they're asking Caleb to do a lot more downfield and a lot more that is asked of Caleb as a second-year quarterback than perhaps the others in his draft class. And Solak's piece kind of lays all of that stuff out.
Sounds familiar. Doesn't it?
A little bit, yeah.
Well, remember we talked about this last year. We had this exact same conversation last year about Shane Waldron. I'm not trying to say that Ben Johnson is doing a bad job, because I also believe that Caleb Williams is playing better football than he did last year. I think that Ben Johnson is doing a good job, where I thought that Shane Waldron was doing a bad job last year. But we talked about how the criticism of Caleb Williams and Shane Waldron specifically over what Cliff Kingsbury was doing with Jaden Daniels, and why Jaden Daniels was looking so good and why Caleb Williams was looking so bad, is because Shane Waldron just handed him a gigantic binder, theoretically, and just went, here, all of this now.
Study up, kid.
Study up, kid. Take all of it right now. And Jaden Daniels and Cliff Kingsbury were like, here's a bunch of college plays that you were good at, and then we'll, week by week, add a couple plays here and there where you can get better and better, and that's why. And it worked. Jaden Daniels obviously had a tremendous season last year. They went all the way to the NFC Championship game, and he had a great year, and it worked out perfectly for him. And that was a great way to develop Jaden Daniels as a quarterback, and a horrible way to develop Caleb Williams as a quarterback. And now, it seems like, with what Solak was saying, we're getting the same thing, kind of, where it seems like Ben Johnson is protecting other players and not to the benefit of his quarterback, Caleb Williams, where other quarterbacks, where Ben Solak mentions, like Drake May and Jaden Daniels, are being protected by their offensive play callers in Josh McDaniels and Cliff Kingsbury, whereas Ben Johnson, and I don't know if he thinks that Caleb Williams can handle it better than the other quarterbacks can, or because his offensive line has more problems than the other offensive lines do, or whatever reason that Ben Johnson is doing this, but it seems to be coming at the detriment of Caleb Williams right now. And they're 4-3, and that's the benefit, and maybe that's why they think they can do this, is because they're above 500 and they think they can get away with this. I don't know. I prefer to be in the Patriots situation at the top of the division right now. That's just me. But whatever, I guess, in Ben Johnson we trust right now.
Yeah, and what Solak writes is that in the time since Benedict has been inserted into the lineup, that the Bears are designing their offense to protect Benedict. And this is from the Solak column, is quote, they're running the football, trying to move the pocket and insulating their young left tackle, and they're asking Williams to make bigger downfield throws than are required of other quarterbacks. This isn't a bad approach. In fact, it's smart. It plays to Williams' strength, arm talent, and throws on the move while concealing a team weakness. But it also means that the numbers and the lowlights look worse than other young quarterbacks such as Nix and Daniels, who are given more underneath opportunities. And so he lays out a bunch of stuff. He also lays out that DeAndre Swift has been pretty bad in the last couple of weeks in pass protection, and that there were opportunities in the run game last week against the Ravens that Swift missed. So we'll see if that kind of changes. His column does point out that Caleb needs to be better, but also he points out that Williams is making some great throws and being asked to do things that the others of his class are not being asked to do.
Yeah.
And that people need to relax because Caleb's actually playing pretty good football.
Yeah, I think he is. I think he's doing a lot with what he's... I mean, look, you've had to change his left tackle. You've got a new offensive line. You've got an entirely new play caller. You've got a new offense. You've got new weapons. You've got all this stuff. And I think, look, they're 4-3. They've got a chance to go to 5-3. I think they go in and they win today against the worst defense in the NFL.
Bleck and Abdalla brought to you by Bradley University.
The new home of the Chicago Bears.
All your favorite NBA players are back, and DraftKings, a Casino Queen sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA, is the place to bet on NBA stars this season. DraftKings, the #1 sportsbook for live betting, is live when others aren't. New customers, bet just $5 and get 3 months of NBA League Pass. Plus, score $300 if your bet wins, paid in bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code WMVP. That's code WMVP. Bet $5 and get 3 months of League Pass, plus get $300 in bonus bets if your bet wins. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, crisis counseling and referral services can be accessed by calling 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 and over, Illinois only. Pass through per wager tax may apply. Eligibility and restrictions apply. Bet must win to receive bonus bets which expire in 7 days. Minimum odds required. NBA League Pass auto renews until canceled. Additional terms at dkng.co/audio. Limited time offer.
Hey, usual haircut? Yeah, but make it quick. I gotta go pay my ComEd bill. Yeah, I just mailed my check this morning.
There's an easier way, fellas. Get the ComEd app. I just paid my bill while getting this trim. For real? You can pay your bill, check your energy usage, even report and track an outage 24/7. How did I not know about this? Because y'all are too busy filming dance trends on your phones.
Make life easier. Download the ComEd app today at ComEd.com/app.
Did you know that Fry the Coop is now using Vienna beef pickles on their epic chicken sandwiches?
Vienna beef sells pickles?
What do you live under a rock? Yeah, Vienna beef is celebrating 100 years of selling pickles. Where have you been?
Right here.
Well, they are the bomb.com. Fry the Coop uses their zesty pickles, which are a sweet and spicy crinkle cut pickle. When I tell you they are epic, they are epic. If you haven't tried Vienna beef pickles, do yourself a favor and head to Fry the Coop today.
The game is on the line. You need your best play. What's it gonna be? Do you make the call for welding or HVAC? Do it now and you could complete your education at ETI School of Skilled Trades in as little as 7 months. We offer day and evening classes to fit your schedule, and financial aid is available if you qualify. Visit eticampus.edu or call 888-830-7678 to learn more. ETI, it's your future, own it.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing.
That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 delivers expert roofing and waterproofing across Chicago. Their trained professionals lead in solar, green, and garden systems. For trusted contractors and top quality service, visit ChicagoRoofingContractors.org. That's ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
This is ESPN Chicago, the home of the Bears. And the countdown to kickoff is on. This is Pregame Tailgate with Chris Bleck and Adam Abdalla, brought to you by Bradley University.
Thank you to Justin Pottinger and to Hannah Lamata for producing today's show of Bleck and Abdalla, the pregame tailgate here on ESPN 1000. We'll be back tomorrow 2 to 3, uninterrupted, right here on ESPN 1000. Talking Bears. Hopefully after a Bears win. And now let me tell you about this, though, Abdalla. Kitty's Sports Grill. Coming up in 7 minutes here on ESPN Chicago. Waddle, Silvy, Dionne broadcasting live from Cincinnati. If you want to talk about a pregame tailgate, I saw a video just posted from Silvy online. That bar is hopping.
Yeah.
People are amped.
Yeah.
They are ready to go for Bears football on the road, live from Cincinnati. This is going to be a hell of a pregame show with Waddle, Silvy, and Dionne.
I'm 99% sure you and I have been to Kitty's Sports Grill.
Yeah, we have. We when we went to Cincinnati once to see a college football game. We saw Oklahoma face off against Cincinnati.
Yeah.
And we tailgated or bar hopped before the game, and it's right across the street from Paycor Stadium.
Yeah.
We definitely were in there.
We went to Kitty's.
It's an old school, awesome bar.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. We've been in there. It's great. It's awesome. And it is.
Have you seen the video from Silvy?
I did, yeah.
The place is hopping. So shout out to everyone that's there right now celebrating, getting ready for the pregame show with Waddle, Silvy, and Dionne as we get set for the Bears and the Bengals. Kickoff noon today. Jeff Joniak, Tom Thayer on the call of today's action. Jason McKee will work the sidelines in the postgame locker room. You'll also have 4 hours of postgame coverage right here on ESPN 1000. Yurko and Peggy, and then Pat, Meller, and McKee will also join late after the game, 4 hours after the game. Postgame coverage all heard right here on ESPN Chicago. And that pregame show, if you are in Cincinnati, if you're going to the game, Kitty's Sports Grill. It's right next to the stadium. Stop on by, see the crew, celebrate, get ready for Bears football. As we look ahead at this game, week 9 of the season, the Bears are 4-3, the Bengals are 3-5. The Bears have their starting quarterback. They're a favorite on the road going against Joe Flacco, the backup, who is also battling an injury in this contest. Abdalla, what do you think happens today?
I think it's going to be high scoring. I think both teams are dealing with injuries. I think the Bears can go in and get right on offense. I don't know what's going to happen on defense. I think that, both teams are missing guys on defense. I think the Bears are pretty banged up in their secondary. I think Joe Flacco is going to be able to get the ball out fast and get it to their playmakers in Jamar Chase and T. Higgins and take advantage of the Bears secondary. But I think the Bears offense is going to be better. I think that they're going to correct some of these pre-snap penalties. I think that you're going to see guys like Rome and DJ, and I think Kyle Monangai is going to take advantage of this starting spot today, and the run game is going to get going again. I have this one with the Bears winning. I have them winning 31-24. Not as high scoring as last week for the Bengals and the Jets in 39-38, but I think the Bears win this game 31-24.
I feel shades of the Raiders game. I feel this is going to be an ugly contest. I don't feel like this is going to be one where we're enjoying most of the game. but I do feel like the Bears can pull this out. I do think the Bears win this game, but I don't think anything's going to be easy this season, and I think it's going to be back and forth. And I think there's going to be times today that we're going to be worried, and things aren't going to be great. But I think they do eventually pull out and win in the end, and I have the Bears winning 27-24. 27-24, Bears win on the road. I think it's going to be a tough game. I hope. Do you remember the game where Terrell Owens set the receiving record against the Bears from back in the day?
Yeah.
Don't let Jamar Chase do that today.
No, I don't.
Don't let Jamar Chase catch 27 balls today.
Oh my God.
And have 300 yards receiving. Stop Jamar Chase. You have a chance to win the game. I think the Bears win 27-24, and we have a Victory Monday tomorrow here on ESPN 1000. Coming up next, live from Cincinnati, the Network pregame show. Silvy, Waddle, Dionne, right here.
Chicago Bears pregame.
Traffic got you down. Let the CTA be your driver. Get into the city and back fast and stress-free. Avoid the hassle of stop-and-go traffic, spending money on gas, or those unexpected costs for car repair. $5 covers your trip and back on the CTA.
Just sit back. We'll do the driving.
Tap to Pay is also available on all CTA trains and buses. Save money, do more, ride CTA.
When it comes to looking sharp, I don't mess around. That's why I head to White Buffalo Barbershop. These guys aren't just barbers, they're artists. Whether it's a classic cut, a fresh fade, or a hot shave, they do it all with precision. And the vibe is top-notch, blending tradition with a modern twist. At White Buffalo, every cut is as unique as you are, born original, just like you.
White Buffalo Barbershop, born original. Now in LaGrange and Hinsdale. Visit whitebuffalobarbershop.com to book your appointment today.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
This is the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago, WMVP, WTBC HD2, Chicago.
From a less than charming performance in Charm City, the Bears now look fit to be king in the Queen City.
Oh, I just can't wait to be king.
Will this team from the Windy City blow through Houday Nation and quiet the Bengals growl? Both teams are reeling from losses. The Bears, self-inflicted. The Bengals, an epic collapse in the fourth quarter. Pre-snap penalties continue to irk Ben Johnson, who is asking for leaders to take over and clean it up.
I'm fixing a hole where the rain gets in.
Zach Taylor runs the Bengals, and he's asking his leaders to clean up the defense, the worst in the NFL.
There's nowhere to go but up.
Is it a coincidence that the Bengals lead the league in captains requesting trades?
Things are not good for Cincy, but Joe Flacco is poised to save the season. Caleb Williams was about 11 years old when now 40-year-old Joe Calm won a Super Bowl during the 2012 season with Baltimore. Today, it's a meet and greet between Superman and Affleck. Nicknames both these starting quarterbacks have also earned.
That's not my name. That's not my name. Hey.
Nestled along the Ohio River, it's a clash of Bears and Bengals.
Welcome to the jungle. We got fun and game.
Claws versus paws.
Working on my ball.
This This is Jeff Joniak. Welcome to Cincinnati. It's Bears and Bengals on ESPN Chicago and the Bears Radio Network.
The Chicago Bears Radio Network is brought to you in part by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana, Miller Lite, the Advantage Dealer Group, and Dr. Pepper. This is Bears football on the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Here comes
Now, the Bears pregame show, live on the Chicago Bears Radio Network. Please welcome Tom Waddle, Dionne Meller, and Mark Silverman.
Welcome to Cincinnati. This is not the jungle today. This is the Bears Den. That is right. Bears fans have come and invaded the Queen City, and we are sitting amongst the people. The Bears fans have packed the bar here at Kitty's. And they have rolled out the red carpet for us to have Bears fans come in and to completely take over a bar. Our guy Bill at Kitty's could not have been friendlier, though. He's grilling wings on the outside. We're across the street from Paycor Stadium, and we are ready to see what the Bears have in store for us today.
Have you had fun in my hometown?
It has been outstanding.
Yes.
And
it's a great town.
For 18 years, Dionne, I have made fun of Cincinnati just because it's the thing you do with a co-host. But being here with him and seeing what this town is all about, I have been blown away.
It is a wonderful corner of Ohio. I love that I have family in that area. We frequent it very often. Great restaurants, great fun shopping, good bourbon. It's a good spot.
Yes.
It's a good spot.
Yeah, listen, my heart will always be in Cincinnati. It's where I grew up and all of my, good friends. But my allegiance will always be to the Chicago Bears. The team that took a chance on me. The Bengals did too in '95. It didn't go so well. I was only here for 3 days, but
but that was on your.
That was on my
you
terms.
Made the call.
Yes, I was. I didn't have anything left in the tank, and it was in my best interest to retire. But I will always be a huge fan of this city and the people that live here. But it's time for the Bears to get themselves a big win, courtesy of their offense today.
Dionne, you would have been impressed. Waddle took us around Sharonville, Ohio.
That's awesome.
Just a quick 15-minute drive away into the Cincinnati suburbs. Tyler and I finally got a glimpse of his childhood home. He was showing us where his brother broke his collarbone.
Yeah.
Where his brother broke Waddle's collarbone.
Yes, and it forced me to play left-handed. I had to be steady quarterback because they wouldn't let me go in. I was crying. So I played another hour being steady quarterback with my left hand, my left arm. Went in, my mom cussed my brother out, took me to the hospital, and I had a clean fracture on my right collarbone. Yeah,
we went to Moeller High School. We saw where Waddle did his magic at Moeller.
Amazing.
And now we're ready for game day. Dionne, you've been in Chicago all week and following this team as you do each and every day. What do you believe this team is ready for today?
I mean, this is such an opportunity for the offense to get right. That is correct. But I also think it's a big moment because they were in this position last year, 4-3, and then the wheels fall off. And we keep talking about that, but I think mentally getting that fifth win much earlier in the season than they did last year can go a long way for this group. And it is an opportunity because the Cincinnati defense is the worst in the league in every category. I mean, they're super young. They make a lot of mistakes. Today's a day to capitalize on those mistakes and for Caleb to be the reason that they're winning this game. I think that is what the focus is this week, is cleaning up those penalties, but also taking a giant step offensively with the quarterback leading the way.
Yeah, no doubt. You can argue that Caleb has had more questions than he has had answers so far this year, and now's the time to kind of flip that around and provide more solutions than problems. And I think it's a great opportunity, as you mentioned, Dee, for him to come out, have a really good game, put up some big numbers. I think the coach will help him do that because I think this team needs a bit of a boost, especially on that side of the football. And you want to come out of this game today, if you're Caleb Williams and you're this offense, feeling really good about yourself and kind of putting the memory of the last several weeks just in the rearview mirror.
Don't forget, Bears fans, the phone number is 312-332-3776. It's always about you, the Bears fan. If you want to weigh in, not just on who needs to rock, but any time during the show, ring us up on the Dr. Pepper hotline in Chicago. Football runs deep and Dr. Pepper runs colder. It's one of a kind, and it's the best 23 flavors in football from kickoff to final whistle. It's a pepper thing. It is a cloudy, drizzly day, cool here in Cincinnati. Temperatures in the upper 40s right now. But it
football
does,
weather.
It does look like it's going to be dry for
Yeah.
the game, and it has not rained hard, at least lately. So we will see how that affects it. And guys, I want to ask you, Waddle, you were just talking about the run game.
Yep.
Or we were talking about Caleb, but this team so far hasn't married the two in one game where they play that complementary football, where they run the football, they build off the run. Caleb's had to carry them earlier in the year. DeAndre Swift has been good lately, but now he's banged up with that groin injury, did not practice all week. He is not playing today. The Bears have elevated Britton Brown. We're going to get a heavy dose of Kyle Monangai, I would imagine. So, how much do they rely still on the run game, even though we don't have DeAndre Swift?
Yeah, I don't think you can go away from it. I mean, it's part of their identity offensively for sure under Ben Johnson. And you have to take advantage of the Bengals' deficiencies trying to stop the run. They give up over 150 yards and 5 yards per carry on the ground. So I don't think you can ignore it. It's still got to be a part of what you're trying to do. Now, look, the Bengals have been equal opportunity bad. They're bad against the run. They're bad against the pass. They're bad on third downs. They're bad in the red zone. They give up a ton of yards. They give up a ton of points. They had themselves a players-only meeting on that side of the ball this week. Will they be any better? Will they be more focused? I don't know. I think they've got some problems that just can't be overcome by having a meeting. But, yes, they haven't had – this Bears offense has not had a complete game all season long. Go back to the game where Caleb was the reason why they beat the Cowboys. They only ran the ball for 3 yards per carry. It wasn't like a really balanced offense. So they're still searching for their first performance where you come away saying, wow, that was a complete game by the offense. We threw it well. We ran it well. And the offense was a huge reason why we won the game. We need one of those today.
We do, Tom, and you are correct. I mean, outside of that game against the Commanders, and then when they played the Saints, the running game hasn't been super consistent across the board. So even without DeAndre Swift, I think Kyle Monangai can more than carry his own. I've been so impressed with him, his strength. He's obviously carried defenders to gain a couple extra yards. He can do a lot. I think that having that consistency and knowing he's going to get those carries is a big opportunity for him. Do we see DJ Moore in the backfield a little bit more? How they use Britton Brown, I think that's going to be super creative because that's what Ben can do. And when you're facing a defense that allows offenses to put up points and gain yardage, this is a chance for Ben to even put that all together and feel good about it.
You know, this is a next man up league, and the running back position is probably the best example of it, next man up. If there are holes created by the offensive line and the tight ends and receivers are doing their jobs, whether it's Kyle Monangai or it's Britton Brown or it's Travis Homer, if the hole is there, you will be able to move the ball running it.
Dionne, you mentioned something interesting, and we didn't get a chance to build on this on Friday when we were doing our show. The DJ Moore role, his role, and I think we're still waiting for roles under Ben Johnson to be defined. We know Rome Odunze has been targeted the most, and he has been the clear-cut number one wide receiver. I don't think we have a clear-cut role for DJ. I don't think there's a clear-cut role for Loveland. Komet's coming back. Zacchaeus is banged up. You don't have Burden today. We haven't found a role for him, but he's out with a concussion. So there's a long way of asking with the two running backs. DeAndre Swift is out, but Burden is also out. Are the Bears better off using DJ Moore in the role that he has thrived in the last couple of years and feature him more as a wide receiver?
I mean, you could go either way. I think DJ is his versatility. You want your valuable players to be there for big play moments and to utilize them in the right way. And we're 7 games into this with Ben Johnson. I mean, he still is trying to figure out who does what the best and how he can set them up for success. I think he's done that to a point. The coaches were asked a lot about, is Caleb targeting Rome too much. And I don't think so. When you have a young offense and you're just trying to gain confidence, and if he's going through the reads correctly and he's getting to Rome, and Rome is the first one or the second one, and he's getting to Rome at the right time and on time, and they're making progress, then I don't think it's a bad thing that he's his favorite target. But I do believe they have to utilize DJ Moore in a way that showcases his abilities, both in the pass and in the run. They've let him practice with both units. Like, let's let him spread his wings a little bit, I think, in a day like today where you can take advantage of a young defense.
Yeah, I'm with you, D. I don't think that Caleb has focused too much on Rome. I think that was a problem last year when he was a rookie. He focused on Keenan Allen, in my opinion, way too much. I don't feel the same way about how he's targeting Rome at this point. And I also agree with the statement that the coach is still learning how to get the most out of all of these weapons. As they said last week, there's a lot of mouths to feed. I think it'll take a little bit of time. If you're going to exercise patience with the quarterback, I would exercise patience with how all of these weapons are being utilized as well.
All right, let's take some calls here at 312-332-3776. This is the Advantage Dealer Group pregame show on the Chicago Bears radio network. You could find your next Chevy, Acura, or Toyota and drive off in under 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. We'll get to all your phone calls here coming up next. Bears and Bengals, we are in Cincinnati, and we are at Kitty's Sports Bar. So if you're near Paycor Stadium, come on by. We're here till noon Chicago time, 1 o'clock Eastern time. We got that extra hour of sleep, so everyone should be well rested. We're ready to go. Bears and Bengals, more coming up next on the Bears Radio Network.
It's not a tailgate until someone burns the brats and forgets the bottle opener.
Dude, that happened one time. And I brought the beer. Yingling Flight. Thank you very much.
Smart move. 95 calories, 2.6 carbs. Light enough to go the distance, unlike your cousin trying to toss a spiral.
And it actually tastes like beer, not like those mystery seltzers in Steve's cooler.
This season, skip the gimmicks.
Yingling Flight. Raise the bar on your tailgate.
DG Yingling and Son, Pottsville, Pennsylvania.
You all know the 13 reasons to use Windy City to go to Soldier Field, but now there is a 14th, Gate 14. Windy City can drop off and pick up right at the gate. No more trudging in the rain, snow, or cold. Football, concerts, soccer. You will be safe and warm and get home an hour before your friends. Call 866-94-WINDY or WindyCityLimos.com. Tell them the M&M guy sent you.
Make your game day a winner with Aurelio's Pizza, Chicagoland's oldest pizza chain since 1959. This is Joe Aurelio inviting you to indulge in our crispy thin crust, signature sauce, 100% real mozzarella, and your favorite premium toppings like our fresh ground Italian sausage. Dine in, carry out, or have it delivered. Visit Aurelio'sPizza.com for the location nearest you. Download the Aurelio's app and start earning rewards today. Aurelio's Pizza. It's a sauce.
Mitch, you played in the NFL like me. You know how important the red zone is.
Absolutely, Yurko. And in retirement, your red zone is the 5 years before and after you stop working. That's where the game's won.
That's what I tell people. Don't go at it alone. Mitch Lyons Wealth is the team to trust.
We build personalized game plans to help you retire confidently. No guesswork, just strategy.
Visit MitchLyonsWealth.com today. That's Mitch Lyons Wealth.
Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Hi, this is Dave Musial, owner of Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric. Do you have a plumbing emergency? Call Four Seasons. An electrical emergency? Call Four Seasons. A heating or cooling emergency? Call Four Seasons. Same-day hot water tank installation needed? Call Four Seasons. Need a whole home generator? Call Four Seasons. We guarantee same-day installation on all heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. And no extra charge for nights, weekends, or holidays.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
$2.25 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $2.25 million for a client who was injured in an auto accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group. Playing professional football and being on the radio for many years, I've had the opportunity to endorse many products and companies. I've always felt it's important to choose companies that I believe in. I've never had the opportunity to endorse a company owned by close friends until now. The Verdoliak Law Group has been helping people for 60 years. They've even taken care of some of my neighbors and close friends. When you need medical care, You want a doctor with the experience and the skill set that's going to help you. The same holds true when you need a lawyer. The Verdoliak Law Group has recovered over $9 billion for their clients through legal representation and consulting. They have over 60 years of experience and skill, serving over 40,000 clients. For personal injury, auto accidents, truck accidents, wrongful death, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and all your legal needs, call my friends at the Verdoliak Law Group. The Verdoliak Law Group has done great for my friends and neighbors, and they will do great for you, too. Hey, 844-4VLG-LAW.
Get the Gerald exclusive lifetime warranty of the all-new Gerald Honda Countryside, Honda's 2023 President Award winner. Unlimited miles, unlimited time at no cost to you on all new vehicles and most used vehicles. At Gerald Honda, you can expect fast, friendly, and exceptional service, plus a large selection of vehicles to choose from. See why everyone is saying, got to get to Gerald Honda of Countryside. Gerald cares.
How about this? We're your home for the new Bears.
I like it. This is the home of your new Chicago Bears. ESPN Chicago.
Fantasy Football Sundays at 7 a.m. ESPN Chicago.
Back on the Advantage Dealer Group pregame show. We are live in Cincinnati, just outside Paycor Stadium at Kitty's. We've got a ton of Bears fans inside.
Have you tried the smoked wings yet?
I have not had the wings yet. They are, I don't know if you saw the video, Dionne, but they've got the big smoker, the owner, Billy.
Billy's getting it done.
And so in the video, I didn't know this either. I was asking Billy as he was showing me the wings. He's got a walking boot on.
Oh, no.
Yeah, so he's got a limp. And I said to him in the video, I go, like, how'd you hurt yourself? And he goes, I jumped. And I thought that's a good line, funny, how'd you really do it? He goes, no, I jumped. It was when one of their backup quarterbacks threw an interception.
Jake Browning?
Yeah, Browning. It was Browning. When Jake Browning threw an interception, he jumped. And he hurt his foot.
And he's in a walking boot?
And he's in a walking boot
It's
now.
not affecting his work over there by the smoker, though.
Well, that's good. But that's miserable. Walking boots are the worst, I can attest.
Yeah, so and it was a sports injury, a sports fan injury.
Absolutely.
Good news for Dionne and Peggy and Yurko and our entire crew back at the shop who does such great work because Summer House is providing food today. Game day plans bring the taste of the California coast home with Summer House in Lincoln Park. From pokey nachos to wood-grilled burgers, skip the kitchen and order fresh flavor fast. Delivery or carry out at summerhouserestaurants.com. Thank you to Let Us Entertain You for always providing us food.
You will not be surprised that Justin Pottinger is here already raving about Summer House.
Yes.
I don't even think he's working today. I think he's just here for the food. He is. Look at him. Look at him.
Right.
He's showing me the food. That's why he's
we joked about that on Friday. He does not have a shift at the radio station. Instead, he just shows up for Summer House.
Yes.
It's really charity work, if you want to call it that.
I want to bring some callers in, but Dionne, I thought you made a great point early in the show, and this is something that we harped on all last year: is stopping this bleeding. Mm-hmm. And last year, we know what happened after that first loss at 4-2 to go 4-3. It was a really hard loss, and then you had a chance to rectify it in Arizona, and then again at home against New England, and they lost both, and they spiraled. Ben Johnson has shown so far this year, after a heartbreaking loss against the Vikings, a blowout loss in Detroit, that they can get the rig back on the road with 4 wins in a row. It's time to do it again, and it's not such a, look, we all wanted them to win last week. Losses are going to happen. It's how you respond to these losses, correct?
Oh, totally it is. And it's a collective response, right? And it's not allowing your brain to go to, oh, here we go again. It's that mindset that says it's going to be different this time, and be committed and determined to make it look different and to take control when you can. And I feels like today is that day. It really does. It feels like such an opportunity. I mean, Joe Flacco looks like he's probably going to play. That is, and if he says he can go, then they have to be prepared for that and find a way to make him uncomfortable. He's seen just about everything at this point, right? He's 40 years old. He's been around this league long enough that nothing's really going to surprise him. You know where his tendencies are. He's going to look for Jamar Chase. Okay, so knowing that, how can they defensively adjust to that? And then how can they get the ball in Caleb's hands and make progress and clean things up? I'm very curious Tom, how you feel about the penalties that continue to pile up. Like, isn't that just a disciplined mindset thing? Like, what is it that keeps tripping themselves up?
Yeah, it starts with a player for sure. I mean, at some point you're going to have to sit someone's ass down.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, it's just the reality. They're a 4-3 team. In large part, they're only 4-3 because of their penalties and their inefficiencies in the red zone. So I think as a player you have to, I said this earlier in the week, D, I said, as a player, individually, you have to take the approach, I'm not going to be the weak link. I'm not going to be the reason why 3rd and goal turns, from the 3 turns into 3rd and goal from the 15-yard line. So I think it starts obviously with the players, but I think the patience level of the coaching staff is getting very thin at this moment. And if you see the same guys making the same mistakes, at some point there does have to be some sort of penalty that is going to be paid.
Let's go to the phones on the Dr. Pepper hotline. It's Sam in Carbondale, where I went to college, home of the great SIU. Sam, you are on the Bears Radio Network. What do you got?
Hi, Silvy. So I actually am pretty confident that the Bears are going to win today for 2 reasons. One, with Joe Flacco's health, I just don't know that he finishes this game. If he takes a hit and he lands wrong on that shoulder, I just don't know that he finishes the game. That's not an easy injury to play through. And 2, this Bengals defense is not very good. I think Caleb's going to have a good game. And then I also think that this could be a breakout game for Monungai. I wouldn't be surprised if he got 100 yards today against this defense. But there is one way that we lose, and you guys just talked about it. If the penalties are a problem again, I could see us losing.
Yeah.
Because that will cost us.
In such important times, too. Waddle, the AC joint injury.
Oh, it's miserable.
And it's to his throwing shoulder,
Yeah.
so it could hurt him while he's throwing. It could affect accuracy as well. It may not necessarily need to be a hit that does him in. Like, keep your eye on his accuracy issues with his shoulder injury.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, I think they've even talked about it. When you have this injury, especially to your throwing shoulder, you could change your release point to provide some comfort or some relief from the pain. I'm sure they'll shoot it up. I mean, I've had dozens of shots in my shoulders to try and just be able to get my hands over my head. Wow. It's one thing to have this injury as a receiver. It's another thing to have this injury in the throwing shoulder for a quarterback. But what the caller mentioned was about you got to hit him and see how healthy he is. That's easier said than done with our pass rush because there's a dilemma here. Okay, how are you going to get pressure on? Joe Flacco gets rid of the ball quickly to begin with. He's 40 years old. He doesn't want to get hit, and he's got a quick release. How are you going to get to him and hit him and affect him? You're going to have to drop 7 in coverage if you're going to try and maintain some level of pass defense as well. So that's the dilemma, but there's no question the key to this is try to get to him and force him to either play with pain or force them to remove him from the game and bring in Jake Browning.
Well, and if Jake Browning comes in, I mean, I was told by Cincinnati reporters that was some of the worst offense they've ever seen if they're turning to Jake Browning. So this, again, the defense, the Bears defense is interesting to me too, with bringing in C.J. Gardner-Johnson this week and how he fits in with that secondary. And I know that they're going to do a lot of talking, and that's what, Jaquan Brisker talked about this week, but they have their hands full. I mean, yes, we know they're going to target Jamar Chase, but T. Higgins is no slouch. They have other weapons on this team. Even Chase Brown as a running back has been consistent for them. So the defense does have their hands full. It's good to get Tyreek Stevenson back, but they are still shorthanded. The Bears defense is still shorthanded, and they are adjusting to some new guys. So it'll be interesting to see how they attack this.
And the question, D, is who are you when the defense isn't gifting you 4 takeaways?
Yes.
Last week, they defined themselves as a team that was inefficient in the red zone and could only put 16 points on the board. That's how they defined themselves. If for some reason today they cannot take the ball away from this Bengals offense, who are you going to be as a Bears offense?
Yeah, and then can the Bears offense pick up the defense and score enough points to win? DJ from Webster, Wisconsin, you're on the Bears Radio Network. What's on your mind, DJ?
Yeah, guys, I've been thinking about Luther Burden, and with a trade deadline coming up, this probably isn't a move that they make during the season, but I think from the little bit we've seen from Luther Burden, I think he's going to be a really special player for us. And if we have to get some defensive players on us at the end of the year. I feel like if the Bears coaching staff is confident moving off of DJ and you feel like Luther can really emerge, like I feel like that's a really good thing you kind of have in your back pocket.
It's a very deep conversation that I don't know if we could
for Monday.
To justify the trade deadline for everyone's info is Tuesday at 3, I believe, right? Chicago time. So we've had the DJ conversation, and I love DJ, but I think he brings up an interesting point, and we'll discuss that more during the week as well. But it's not just, hey, trade someone because you don't like them. So we'll get into that more later. We've got Courtney Cronin joining us coming up inside Paycor. She'll be with us coming up next. This is the Advantage Dealer Group pregame show. We're approaching 90 minutes from kickoff. Bears and Bengals in Cincinnati on the Chicago Bears Radio Network.
In football, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. At Great Clips, they save your haircut details in clip notes, so every member of the highly skilled team knows exactly how to create your signature look. And with our easy-to-use app, you can check in from anywhere and get a ready next text when you're up next for a cut. It's the confidence of a great haircut, delivered by a team you trust. Download our app today. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
Hi, it's Peggy Kaczynski. You've heard me talk about how the village of Bolingbrook continues to rank as one of the most livable communities in Illinois. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. With excellent schools, beautiful parks, and a wide range of shopping and dining options, I invite you to come and experience the warmth and friendliness of Bolingbrook for yourself.
If you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your family, visit BeBolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
With 3 locations to serve Chicagoland, Advantage Chevrolet gives you so much more. Visit and see the amazing inventory and savings at Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins. And Advantage Chevrolet values your time. They'll have you in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. That's right. Drive off in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they will make your first car payment. Visit AdvantageChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
Must mention offer upon arrival before negotiation. Restrictions apply. Ask dealer for details.
You want in on the autumn action at Potawatomi Casino Hotel Milwaukee? Of course you do. With $300,000 in prizes, who wouldn't? November 1st through the 20th, play with your rewards card for entries. Thursdays, pick your win from a prize board. At the end of the night, all leftover prizes go to one winner in a jackpot drawing. Autumn action. It's going down at Potawatomi. More info online. Must be 21 and a rewards member to play.
Wallner Law helped me get the compensation that I deserve.
Wallner Law helped me get back on my feet.
Thanks to Wallner Law, I'm at a better place today.
Wallner Law cares for you. We're compassionate. We're empathetic to your situation. And I promise you, I will get you more money than any other law firm in the city of Chicago. That is my promise to you. Hire us, win with us, be successful with us. Call us at Wallner Law, 312-8-million.
Compassion is more than just care. It's commitment. At UI Health, your story guides us, shapes us, and inspires us. And we're with you every step of the way. Whether it's your stroke emergency, your cancer journey, or your transplant victory. At UI Health, our care heals. Our care saves. Our care triumphs. Find expert care for your journey at uihealth.care.
It's another exciting game day for Bears fans, and on game days, it's all about more. More action, more noise, and more savings. That's right. Bears fans save up to 25 cents per gallon on game days with the Fuel Rewards program from Shell. That means you can keep your tailgates going all season long. So don't drop the ball on saving more at the pump. Download the app, join the Fuel Rewards program, and take your savings all the way to the end zone. Terms and conditions apply. Visit www.fuelrewards.com/bears for full offer details.
Hey, I'm ordering dinner. I was thinking burgers.
Boom! I just earned a $650 bonus for opening up a checking account at Old National Bank. Sorry, what'd you say? Burgers?
No, I definitely said 40-ounce dry-aged tomahawk steaks. Yep, with those little sauteed mushrooms.
Earn up to a $650 bonus when you open an eligible checking account and complete qualifying activities. Visit oldnational.com/checking and get old. Member FDIC. Additional restrictions apply. Offer valid through October 31st, 2025.
This is the home for every Bears game.
Touchdown! Touchdown Bears!
ESPN Chicago.
Tom Waddle, Dionne Miller, and Mark Silverman. Bears pregame.
That's right, we're live in Cincinnati at Kitty's, just across the street from Paycor Stadium. I saw that there are tweets from the NFL insiders that Joe Flacco is indeed officially active.
Yes.
As we were expecting.
Deactivate him in the first quarter.
There you go.
That'd be nice.
Or have him play bad football and capitalize.
Okay.
Dionne's back at the studio. Courtney Cronin is on the field at Paycor Stadium. And let's talk to her. The injury report brought to you by Maurici Longo and Associates. If you've been injured at work or in an accident, visit our guys at MauriciLongo.com. That's MoriciLongo.com. That's Maurici Longo and Associates. Courtney, set the scene for us on the field.
Yeah, so it's raining a little bit, kind of like, spitting, I guess. It's not going to rain during the game, though, so I don't anticipate this being much of a weather game. But I'm right behind where the Bears are warming up in the end zone. Just saw Caleb Williams came out. He's getting some throws in. Kyle Monungai getting ready for his first NFL start. Was running up and down the field just a moment ago. But, yeah, there's a lot of people out here right now. Joe Flacco is playing, but I have not seen him do much on the field, if at all. Caught, a glimpse of some of the quarterbacks throwing for the Bengals, but it was not him. But he is playing today. AC joint sprain in his throwing shoulder and all.
Courtney, who do you expect to back up Kyle Monungai?
I think it's going to be Britton Brown, because they've shown us through their actions they don't necessarily view Travis Homer as somebody that they can utilize on offense. That has not been his role the last 2 games that he has been active. So I imagine that Britton Brown, who we saw a little bit of in the preseason, had a pretty decent showing in the month of August, makes it on the practice squad. That, to me, feels like the more viable option here behind Kyle Monungai.
Obviously, defensively, what Joe Flacco's facing there in the Bears secondary, Tyreek Stevenson will be back. Is back today, and he's joined by C.J. Gardner-Johnson, and then, of course, Jaquan Brisker. How do you see this group kind of coming together, especially when you're adding someone who can be a little bit of an instigator like CJ?
Yeah, I don't know as far as so he's playing the nickel. That's why they brought him here, because they need somebody with Kyler Gordon out who has played that position, who they trust. And I asked him the other day, the difference between playing at the free safety spot, playing at the nickel. And he said, well, I might, I'll be hearing the call. I won't necessarily be making it, which is, just a change for him, going back to something he has not played in a couple of years. They didn't have him playing that role in Houston, certainly not in Philly when they won the Super Bowl. But I think it gives stability to a pass defense that's ranked kind of dead in the middle, 15th EPA per play. It could be a good opportunity for Joe Flacco, knowing he's a veteran quarterback, to try to pick apart some of these cornerbacks. But the Bears are more at full strength than they've been in a couple of weeks back there. Nashawn Wright, Tyreek Stevenson on the outside, and someone who is certainly not Kyler Gordon, but enough of an upgrade that they feel they had to make it to be able to survive there, because you couldn't get by with another week of Nick McLeod. That's what they told you last week. So at least now it feels like stability, but we'll see if stability also results in good play from a unit that got, frankly, kind of beat up last week by a backup quarterback.
And to that point, Courtney, we've been balancing it between the offense and the defense, where, A, the offense has to get after Joe Flacco, who's banged up, and B, the Bears offense has to outscore them. And I know that, that sounds funny, but I always say it whenever I bring it up, that, yes, the team that has the most points wins, but sometimes it's up to the offense to outscore a team. So who would you say the pressure is more on? The Bears defense to keep them out of the 30-point range, or the Bears offense to get to that 30-point range?
I think it's on the offense, because what they've shown us they have not been able to do the last few weeks is score in the red zone. If you can't get it fixed today against the red zone defense that ranks 30th, there's a bigger problem than just execution issues or the whole same page excuse that we've heard. But I don't want to hear that anymore if they can't get it done today. It's a prime opportunity that when you get down there, first off, the Bengals have no pass rush to speak of. Trey Hendrickson is not playing, and without him, it's been ugly for that defense trying to contain opposing quarterbacks. I mean, they let Justin Fields in that offense put up 39 points without him last week. The Bears should be capable of doing that on offense. So I think the pressure is more on a place like Chicago right now offensively than it would be on the Bears defense. Not to absolve them of anything, because I think you probably heard Ben Johnson the most honest this past week about the defense and about the pass rush and what it lacks. Like, what he said about Dio Odengbo, that's an indictment right now on the acquisition of a player that you guaranteed $30-something million to, who has not produced. Like, great. He had a great game against the run. That's awesome. But the fact that, he played a couple snaps inside, and that's where Ben Johnson thought he was at his best, not the job he was actually paid to do when he was brought in March. They've got to prove something today, that what we saw against the Saints wasn't just a one-hit wonder and doing it against a young quarterback.
Courtney, with that in mind, how much do you expect to see Austin Booker out there today?
I think quite a bit. And I keep going back to what Ben said about Dio. I wouldn't be surprised, to have Booker out there. Maybe if you feel that Odengbo is better on some of those third downs from the inside, and we know how, creative Dennis Allen likes to get in those situations, maybe that's where they find the most success with him, in having Booker more of a presence on the edge throughout the game. But we'll see. I mean, he's been healthy for a while. Now is his chance because of the numbers game, and he should be more than just depth for this team.
Courtney, you wrote an article kind of deep diving what the red zone issues have been, the inefficiency when they get there. What do you think helps correct that today, and how urgent is that at this point?
Number one is the penalties. You think about in the stat that's in there about how many drives they've had in the red zone, 23 of them. I believe it's 10 have featured at least one penalty. That's when they're in unfavorable down and distances. And even last week, yes, they overcame momentarily after Colston Loveland gets flagged for the false start. They overcame that, and Roma Dunze had the catch, and then DeAndre Swift had the run, but then there was the 2-yard loss on the Kyle Monungai run, and then Caleb Williams takes the sack on third down. It started with the penalty. That threw them out of their rhythm. So can they play clean football? We heard about all the quote-unquote unorthodox tactics they were using in practice to try to improve that. Let's see that come to play today, because you can't afford another game of double-digit penalties, another game where you're shooting yourself in the foot in the red zone, whether it's because, Drew Dahlman double clutches a snap or another false start. And even on the other side of it, when they're backed up in their own territory, the reason that Tyler Huntley was able to, connect with Derrick Henry, I believe it was Henry on the play that kind of gave them the breakaway touchdown, was because Joe Tooney, who never false started with the Bears backed up in their own red zone. So, you just can't take those in the worst possible part of the field. And I feel like that's a situation where if they don't get that cleaned up, we're talking, there's going to be a level of panic here that I think we haven't reached yet with the Bears offense.
Wow.
Courtney, looking ahead to Tuesday, we had a question about the trade deadline. It seems like a lot of the action may be elsewhere. What do you think Ryan Poles does here on Tuesday?
Yeah, I mean, he's been active one way or another since he got here. Obviously, the first year trading away Robert Quinn, and then what happened with Roquan Smith, and then bringing in Chase Claypool, and then the following year with Sweat. And even last year, people forget they traded away Khalil Herbert to the Bengals at the trade deadline. So it's not like they didn't do anything. They're not moving anybody. That does not feel likely at this point. Now, what the future holds beyond that is, for next year, maybe it is moving DJ Moore, maybe it is doing something else. I don't think that's now, though. I can't see them doing much, because you think about, they don't have the extra draft capital. The last couple of years, they've had the benefit of having other people's picks because of the trade for the number 1 overall pick and extra draft capital to move around. They've learned their lesson with giving up second-round picks for players who may or may not pan out. If you're thinking the pass rush is the biggest thing, they've got to find a way to improve it. Who are you trading for? Who are you trading for and giving up substantial draft capital for? It's not Myles Garrett. Cleveland has said they're not doing it. I don't see, the Raiders and Max Crosby. I think the price would just be way too high on that. So I don't think they do much on Tuesday.
Wow.
Courtney, we've spent a ton of time this week obviously highlighting this offense, and I'm not trying to be overly dramatic, but considering the opponent they're facing, how big a game is this for Caleb?
Big one. Big one. This is an opportunity. This is a red zone defense that's 30th. It's a defense that gives up 400-plus yards a game in totality. They have to do something today. Like, he has to. And I know that there's a lot of noise around him. Like, he actually had one of his better performances last week just in terms of, like, total QBR. It was the second highest total QBR. And if you hear cheers behind me, it's because Caleb just waved to the fans and he's running off the field. I'm sure he feels some type of way about how he's being perceived, some of the issues on offense. Like, he was the best red zone quarterback in terms of QBR the first 3 weeks of the season. He has not been. He hasn't thrown a touchdown pass in the red zone in weeks. David Montgomery and Breece Hall have a touchdown, and he doesn't. He's the only quarterback right now, only starting quarterback.
Wow.
He doesn't. That's a big problem. So I think that this is an opportunity for him. Like, it shouldn't be a high-pressure opportunity. The Bengals' defense is not very good. I understand these players get paid too, but this is not the caliber of even with the Baltimore Ravens defense. But they were getting somebody back last week that could wreck a game. This team just lost a player that could wreck a game. We know that they're secondary. I mean, hell, it's like, I'd be surprised by the time we get off the phone if another Bengals player on defense requested a trade. Like, it's that bad here. So I don't see how they can walk out of here without a win today and feel like they're going the right direction.
Wow.
Courtney, great stuff. We appreciate you. Thank you.
Thanks, Courtney.
Thanks guys. Take care.
I want to play you, too, on the other side here, the bite that you was referring to, where Ben Johnson earlier in the week talked about Montez Sweat and then Dio Adengbo. And like, I think you read between the lines with some of the things he says. He's quite direct, and then when he's not really direct, you can still tell that he's not complimenting a guy like you would expect for a new acquisition that you paid a lot of money for. I'll play that coming up. We'll expand on the Caleb conversation as well. That seems to always be in the center of everything. 312-332-3776. We're about an hour and 15 minutes away from kickoff. We are in Cincinnati at Kitty's. It is Bears and Bengals on the Chicago Bears Radio Network.
For the first time ever, the average age of a first-time homebuyer is in their 30s. We believe that it's still something all should aspire to. At Hearthside Realty, we work every day to make the dream of homeownership a reality for you. We know the communities we serve, and we provide the diversity of staff to help you every step of the way. And we're licensed in Illinois and Indiana. Start your journey at lennyfile.com. I'm Lenny File, and I go the extra mile. Visit lennyfile, that's FEIL.com today.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
Hey Bears fans, it's Silvy. Steinhoffels is a proud partner of the Chicago Bears, and this season, they're teaming up with Special Spaces Illinois to create dream bedrooms for kids battling cancer. Every time the Bears defense causes a false start at home, Steinhoffels donates $1,000 to Special Spaces Illinois. Steinhoffels, now with 7 locations, has Chicagoland's largest selection of furniture and mattresses, all styles, every budget, and they're 100% employee-owned. Shop in-store or online at steinhoffels.com.
Calamitous mishap, anticipate compensatory damages, subrogation relief, or tort claims under...
Guys, what are they even saying?
Post-Ivoni ads don't sound like that.
Lawyers like that are exactly why people call us. No legal mumbo-jumbo, just real talk.
We're from Chicago. We talk like you, we fight for you, and we have real conversations so we can help you.
They get where you come from, they get what you need, and they get you. Coast Ivoni, your local personal injury lawyers, because they are Chicago. 708-4million.
Dear Friday, Toyota says let's put good times in gear with the Tundra, Tacoma, and 4Runner. Want some cool available features? We've got power tailgates to power game days and a trailer backup guy that's the champ of the ramp. Heck, we might even cancel Monday. Toyota trucks. Find yours at Toyota.com. Toyota. Let's go places.
Mark your calendar, Chicago. The President's Cup is coming to Medina Country Club September 22nd through 27th, 2026. Join us for the premier global golf event featuring the top U.S. and international PGA Tour players competing for their country. It's all happening right here in our backyard, and you're not going to want to miss this. Tickets are on sale now at presidentscup.com.
Imagine having your skull detached from your spine to save you from paralysis. When Phil came to Northwestern Memorial Hospital, his spine was digging into his brainstem, but our team developed a plan to rebuild his spine.
Nationally ranked for neurology and neurosurgery by U.S. News and World Report, Northwestern Medicine is pioneering treatments for the toughest conditions. Incredibly, Phil was walking just days after surgery.
As Phil's nurse, I'm proud to be on a team that's changing lives.
Northwestern Medicine, better.
Getting health insurance that fits your budget isn't easy.
At Get Covered Illinois, we are here to help.
We are the state's official health insurance marketplace.
A place where health insurers compete for your business. A website where you can compare multiple health plans and pricing in one place.
And where you can connect to financial help and free in-person assistance.
Because you deserve insurance. GetCoveredIllinois.gov. We're here to help.
Chicago's home for sports is the home of the Chicago Bears. ESPN Chicago. Sync us up with your TV on the ESPN Chicago app.
The bar here at Kitty's in Cincinnati, as we've been here for the last 3 days, is packed. People starting to make their way across the street to Paycor Stadium. So,
are you getting a police escort over there?
I am not.
No?
There's no police.
How are you getting over there?
I am walking.
Shoe Leather Express?
It's right across the street, and then I go down the stairs into Gate F.
Okay.
It took me a while to get my bearings, Dionne. I don't know if that happens to you with some of some of the stadiums around the NFL.
Yes.
You're at one will call, and you should be at another will call.
It's honestly my biggest stress on the road is where am I picking up my pass? Where am I going? How do I find the press box? And what's terrifying to me is when I look at someone who it looks like works there, and I say, "Where's the elevator to the press box?" and they don't know. That's also terrifying.
That happens a lot. Yeah. This is the Advantage Dealer Group pregame show. I want to play you something that Ben Johnson said and Courtney alluded to in our last segment. This is when he was asked about how Montez Sweat and Dio Dengbo are doing and how they can improve. And this was the status report from Ben Johnson.
I think Sweat has started to ascend over the last few games. I'm pretty pleased with how he's playing. Dio has been really good as an interior rusher, and I thought he played a really strong game last week in the run game. It was his best game yet this season. But on the edge, we're still working on that.
Yeah, on the edge, we're still working about
it's
that.
Year 5 of his career, and
they got him for the edge.
Yeah.
Yes, he's big and he could play inside. I understand this, but I think this is before Shamar got hurt. He was playing outside, and they were looking at him as an interior guy because of the lack of pass rush that Dio has been getting. So what do you guys hear when you hear that?
Wow. It feels like they're not getting what they need out of their players. I mean, like what can they do at this point other than call them out and hopefully they step up to the plate? Like, this is a necessity for this team, is to get some sort of pass rush going. Again, today against a guy who is 40 years old and not 100%. I mean, if there's an opportunity to prove let the coach's words just kind of fade in the distance and say, okay, I can do this now. I'm gonna put pressure on. I mean, this is a chance for them to really step up today.
Yeah, Ben was very judicious with his response, and I understand why. When you have a player that's not really living up to expectations, I think the carrot is probably a better instrument than the stick at this point. But, look, it's something that we've talked about now for quite some time. Maybe the best is yet to come, but I remember watching him square off against Josh Simmons, a rookie left tackle, in the Kansas City game in preseason, and it didn't look pretty then. So it hasn't gotten a lot better. I will say, Coach is right. There's a lot of effort there. He does a solid job in the run, but you didn't give him $32 million guaranteed to be solid against the run.
Right. You and Yurko have mentioned this. That there are guys that you get, and sometimes they'll take plays off, and it will be frustrating. Dio is not that.
No.
Dio is trying, and he's a max effort guy, high motor guy, but he just doesn't have the toolbox to get to the quarterback at this point.
Well, I don't see a specific move that is something he relies on to get the best of an offensive lineman, and it's something that Yurko's talked quite a bit about. There's really no kind of skill set that leads you to believe that he's going to have success getting to the quarterback consistently. So, like I said, hopefully the best is yet to come. I wouldn't be shocked to see Booker get a ton of reps today.
Correct, and I think that they really like Austin Booker, and if he can be out there and have some impact, that would be a big deal. But back to Dio, like why pay him that much money if you weren't sure he could do what you need him to do? And then for Courtney to say she doesn't see them being super active at the trade deadline. So this is what they have. This is what they have to work with right now, and they'll have to figure things out from there, or like you said, Tommy, hopefully the best is yet to come and he'll figure it out. But it's just disappointing that much money is sitting there in a position that they need. They need someone to be performing at that position.
Well, think about what they've invested. It's not just Dio, but Montez Sweat cost you a second-round pick and $100 million. You gave Grady Jarrett $29 million. He's been banged up. When he's been healthy, he has been an asset. And Dexter's in, his third year? And there are flashes, but I think in totality, you're just not getting enough out of your front four based on how much you have invested in them.
Yeah, let's go to Isaac in Denver. Isaac, you're on the Advantage Dealer Group pregame show on the Bears Radio Network. What do you got for us?
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. Love your show. Love your work. Man, I'm so bummed because I was literally out there last weekend out in Sharonville, Ohio, actually, in the home of Waddle, looking around for his house. Couldn't find it, but oh well. I'm happy you guys are having a good time out there. It sounds like a blast. Yeah, man, I just want to see Caleb ball out today. And I know we're looking for a win, and I was listening to, I think it was Waddle yesterday, where he was like, win is the most important thing, but if it's like a 17-10 win and Caleb doesn't play well, then it's going to feel like it's like eating a bunch of Halloween candy, You feel great at first. He's like, oh, this is so delicious. And then you have that terrible feeling because you realize you ate a bunch of candy. And that's what that kind of win's going to feel like. So I want to see Caleb ball out. I want to see him score touchdowns. And let's get a win, baby. Let's go. Bear down.
Let me just clarify something. Like, I'll emphasize what he said. The W or the L is always what's most important. But how you go about winning or losing also resonates with me, especially when you've got a team that you're not in a rebuild, but you're in the first year with a new head coach and you're in the second year with your quarterback. So if they go out and win, an ugly game today, I'll be thrilled. But if Caleb doesn't have a game where you look at it and you say, wow, he was really good today and they won because of him, that, I'm not going to lie, that will be a bit disappointing to me considering the defense that they're facing today.
And you're right, Tom, not a team rebuilding, but certainly a team in transition.
Yeah.
But you want to see them taking those steps that make you feel like they're moving forward. I think what we learned even last week is their margin for error is so small. So that's why when they're kicking themselves in the foot with 11 penalties, it gets so frustrating because you can see that they have the ability, they're just not putting it all together.
As Kyle Brandt said on Good Morning Football this week, if not today, then when against this defense with Caleb.
And to clarify this stuff too, and we've talked a lot about this, where just because you're asking him to play better doesn't mean you don't have patience for the long-term development of the quarterback.
Of course.
He is going to be better next year. He's going to be better at the end of the year than he is today. We know it takes time. We know everyone develops on a different timeline. Just because Jaden Daniels had his big year last year, just because Drake May is having a great year this year, doesn't mean that Caleb will ultimately lose the race or not at least be, in the team photo. But I also think with all that said, it's fair for Bears fans to say, when a guy is open, he needs to hit him. He needs to see him. He needs to get the ball out quicker. He needs to be better in the red zone. These things need to happen.
In the remaining 10 games, D, we can shelve the great conversation. I don't think it's asking too much to come away in the next 10 games and say Caleb was good in all of these games. That's the expectation. you know what? We'll get to great at some point, and maybe we'll talk about that towards the end of this season. But right now, I don't feel guilty or shamed to say I need to come away from every game and say Caleb Williams played well.
I'm not ready to make any sort of blanket statements, but this is his 25th career start, right? Like we're starting to see who he is, even with a new coaching staff. Who he truly is what he's showing us consistently. So we have to hope that he takes those steps.
Yep. And then, last week he did get off to a good start.
Yeah.
He was hitting guys in stride, leading them nicely. Guys didn't have to go back for the football. The problem was, instead of it being 14-0, it was 6-0. These drives have stalled out. Courtney hit on the red zone issues, too, with Caleb. And he's got to do his part, and he is the quarterback. So you're always going to look to him first and foremost.
Yeah, I mean, look, it wasn't all awful. There were some good things, but at the end of the day, the situational awareness isn't where it needs to be. You can't throw an interception 5 yards deep in your own end zone, down 3 in the fourth quarter. You've got to cut down on the intentional grounding penalties. You got to know when to get out of the bounds and preserve your timeout. So, with that said, there was a ton of good stuff as well. I'm just waiting for that moment where it all comes together and we look at each other at the end of the day and go, wow, they won that game because our quarterback played lights out.
Yeah, we'll set up who's going to rock. You can load up your phone calls now at 312-332-3776, but let's take 10 seconds for all of our stations to identify themselves. This is the Chicago Bears Radio Network.
This is the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago, WMVP, WTBC HD2, Chicago.
All right, it is the Advantage Dealer Group pregame show, so ring it up. Who needs to rock is 312-332-3776. You pick a player that you want to focus on that needs to rock where the Bears come out with a victory today. 312-332-3776. Load up your phone calls. We're approaching an hour away from kickoff. It is the Bears and the Bengals. We're in Cincinnati on the Chicago Bears Radio Network.
Want to live life at max volume? Then look no further than Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana, with over 1,700 slots, 80 table games, live entertainment, and 5 restaurants which span a wide range of culinary genres. We are sure to have something for everyone. Whether you want to indulge in a savory dish at Council Oaks Steaks and Seafood, or take in dinner and live music at the world-renowned Hard Rock Cafe, amplify your entertainment experience at Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana, just off Exit 6, I-8094. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9 with it.
In football, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. At Great Clips, they save your haircut details in clip notes, so every member of the highly skilled team knows exactly how to create your signature look. And with our easy-to-use app, you can check in from anywhere and get a ready next text when you're up next for a cut. It's the confidence of a great haircut, delivered by a team you trust. Download our app today. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
In Chicago, football isn't just a game, it's a way of life. And when the Bears hit the field, there's only one drink that brings the flavor, Dr. Pepper. And now, it could be your ticket in. Enter the Dr. Pepper Bears ticket sweepstakes at drpepperticketsweeps.com/Bears for your chance to win tickets to an upcoming game. Terms and conditions may apply.
Hey football fans, it's Adam Colopy with the Village of Bedford Park. Just like a winning team needs great players, your business needs the right support to succeed. And that's exactly what you'll find in Bedford Park. Our team works hard to block obstacles, open lanes, and help drive your business into the end zone. Plus, we offer a safe and reliable Lake Michigan water supply. Ready to move the chains for your business? Contact me, Adam Colopy, at ACOLLOPY at villageofbedfordpark.com.
Hey guys, it's Mitch Lyons with Mitch Lyons Wealth. You hear Yurko, the good kid, talk about me all the time. And yes, I did play in the NFL. But to be honest, these days, I'm more into spreadsheets than playbooks, and I'm solely focused on making sure my clients win retirement. Look, retirement's not about gambling on stocks or chasing crypto tips from your brother-in-law. It's about smart planning, steady income, and ultimately enjoying every day like it's Saturday. So if you want less guessing and more confidence, visit MitchLyonsWealth.com.
If you're turning 65 or new to Medicare, Humana might just have the health plan you're looking for. Our Medicare Advantage plans offer coverage and care you can count on. You could get a plan with a $0 premium or an all-in-one plan that may include medical and prescription coverage, as well as routine dental, vision, and hearing. Learn more at gethumana.com. Humana, a more human way to healthcare. Humana is a Medicare Advantage HMO and PPO organization with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in any Humana plan depends on contract renewal.
Choose Bradley University. Whether you're building robots, training on cutting-edge medical simulators, or diving into sports communication, Bradley prepares you. You'll cheer on D1 athletics, study abroad, and choose from over 200 student organizations. Plus, you'll benefit from competitive internships, community-focused research, and a top-tier education that provides a proven return on investments. Choose Bradley. Apply today at bradley.edu.
At Bell Tire, we don't just care about tires, we care about you. Bell Tire. We care about you too, Tire Man. But caring about our customers is why we'll beat anyone's tire price. And with 0% financing, we make sure everyone can get back on the road fast and affordably. Because taking care of our customers by getting them the best deal possible is how we're changing tires. Bell Tire. See belltire.com for details.
This is the home for every Bears game.
Touchdown! Touchdown Bears!
ESPN Chicago.
Tom Waddle, Dionne Miller, and Mark Silverman, Bears pregame.
Welcome back to the Advantage Dealer Group pregame show. We are live in Cincinnati, just across the street from Paycor Stadium. We are in a bar called Kitty's, and the majority of the people here are Bears fans. You've heard stories until you experience it where you're in, the eye of the storm. You truly don't understand it. It's simply unbelievable. We've heard stories about Nashville years ago where Bears fans drank the town dry.
I don't think you could do that in Cincinnati. I don't think you could do that
I didn't think you could do that in Nashville.
Yeah, that's a good point. But I think Cincinnati be prepared for all of the consumption that needs to take place.
There are Peyton jerseys, Urlacher jerseys, there are modern jerseys, like someone's wearing a Colston Loveland jersey, many Waddle jerseys. There's a Mongo jersey. Aww. It is, we got a Peanut Tillman, get Peanut into the Hall of Fame. He trademarked a move. When you do that and you produce like he did, you deserve to be in the Hall of Fame. So my who needs to rock is the writers who put the Hall of Fame members in. They're going to put Peanut Tillman.
I like it.
Let's get to who's going to rock. It's brought to you by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. See Sting November 23rd at Hard Rock Live.
Wow.
Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. That's right.
Wow, that would be good. Can we go to that? I want to go.
Yes.
Yeah, of course you could go.
I once saw the Police at Wrigley Field, so now you get Sting
I bet
solo.
you saw the Police quite a bit at Wrigley
you
Field
stop
back in the
it.
day.
You got the Police.
Different
You're not
police,
the only
right?
one.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Oh, boy. That's a story for another day, Dionne.
Right.
All right, so let's go around the table here figuratively. Dionne, you kick us off. Who needs to rock in this game?
Well, I think it goes without saying that Caleb needs to rock, but I'm going to go a little bit more in depth here and talk about the defense, namely Montez Sweat. I think he needs to get some pressure up front. But it's interesting to note that today, Montez Sweat, TJ Edwards, and Andrew Billings are all playing in their 100th career game. So I feel like there might be some milestone moment that defense can really come together and take advantage of an opportunity here. I feel like Caleb's going to get those opportunities against a bad Bengals defense. I feel like the Bears defense really needs to be a force today and help on that side of the ball, take the ball away again, and really kind of come together in this moment against an injured and older quarterback in Joe Flacco.
It's such a good point, Dionne, because we have focused a ton on the offense, but when you're the Bears and you see the schedule come out, and you go to Baltimore and you go to Cincinnati, you're thinking you're going in to two really, really hard games against Lamar Jackson, a two-time MVP, and Joe Burrow, who I believed was poised for his MVP season after the way the Bengals finished the season last year. They get a break, and they don't get either quarterback. You lose to Huntley, and I know we're talking up Joe Flacco because he's better than the alternatives that they were going with Jake Browning, who fell flat on his face basically. But this guy wasn't on the team 3 weeks ago.
Correct.
So you got to come in and you got to do some damage.
Well, it is remarkable what this offense in Cincinnati has done with him. It's not just the passing game at Jamar Chase. Chase Brown has been rejuvenated. Their running game the last 3 weeks has been very, very good as well. I'll take the low-hanging fruit here. It's Caleb Williams.
I'll sign off on that, too.
Because it just has to happen. Again, if not today against this defense, then when are you going to have that big game that kind of propels you to bigger and better things? Play smart. Be situationally aware of what's going on. Take your checkdowns when you need to. Just, get out of bounds when you need to get out of bounds. Don't try to be a hero at certain times. So excel, play a great game, but be smart. And I would say that about everyone on this roster. When you're committing 9 penalties per game and your inefficiencies are so highlighted in the red zone, everyone's making mistakes. But play smart, but Caleb Williams is the guy that I would focus on most.
And then I would do that too. And then the other point on this is Caleb holds the keys to unlocking Colston Loveland.
Yeah.
You drafted Colston Loveland that high. The quarterback's got to play well for him to be unlocked. DJ Moore is averaging, I want to say, 45 yards receiving so far this year. That's not good enough. And that's where Caleb comes in. So, you could circle DJ and you could circle Loveland and say, I need them to rock. But it all starts with the quarterback unlocking them. Let's take a couple calls and then we'll get to Tom Thayer. Let's go to George. You're on the Chicago Bears Radio Network. What do you got, George?
Hey, guys. I think Kyle Monungai needs to rock today. We've seen some flashes in the last couple of weeks. He's going to get the workload today. Let's see him in pass pro and in the run game. I hope he scores.
That's right. And it may be a good bet to take him. I know Tyler and Waddle have talked about a long shot. Now, it's a long shot, 16-1, a Britton Brown touchdown. And I think first to score, he's 65-1 if you want to make a small play there if they would give him the ball at the goal line.
Yeah, I mean, look, again, it's next man up at that position, and I think that they're comfortable with him. I was impressed with him in the preseason. My guess is they're going to turn to Brown before they turn to Travis Homer. And I think Monungai will get 15-plus carries, but if you're running it 25 times, who else is going to get the ball? So I would say Brown is a guy that keep an eye on as well. But Monungai needs to have a big day today.
Trevor, really quick before Tom Thayer, who needs to rock?
Hey, guys, I think Montez Sweat needs to rock today for 2 reasons. One, with all the talk of the trade deadline and all these pass rushers, it'd be nice to see ours do something and slow that down. And then also, just like you said earlier, to target Joe Flacco early, give our boys some momentum so we can get on another winning streak. That would be great.
Sounds good. Good stuff, Trevor. We appreciate it. And don't forget, I'll continue to take your phone calls at halftime. Then Peggy and Yurko in the post-game show, 312-332-3776. Keep that number handy. Tom Thayer joins us from across the street in the booth. He'll join us next. Bears against the Bengals. We're just about 52 minutes away from kickoff on the Chicago Bears Radio Network.
With America's best lineup of hybrids from Hyundai, you get the best of both worlds, like the reliable and efficient Tucson Hybrid, backed by America's best warranty. The Hyundai Tucson Hybrid. It's the best of both worlds.
Lease the Hyundai Tucson for $259 a month or get 0% APR on the Tucson or Tucson Hybrid. Offers end November 3rd. Call 224-661-0068 for details.
Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, Electric wants you to avoid breakdowns this winter. Did you know your dirty furnace costs more to operate? It increases your utility bill and leads to more breakdowns? Now's the time. Schedule your Four Seasons tune-up today for only $89.95. The furnace tune-up includes a 30-point inspection, complete cleaning, and is backed by the industry-leading 1-year, no breakdown guarantee. Peace of mind, lower utility bills, just a Four Seasons tune-up away.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
Make your game day a winner with Aurelio's Pizza, Chicagoland's oldest pizza chain since 1959. This is Joe Aurelio inviting you to indulge in our crispy thin crust, signature sauce, 100% real mozzarella, and your favorite premium toppings like our fresh ground Italian sausage. Dine in, carry out, or have it delivered. Visit AureliosPizza.com for the location nearest you. Download the Aurelio's app and start earning rewards today. Aurelio's Pizza. It's a sauce.
That's you trying to fix the plumbing yourself to save a few bucks. Doing things yourself doesn't always end well. The same goes for insurance. That's why Auto Owners works with local independent agents who tailor coverage to meet your needs and offer discounts for life, home, car, and business insurance. Because sometimes you need a professional to get the job done right. That's simple human sense.
Ask Lakeview Insurance Agency in Chicago if Auto Owners make sense for you.
Hey, I'm ordering dinner. I was thinking burgers.
Boom! I just earned a $650 bonus for opening up a checking account at Old National Bank. Sorry, what'd you say? Burgers?
No, I definitely said 40-ounce dry-aged tomahawk steaks. Yep, with those little sautéed mushrooms.
Earn up to a $650 bonus when you open an eligible checking account and complete qualifying activities. Visit oldnational.com/checking and get old. Member FDIC. Additional restrictions apply. Offer valid through October 31st, 2025.
$2.25 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $2.25 million for a client who was injured in an auto accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group. Playing professional football and being on the radio for many years, I've had the opportunity to endorse many products and companies. I've always felt it's important to choose companies that I believe in. I've never had the opportunity to endorse a company owned by close friends until now. The Verdoliak Law Group has been helping people for 60 years. They've even taken care of some of my neighbors and close friends. When you need medical care, you want a doctor with the experience and the skill set that's going to help you. The same holds true when you need a lawyer. The Verdoliak Law Group has recovered over $9 billion for their clients through legal representation and consulting. They have over 60 years of experience and skill, serving over 40,000 clients. For personal injury, auto accidents, truck accidents, wrongful death, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and all your legal needs, call my friends at the Verdoliak Law Group. The Verdoliak Law Group has done great for my friends and neighbors, and they will do great for you, too. Call them today, 844-4VLG-LAW.
Hey, Bears fans, it's Silvy. Steinhoffel's a proud partner of the Chicago Bears. Just opened their newest furniture and mattress superstore in Maryville Plaza in Maryville, Indiana. That makes 7 Chicagoland locations with the best selection, unbeatable value, and styles for every space and budget. Plus, they're 100% employee-owned. That's a local pride you can feel good about. Shop in-store or online anytime at steinhoffels.com.
For the first time ever, the average age of a first-time homebuyer is in their 30s. But we believe that it's still something all should aspire to. Start your journey today at lennyfile.com.
Bears Monday starts with Cap and Jay Hood on ESPN Chicago.
All right, Bears and Bengals. This is the Advantage Dealer Group pregame show. We're just about 47 minutes away from kickoff. Let's go across the street as we're at Kitty Sports Bar with a ton of Bears fans. And pick it up with Tom Thayer, the Super Bowl champion, longtime voice of the Bears. He's brought to you by UI Health. Expert care for your journey. Visit uihealth.care. And Tom, you've experienced this for years. Going on the road with this team as a player, going on the road with this team as a broadcaster. And, like, you hear the stories, but until you are in a bar like this and you experience it, it really just doesn't do it justice, does it?
No, I mean, there's nothing like a Sunday afternoon in an atmosphere, whether it's NFC, AFC, whether it's two teams from the same division. But, you know, the message is kind of clear with both of these teams, and the Cincinnati's been ignited the last couple of weeks because of Joe Flacco and what the receivers can offer any football team in the NFL, and Jamar Chase has exploded with targets, and T. Higgins is still a big weapon. So is Chase Brown, the running back. And then you look at the message that, Ben Johnson delivered from the podium at the end of the game, that the leaders better take a leadership role within this football team and limit the mistakes and get more efficiency inside the red zone. So there's, the Bengals had a closed-door meeting with the defense. The Bears had, the ultimatum from the podium by the head coach saying, you better take ownership of what we're coaching you for during the week, and let's see how it factors out in the game. And, I mean, I'm excited to see this game because I want to see how Monongai's going to do. I want to see how Britton Brown's going to help this offense, and is it Travis Homer, and see where it all goes to.
Tom joins us from the Hyundai booth. Hey, Tom, speaking of the running game, does it change at all? Does the approach change because DeAndre Swift isn't in? Is this another opportunity to attack this defense on the perimeter the way they have the last couple of weeks?
I don't think it changes at all because I don't think the running game is uber sophisticated anyways. It's about seeing if the offensive line can get the job done up front, create some opportunities for the running backs to use their vision, their burst, and their speed once they get through the hole. But, when you look at the last 3 to 4 weeks, Darnell Wright is playing a more physical brand of football. So do they have an aiming point where this offense can initiate the running game, whether it's inside shoulder of the right tackle or those edge plays by the right tackle? And so, you would like to see finally, a point of emphasis in that running game that you can repeat throughout the course of a game. But I think that there's nothing that DeAndre Swift could do that Monangai can't do. Monangai is good at blitz pickup. He's a good receiver out of the backfield. He runs screens efficiently, and I think he's a really determined runner on the inside, even though he's not the size of Swift or Derrick Henry, but he runs with a lot of courage.
Tom, do you think it is just a matter of cleaning up penalties and details when they get to the red zone?
I do, but I think it's discipline. Last week you look at that 3rd and 1 in the red zone and Colston Loveland jumps. You got to break the huddle and you got to have certainty in the count. And if you don't know the count, then be hesitant about coming off the ball. Don't create a mistake by, not knowing what was said inside the huddle. And one thing about, this terminology has got to be perfected by everybody, especially in the red zone. And now when you come to this type of environment, once you break the huddle, there's not going to be a lot of commands that are going to be given by anybody from offensive lineman to offensive lineman or quarterback to receiver and running backs. It's going to be about know what you heard when you break the huddle, and then when Caleb goes through whatever type of cadence he's going to use under center, I'm sure it's a volume cadence, and then from shotgun, it's a silent cadence. And that's what Ben talked about last week is you can't have mistakes. You can't have self-created mistakes and go from a 3rd and 1 to 3rd and 6, and then you have 2 bad plays after that, and then you're kicking a field goal because it's almost like you got to give a speech inside the locker room that we're not going to put Cairo on the field because field goals are unacceptable.
Tom, have we gotten to the point of no return with regard to that? Not to drag it back to the high school level, but at some point, if you can't clean up everything that's going on, does somebody have to replace somebody that's making mistakes?
I think that threat has always been there, whether it's my era, your era, or this era. There's always that threat of, listen, if you don't know what you're doing during the week and then how it leads up into the game, then, the threat of being replaceable is always going to be there. And I think it kind of creates a paranoia inside the locker room that if you're not a bona fide, guaranteed, legitimate, bona fide starter in the league, that you can be replaced. And sometimes I think that's a positive, is a positive for the approach of everybody else in the locker room.
Yeah. Tom, how do you feel about the way Flacco has been targeting Jamar Chase? We know Jamar Chase is either the best wide receiver in the league or in the top 3 to 5. And so you always want to get him the football, but it seems like he's really just targeting him. So if you're Dennis Allen, what do you do to prevent that, or do you try to prevent that?
It's kind of a pitch and catch. Joe Flacco drops back and he throws the ball to Jamar Chase. They have perfected, a certain amount of routes that they enjoy running, and Flacco is so accurate that unless you have blanket type of a coverage, you're putting pressure on Flacco, you're putting him in a retreat position or an escape position, it's going to be tough to affect his accuracy. And so it's going to take a full team effort. But that's the one thing about this offense. It's a fast twitch offense right now with Joe Flacco. And whether it's the running game in the way Chase Brown hits the hole, or if it's the passing game in the way Joe Flacco repeatedly targets Jamar Chase. And then you always got that other, T. Higgins waiting in the wings for his 150-yard opportunity. And so, yeah, I guess you got to set your sights on what you're going to do to Jamar Chase, but also what type of coverages are you going to play. And I think that is, you have to vary your coverages that you're going to play against Flacco and Jamar Chase, just so you're not saying, okay, we're going to be determined and we're going to play man the whole time. Well, then you're going to get a bunch of interference calls as well as a bunch of completions of Jamar Chase. So the defensive line better be able to complement the passing game. And I'm not a big fan of these offensive tackles. I think Orlando Brown, the left tackle, he's got the worst stance with a hitch that I've seen in the NFL. So if you can get some of these guys to get a couple of effective pass rushes against them, maybe you put a little bit of concern in the play caller for Cincinnati because you are taking a toll on the tackles.
Tom, hang in there. We will continue the conversation and bring Jeff Joniak into the mix. It's all coming up. This is the Advantage Dealer Group pregame show. Bears and Bengals. We're just about 40 minutes away from kickoff on the Chicago Bears Radio Network. Hey guys, there's nothing like the smell of the grill on a crisp Sunday morning. We're in the meat of the season right now. Tailgaters have their favorite recipes dialed in, and I'm cooking up all sorts of action on Circa Sports Illinois. High limits, low holds, amazing customer service, and not a single bet fee ever. Guys, I'm going with the Beloved's over in the game. I think the offense is going to roll. Download circasports.com. You got to be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
In football, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. At Great Clips, they save your haircut details in clip notes, so every member of the highly skilled team knows exactly how to create your signature look. And with our easy-to-use app, you can check in from anywhere and get a ready next text when you're up next for a cut. It's the confidence of a great haircut, delivered by a team you trust. Download our app today. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
Hey, this is Courtney Cronin. If you're injured, you want a legal representative that gets you and where you come from.
Exactly. When you call us, you're not getting some out-of-town mega firm. You're talking to Chicagoans.
That's Julio Costa of Costa Iavoni, and his partner Anthony is also here.
Thanks, Courtney. We're proud of the trust we've built here in town.
There's an immediate connection with Chicagoans. They know we'll take the time to understand what they're going through.
And then we will fight to win. At Costa Iavoni, we get you.
Costa Iavoni, your trusted local personal injury attorneys at 708-4million.
Illinois State University and Chicago's favorite football team have a lot in common. A long tradition. Illinois State is the oldest public university in Illinois. A history of success. Redbird graduates earn $15,000 more than the national average. And highly regarded recruits. Our newest freshman class is our largest ever. There's never been a better time to tune in on Sundays, and there's never been a better time to be a Redbird. Get started on a Hall of Fame career today. Learn more and apply for admission at illinoisstate.edu/admissions.
It's the season of performance at Advantage Acura in Naperville. Acura is the leader in reliability and style, and with more selection to choose from and more savings, they're committed to providing a smooth and easy car buying process. Advantage Acura values your time. They'll have you in your new Acura in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. Visit AdvantageAcura.com or see them in Naperville. Must mention offer upon arrival before negotiation. Restrictions apply. Ask dealer for details.
Miller Lite, the legendary light beer. The originator, the inventor. If this beer could talk, it'd tell stories about that one time, that night, that one guy, that one gal. Writing a story 50 years long and 50 million friends wide. Because legendary stories start with a light. Here's to 50 years of Miller time. Celebrate responsibly. 2025 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Want to live life at max volume? Then look no further than Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. With over 1,700 slots, 80 table games, live entertainment, and 5 restaurants which span a wide range of culinary genres, we are sure to have something for everyone. Whether you want to indulge in a savory dish at Council Oaks Steaks and Seafood, or take in dinner and live music at the world-renowned Hard Rock Cafe. Amplify your entertainment experience at Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. Just off Exit 6, I-8094. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
The Chicago Bears podcast. If you aren't listening, you're not getting the whole story. See it or hear it now on the ESPN Chicago app or wherever you like to pod. Joniak and Thayer with Jason McKee. Bears football, ESPN Chicago.
We're 35 minutes away from kick. We're across the street at a bar called Kitty's, full of Bears fans. Some are starting to head into Paycor Stadium. It's the Advantage Dealer Group pregame show, Bears and Bengals. Let's talk to the entire booth. And the voice of the Bears is Jeff Joniak. His journal is presented by Steinhofels, Chicagoland's furniture and mattress leader. Their Black Friday sale is on now. Shop incredible furniture and mattress deals in-store and online at steinhofels.com. I bet you, Jeff, that you're fresh as a daisy after getting that extra hour of beauty sleep.
Yeah.
How about you?
Well, unfortunately, I took a couple Tylenol PM and melatonin gummy thinking that would knock me out, but then the World Series was interesting. So I watched the whole damn thing, and I really didn't sleep very well. So there you go. But congrats to the Dodgers. And happy Pizookie to you guys.
Happy what?
Waddle,
Huh?
do you know what a Pizookie is?
I do not.
A Pizookie.
No.
BJ's Restaurant and Brew House. Tom Thayer, myself, and Little Z had dinner there last night. Just quick in and out. And the Pizookie. It's known for the Pizookie. It's a dessert. I can't tell you, but I thought it was a Cincinnati thing like this Skyline chili bologna.
Describe
but
it.
this is Pizookie. So
What's
I'm
in a
saying
Pizookie?
Happy Pizookie.
like,
a couple dollops of ice cream. And I don't know. I guess it looks like a pizza bread with ice cream. I don't know.
Sounds like it should come with an angioplasty as well.
Yeah. Exactly. All right, my first impression today, and it's all about Jamar Chase, to be honest. He's a problem. 99 targets, NFL high, 10-plus catches last 3 games. You know all about this. But one way to maybe slow him down is a corner like Nashawn Wright, long. He doesn't love length, meaning it gets in his chest and disrupts his flow. But he is flat-out competitive, dogged by every definition. And so he's going to be somebody the Bears got to stop on every down. He's number 1 on first down in the league in catches, deadly in the fourth quarter, deadly in 4 and 5 receiver sets, 3rd in the NFL in yak, so big job there. Second thought, pressure Flacco. He's only completing 39% of his passes when he's under pressure for a measly 1.5 yard per pass attempt. So gotta do that. It would also help with the run defense. Third degree, interesting, the Bengals don't bring a lot of pressure, or at least they haven't up to this point. And when blitzed, Caleb Williams is outstanding. One of the top quarterbacks in the NFL. It's without a blitz, without any pressure, that he's 29th in completion percentage, which has to change today. And then my fourth and short, just make them pay. Per next-gen stats, these Bengals have 94 missed tackles for 645 yards. Wow. That's absurd. By far, most in the NFL. These linebackers are young, but they missed tackles. Demetrius Knight tied for the second most in the league. The safeties, 11 and 10 respectively for Jordan Battle and Geno Stone. So a guy like Monangai getting into the second level, or a screen to DJ, shed tackles, make plays, and put up points on the board today, baby.
J-Mac, I want you to react to something that Jeff said, and you guys can all jump in, but Jeff, I want to make sure I heard you right, that Caleb struggles much more when there is no pressure in regard to pressure. And why is that? Does pressure, J-Mac, as a coach, as a former player, does pressure make him to make the quick read and just throw it where it's supposed to be thrown, and he's doing too much ad-libbing when there's no pressure?
Yeah, I think it can be a couple things, right? When you have pressure, what happens, right? Well, there's a void created by the defense by that blitzer that they're bringing to create pressure. So therefore, if you have a right route concept or that receiver has a hot route, then it's an easier read for Caleb because he pretty much knows where he's going with the ball. Now, without pressure, right, some teams, they'll only rush 3, they'll drop 8. It's tougher because you got to go through like more of a pure progression read and find the void in whatever coverage they're playing. So if they're playing zone, you got to be on time and find the void in that zone. And if you're not on time, what happens? That ball is a PB or that ball can be intercepted. So, yeah, it's a lot of things that goes along with playing quarterback in this league, and we're seeing it, right? We're seeing the growing pains of Caleb right now, right? We've seen some good, we've seen some bad, but that's what you're going to see from a second-year quarterback, and I keep saying it, second-year quarterback in a new offensive system again. So all these quarterbacks develop at different times in their career, as we've seen.
Hey, Tom, what area of need do you think has to show the greatest improvement in today's game?
Oh, I don't know, maybe I'm overthinking, but I have high expectations for Austin Booker, because here's a guy that he came out of the training camp into full pads, and he was on fire. And he was doing good on one-on-ones, and he was doing good against some of the competition he faced in training camp. And when I was watching him warm up today before the game, he's got a lot of length. He's a bigger guy than when he came here. He has an arsenal of pass rush moves that you can take one offensive tackle, 6'8", 350, the other guy 6'8", 350, that they don't have great bendability, but that's what Austin Booker has. So I would like to see these guys being able to take away the ineffective escape of a 40-year-old quarterback and see if they can have this thing result in sacks. And then, like I said before, is field goals in the red zone are unacceptable. It's got to be touchdowns, because no matter how the crowd's going to be, it seems like it's going to be a heavy dose of Bears fans. I think it's about the Bears winning this game and not, like I said last week, they lost the game. They didn't necessarily get beat. They lost it. So let's see if the approach of Ben Johnson from the podium at the conclusion of the game have any effect on how these guys prepared and play today.
I would say, sorry, Dionne, just a red zone, as Tom, we just talked about it. That was his key to the game in our Bears Game Day live show on Fox. They've kicked 9 field goals in the red zone. You take those out of the mix and score touchdowns, and now you're a top 10 scoring offense, averaging better than 27 points a game, assuming you were perfect in that regard. So I would say red zone, that's the one thing that gets under Ben Johnson's skin, is when they have to settle in the red zone.
Yeah, red zone efficiency with urgency, please, today. J-Mac, what do you like what you've seen from Kyle Monangai as he gets set to make his first NFL start and really carry the load for the running game?
I'm really excited about Kyle Monangai's opportunity today. I see when he carries the ball, he's all business, right? He's a one-cut runner, which means one cut, he's getting downhill with physicality, and that's what you want, a guy that can be a chain mover, but a guy that's not, wasting time in the backfield, and he's really hitting his aiming point, making his read, and really getting all the yardage that he can on each individual carry. So I'm excited his opportunity. I think he's going to have a really good day.
One thing about Monangai, he's got brand new shoes on today. They're the brightest orange shoes that I've ever seen. And I want them to be the right shoes, because the turf is going to have a little bit of moisture on top. I don't want you to put on shoes because you're the go-to guy. I want you to have the shoes that are going to keep you on your feet, and they're going to help you be the best player you can be today.
Always on top of it, that's for sure. Jeff, you tell us a lot. Ben Johnson said it at the podium this week that the locker room's most important. That you talk about culture all the time. C.J. Gardner-Johnson is a good player when he's on and he's focused. He's been a nemesis of the Bears in the past. How do you think he fits in today?
Well, I think we're going to find out pretty quickly. I mean, I expect him to take a lot of nickel snaps. Who knows? He may even start at nickel today. I don't know. But as a player, he's still young. Yeah, he is quick, and he gets to the football. He's got a lot of interceptions, 18 in his career. He had 6 in sandwich seasons with Philadelphia. But I do know that in the lock, I wasn't in there on Thursday or Friday, but on Thursday, while the media was in there, man, he was bouncing around. He was making noise. I mean, that's what he brings to the table. And he's got a lot of juice to him. And obviously it's got to be properly channeled, and you don't want it to draw flags on the field, but you also can't take the competitive nature away from a player that thrives in that environment. So as long as it doesn't hurt the team, but he is going to be, as I like to say, ear hustling today. He'll do it all day long against these Bengals receivers if he gets the opportunity. But 22 tackles for loss and 15 hits on the quarterback. So he's a blitzer. He's a chess piece for Dennis Allen.
And 12 personal fouls on his resume as well. Keep an eye on that. Yeah. Hey, J-Mac, you said a lot of great things about Caleb, and patience needs to be exercised. I agree with that 100%. But how important is it from your perspective that he has a day today, especially against this Bengals defense, something that he and this entire offense can build on going forward?
Yeah, I think it's very important, right? We talk about growth, and we heard Ben Johnson talk about, right, despite the loss last week, he saw growth in Caleb, and that's what you want to see each and every week. You want to see growth. You want to see progression. And against a Bengals defense that gives up almost 32 points a game, right? And I think they're in terms of league rankings, they're high up there in terms of pass touchdowns allowed as well. So you love to see Caleb come out here and have what you call a get-right-back game to help him boost some confidence throughout the remainder of the season.
Guys, great work. We will check in with you coming up next, Jeff, with Ben Johnson. Thank you.
All right, thank you, guys.
There you go. There's Jeff Joniak, Tom Thayer, and, of course, J-Mac down on the field. They've got you covered for the best call in the National Football League. There is also talk from Jay Glazer today on Fox that the Bears are aggressive, or that Ryan Poles and the Bears are one of the teams that are aggressive in making phone calls. And then Glazer added, according to Aaron Lemming on his Twitter, that they're looking for defensive help and pass rush, and we've talked a lot about that. So it could be an interesting trade deadline. The trade deadline is Tuesday at 3 o'clock Chicago time. We'll have more on that as it goes on, and I'm sure Yurko and Peggy will talk about it on the post-game show. Coming up next, Ben Johnson getting set. How does he find solutions for the red zone, for the penalties? Jeff Joniak sits down with him. Coming up next, this is the Advantage Dealer Group pregame show. It's Bears and Bengals on the Bears Radio Network.
It's not a tailgate until someone burns the brats and forgets the bottle opener.
Dude, that happened one time. And I brought the beer. Yingling Flight. Thank you very much.
Smart move. 95 calories, 2.6 carbs. Light enough to go the distance, unlike your cousin trying to toss a spiral.
And it actually tastes like beer, not like those mystery seltzers in Steve's cooler.
This season, skip the gimmicks. Yingling Flight. Raise the bar on your tailgate. DG Yingling and Son, Pottsville, Pennsylvania.
Crash, bang, suddenly you are on the DL. If that happens as a result of somebody else's negligence, we can help. I'm Jim Morisi, Chicago personal injury lawyer. Our experienced attorneys and support staff will talk with you during a free consultation, tell you your options, and ensure that you take the right steps throughout the entire process. Visit us at MorisiLongo.com. That's MoriciLongo.com. Your future is our priority.
Dear crew, it's Toyota. With an adult-sized third row, everyone's welcome in the Grand Highlander. From sports fans to eco-buffs and movie fans. Sink back in the Sienna with an available rear seat entertainment system. Slip into the RAV4 with available all-wheel drive. And let's go. Toyota. Find yours at toyota.com. Toyota. Let's go places.
Hi, this is Dave Musial, owner of Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric, with our biggest sale ever. Furnaces from $39 a month. Furnace and air conditioning combos from $59 a month. Plus 72 months interest-free financing and up to a $4,000 system rebate. Four Seasons guaranteed to beat any competitor's price by up to $1,000 guaranteed. So call today for your free in-home estimate and same-day installation.
For all the right reasons, call it 664 Seasons.
It's another exciting game day for Bears fans, and on game days, it's all about more. More action, more noise, and more savings. That's right, Bears fans save up to 25 cents per gallon on game days with a fuel rewards program from Shell. That means you can keep your tailgates going all season long. So don't drop the ball on saving more at the pump. Download the app, join the fuel rewards program, and take your savings all the way to the end zone. Terms and conditions apply. Visit www.fuelrewards.com/bears for full offer details.
Hey football fans, it's Adam Colopy with the Village of Bedford Park. Just like a winning team needs great players, your business needs the right support to succeed. And that's exactly what you'll find in Bedford Park. Our team works hard to block obstacles, open lanes, and help drive your business into the end zone. Plus, we offer a safe and reliable Lake Michigan water supply. Ready to move the chains for your business? Contact me, Adam Colopy, at ACOLLOPY at villageofbedfordpark.com.
You know that sound, and you better get used to it, because when you bank with Consumers Credit Union, you've got people cheering for you everywhere you go. Whether it's a quick run to the grocery store, the gas station, or shopping on your phone without even getting out of bed. When you get that kind of support with lower fees, great rates, and a team that's fully committed to your success, you win. Consumers Credit Union, the people in your corner.
Getting the kids to practice on time. Remembering if it's your day to bring snacks. Making it to the game with a clean jersey. Why are simple things sometimes so complicated? Thankfully, with Auto Owners, insurance doesn't have to be one of them. Auto Owners works with independent agents who answer when you call, so you can worry about more important things, like whether your kid is going to run toward first or third base. That's simple human sense.
Ask Lakeview Insurance Agency in Chicago if auto owners make sense for you.
Hey, do you know what time it is? It's Aurelio's Pizza time. Visit Aurelio'sPizza.com for the location nearest you. Aurelio's Pizza. It's a sauce.
Tom Waddle, Dionne Miller, and Mark Silverman. Bears pregame.
Great talking to the booth. They'll have the call of the game. Jeff Joniak, Tom Thayer, and J-Mac. And Crosstalk, as always, is brought to you by our great friends and partners at Shell. Sign up for the Fuel Rewards program from Shell and earn up to 25 cents per gallon on Bears game days. I'm a member. You should be too. All right, let's get with the head coach, Ben Johnson. Here's the voice of the Bears, Jeff Joniak.
All right, appreciate it. Silvy here with Bears head coach Ben Johnson. We're in Cincinnati, Ohio, Paycor Stadium to play the Bengals. And I'll tell you, Ben, when the schedule comes out in May, we see Lamar Jackson in his building. We see Joe Burrow in his building, and everybody starts thinking, oh, my gosh, tough places to play quarterbacks. Whole set of challenges right there. But looks like Joe Flacco feels good enough to go with an AC joint sprain. Hey, you played the position. I don't know how many quarterbacks can fight through that, or it's pain tolerance, I'd imagine. But you have to expect the best from this 40-year-old quarterback that's come in there and made a big difference.
If he says he's ready to go, you got to expect him to be ready to go. So he's playing at a high level right now since he got traded on over to Cincy, and we'll have our work cut out for us. Obviously, it runs through their wideouts, and they're very dangerous players. So we're going to have to try to affect Flacco as much as we possibly can up front.
One of the things that people probably are not paying attention to because of what Jamar Chase is doing is that running game. Chase Brown's averaging 7 yards a carry since Joe Flacco got there. The run game has completely changed.
Yeah, it really has. I mean, it's 140 yards 2 weeks ago, 180 last week, and so they're doing a real nice job. I don't know if it's anything complicated up front, but they're really taking advantage of the defense, and the backs are running hard, making missed tackles and all that. So up front, we got to do a great job this game of controlling our gaps, playing disciplined football, and shedding blocks.
How do you deal with Jamar Chase and T. Higgins?
Well, you got to know where they are. That's the first and foremost, and we got a number of schemes in place to help our guys cover them, not just from a one-on-one battle, but as much as we can get two bodies, to control that, then we'll do that. But there'll be times where we are locked up one-on-one, and our corners got to come through for us and lock them down.
Sometimes they're going to get theirs, but then when the field condenses, that's when the defense has to be sturdy here and shut the door. No question. This is a team that can get yards in a hurry, but for us as a team right now, we got to play better in the red zone on both sides of the ball. Defense got to keep them out of there, force field goals, and then offensively, we got to do a better job getting 7. All right, let's talk about the return of Tyreek Stevenson. I know you talked about it Friday, a loud secondary, and that's been their theme for years here, a very boisterous secondary. Now you add somebody like C.J. Gardner-Johnson to the mix as well. So they do set the tone sometimes back there. Do they need to on Sunday? Yeah, it'll be good, and hopefully that loudness that comes with them running their mouths a little bit also enhances our communication as well, because that's really the big thing for us. As long as we're on the same page, we know where our help is, we can rely on our leverages, and we'll be in good shape there. So I'm really excited to see what this secondary looks like here today. All right, in terms of the tight end position, it looks like Cole Kmet's ready to go, working through that back injury after 1 week, and to pair with Colston Loveland against a defense that has had a really difficult time tackling. Now, you just can't assume they're going to stay that way, but they really have missed a lot of tackles. Guys like with the ball in their hands, like Kmet, Loveland, the running game, how much can you take advantage of? Well, yeah, that's been a stress for us. I want to say this unit's been third most in missed tackles so far this year. They have some young players that they keep getting better each week, but we need another week here where we can break some tackles. We talk about making one miss or making one pay there when we get the ball in space. And so, whether that's stiff arm or whether that's low in our shoulder, we got to make sure we come through at all positions with that. I'm really proud of Cole. I know it hurt him to his core last week, not being able to be a part of that game and watching it on TV. So really excited to get him back out there as well. At this point in the season, week 9, no matter when your bye is, injuries start to populate a little bit, and then it'll hopefully ease off. So a smart move with DeAndre Swift today. Kyle Monangai would imagine get the lion's share of the carries.
Yep. So we'll make sure Swifty's ready to go here for the back half of the season. We know how valuable he is for what we're doing here on offense, and it gives Kyle and really Britton Brown from the practice squad a great opportunity to showcase what they have. We got Travis Homer as well, so we'll have 3 backs that we feel confident in, and we'll make it happen here today.
What is it like facing guys you know very well and worked with, Zach Taylor included, the head coach? You worked with him in 3 years in Miami.
Yeah, there's a number of guys on their staff that I really love as people, and I think they're great football coaches. So it just adds a little bit more to a game like this. I've been talking with Press Taylor, his brother, who's our pass game coordinator, all week, and just friendly jabs here and there. So I know he wants this one for sure.
First NFL game they ever went to, those brothers, was at Soldier Field when they were young kids. They got on the field. It was Mike Singletary's final game as a Bear against the Pittsburgh Steelers. They told me that story. It's kind of cool.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Anyway, not that you care about that right now, but you care about this, the name of the game today.
Name of the game, we got to control the line of scrimmage. Like I said, this offense has rushed for a lot of yards last 2 weeks. We got to do a good job shutting that down. And then our offensive line has to take it to their defensive line.
All right, good luck. We'll talk to you after the game.
Thank you, Jeff.
That's Bears head coach Ben Johnson. Back to Silvy, Waddle, and Dionne Miller.
It's great stuff, Jeff, especially the story about the Taylors in their first game. It is time for our predictions, brought to you by our friends at Four Seasons. Get your furnace tuned up. I just had mine this past week, backed up by a 1-year no breakdown guarantee. Peace of mind is only a tune-up away. Call today and save $50 for your trusted local experts. For all the right reasons, call Four Seasons at 866-4-SEASONS. That's 866-4-SEASONS. Dionne, your prediction.
Well, I've thought long and hard about this, boys. I think the Bears win 31-27.
Very similar. I've got them at 31-28.
Opportunity for the offense to define themselves today. I say Bears 34-30 in a high-scoring game.
All right, we all have the Bears winning. Don't forget, make your calls at halftime and then on the post-game show, 312-332-3776. We want to thank Billy and his entire crew here in Cincinnati for rolling out the red carpet at Kitty Sports Bar. Jeff Joniak, Tom Thayer, and J-Mac have the call of the game coming up next on the Bears Radio Network.
Injured in a car accident? Don't fumble the ball. Call Postman Law. They fight for everyday people who don't have deep pockets like big insurance companies. Postman Law knows their playbook, and they use it to get you results fast. And with over $3 billion won for their clients, Postman Law delivers. From auto